Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Parallel Deku, back with another fanfiction. This is the series of What If Todoroki Had a Secret Relationship at UA. Now before starting, please give this video a like. And subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Izuku Midoriya sat down on the couch, looking at the floor. His day had gone from bad to horrible. It started at his school when he was trying to protect a quirkless kid from his friend Katsuki Bakugo, Kachan as he called him. Being quirkless himself, Izuku had no way of defending himself from Bakugo. He braced himself for the beatdown he was about to get from the explosion Quirk his former friend had. He got a surprise, though, when he heard the explosion but felt no pain. Opening his eyes, he saw a figure that was different shades of green, and a few inches taller than him standing protectively in front of him. It then punched Katsuki, sending him flying. The blonde boy's cronies looked at Izuku with fear in their eyes, left running. The being then looked to Izuku and he got a good look at its face. It looked a little like him but with a face that shouted, "Hero." He wore a mask that covered the area around his eyes. His attire was a short-sleeved suit with an emerald as its emblem. It floated to him and then vanished. Shocked at this whole outcome, Izuku ran back home and told his mom, Inko Midoriya, everything. She was at first angry her son's friend would attack him just for being quirkless, but it turned to surprise and hope when he told her about how Bakugo was blown away. Believing her son had a quirk now, Inko drove herself and Izuku to the doctors for another test. The doctors were baffled at what they heard. Not seeing a change in his pinky toe joints, they decided to take a sample of blood. Izuku didn't want a needle to be poked in his arm, but his mom giving him hope that he had a quirk gave him some courage. He closed his eyes and waited for the needle to break his skin and take a sample of blood. He was shocked though when he heard a shout of surprise. Opening his eyes, he saw the same figure holding the syringe, looking at the doctor, anger written on its face. It then crushed the syringe and let it fall to the ground. Looking around, it saw a whole box full of syringes. With one punch, it destroyed them all while keeping the damage inside of the box. It once again floated back to Izuku and vanished. The doctors had no idea what was going on, not even his mother. Once they got home, Izuku was trying to figure out why the doctors looked at him like he was possessed. His mother also had some fear in her eyes. Every time he kept pointing to the being and saying that he was right there, the answer was always the same. They couldn't see it. He was the only one who could see it. It made him feel alone, scared and sad. Inko was busy calling every agency that could hopefully figure out what was going on. So far, she was getting no results. I'm all alone. Izuku thought to himself on the verge of tears, even mom is afraid of me. Am I really possessed? Is my bodyguard a ghost? He started to cry silently with his eyes still open. He was then enveloped in a hug by his mother who noticed his tears falling to the floor. Izuku, what's wrong? She asked. Mom, he said while looking up at her between sobs, what's wrong with me? Before Inko could answer, a knock was heard at the door. She motioned for Izuku to stay seated while she answered it. Izuku couldn't see what was going on, but he could hear. You can help my son? Inko nearly shouted. Izuku wiped away his tears with a hopeful look on his face. Inko came into view, walked to a corner and stood still. A tall man walked into the house past Inko and into the living room, stopping right in front of Izuku. He was 6 feet 4 inches, had black hair and almost everything he was wearing was white. His white trench coat had rolled up purple and yellow sleeves on the inside. His black t-shirt had purple vests and belt on its front. He wore purple and yellow sneakers on right below his white pants. His hat was white with only a gold J and hand within a square on top. He turned to look straight at Izuku with intense light blue eyes, making the boy shudder. So, you're the kid with the invisible bodyguard? The man asked. Izuku nodded his head. The bodyguard only you can see. Izuku nodded his head once again. Let's test that theory. The man then walked to the kitchen and stopped at the fridge. Izuku watched as he grabbed one of the kitchen knives from the shelf. Catch! The man said as he threw the knife at Izuku. Inko screamed, preparing to use her telekinesis to stop the knife, but it was not needed. Izuku's bodyguard caught the knife, which was an inch away from Izuku's face. "Impressive," he said in a neutral tone. "What is wrong with you?" Inko shouted. "You could have hurt my son." "Calm down," the man replied. "I would have caught the knife if your son hadn't." "How?" Izuku asked in curious voice. "Because I'm just like you, kid." Izuku was shocked to see an imposing figure appear behind the man. The figure looked like the man but had the body of Hercules. He was different shades of blue and purple, and his black hair was long, wild, and unkempt. On his shoulders were pads of gold, and his hands wore white, fingerless battle gloves. He wore white and orange boots on his feet. The only bottom clothing it had was a white loincloth. The form of this figure screamed power incarnate. "You have one too?" Izuku asked after his bodyguard put the knife down. "Yes, I do." The man started. "Ma'am, my suspicions have been confirmed. Your son is a stand user." "A stand user?" Inko exclaimed with surprise. In the world they live in, more than 80% human population had quirks. It was very rare to find someone that was quirkless. It was even rarer to find a stand user. The chances of finding someone that is a stand user were 1/1000. Hearing that her son is a stand user shocked Inko to the core. "If he is a stand user, then why can't I see it?" "Only other stand users can see other people's stands," the man answered. "That's just how it works." "So, I'm a stand user?" Izuku asked. "Yes, you are." The man replied. "Does that mean I can still be a hero?" That question made Inko flinch. Last time Izuku asked if he could be a hero, the answer was no because he was quirkless. She feared the answer would be the same because even though he was now classified as a stand user, he was still quirkless. "Kid, what are you asking me for?" the man replied with a hint of annoyance in his voice. "Just because you're quirkless doesn't mean you can't be a hero like everyone says. You can be a hero even if you don't have powers. You just went up a notch because you are now a stand user. So, in other words, yes, you can become a hero." Izuku had a great big smile on his face at hearing the answer. Someone just said he could be a hero, even if he didn't have a quirk. Out of the blue, he ran up to the man and gave him a hug on his leg. That was the highest point he could reach. Inko had tears of happiness at hearing the news, even if it came out in a rude way. Seeing that the man was uncomfortable, she called out to her son. Izuku," she said, "I think the nice man would like you to let go of him now." Izuku listened, still smiling the whole time. The man then turned to Inko and walked toward her. He stopped when he was 4 feet away from her. "If it's okay with you, ma'am," he said, "I would like to train him." "Train him?" she asked. "He needs to learn to control his stand. To summon it on command, use for offense and defense. He'll need this training if he ever wants to get into a hero school. Without this, it will be more difficult for him to get into one." "I understand. I must also warn you. I am a very strict and harsh teacher. I will drive him into the ground in order for him to be the best. It will be 5 days a week, Monday through Friday, after school. He will come home tired, bruised, bloody and dirty, but stronger and with more knowledge of his stand." "How long will this training take?" "As long as it needs. Are you okay with this?" Inko pondered the offer. On one hand, Izuku would get stronger and be able to control his stand, but she was also worried about his health. From what the man said, he would come home tired and hurt, meaning the combat training would be intense. Sure, she wanted her son to get stronger and become a hero when he grew up, but if this training meant him getting hurt at such a young age, then "I'll do it," Izuku said, causing both adults to look at him. There was a determined look on his face that made the man surprised. "Izuku, I don't know," Inko started before she was interrupted by her son. "I want to do this, Mom," Izuku said with determination in his voice. "I know the training will be tough and I may get hurt, but it will only make me stronger. I need this training if I want to become a hero." Inko looked at her son with both worry and pride. Worry because if he went through with this training, would come back home bruised, bloody, and possibly broken. She was proud because he was brave enough to endure the training the man had planned for him, even if it meant he would get hurt in the process. After giving her son a smile, she looked back at the man. I accept. She said, you can start next week if you like. I'm okay with that. I'll see you next week. The man said and walked to the door. Before he could even touch the knob, he felt some pulling on his pants. Looking down, he saw Izuku let go and look at him. Mister, what's your name? Izuku asked. The man snickered at realizing he had stayed nameless. Still smiling, he looked at Izuku and answered. Jotaro Kujo. Everyone listen up. It's the right time for all of you to think about your future. Now I want all of you to turn in your career documents, but I think all of you have the ambition of becoming heroes, right? A now 14-year-old Izuku sat in class, listening to his teacher as he addressed to them about the future, know that they wanted to join the heroes course. His class was right now screaming with excitement at wanting to join a hero course. He raised his hand as well but didn't try to draw attention. Not because he wasn't confident, Jotaro fixed that problem. It was because he didn't want to be bothered by a certain spiky, blonde-haired, explosion Quirk kid, Katsuki Bakugo. Hey, teach, the said boy shouted with an arrogant smirk while standing up, don't pair me with these extras. I'm in a league of my own. Katsuki Bakugo, now older, was a good 5 feet 7 inches while Izuku was 5 feet 5 inches. His arrogant attitude was still present, which annoyed Midoriya to a great extent. He wondered why he ever looked up to him. His train of thought was broken when one of the students spoke up. What's the big idea, Katsuki? Shut up, fodders. Bakugo replied. Ah yes. The teacher chimed in. Bakugo, I heard you are going to apply for UA High School. Izuku only stopped writing for a moment to re-examine what he just heard. Did Katsuki say he was going to U.A? Can I never get away from him? He asked himself in an annoyed tone. Yeah, the best high school for heroes. It takes a total score of 79 to enter this year. Not to mention the entrance examination is the most difficult too. All the students looked down in defeat while Katsuki just smirked in victory. I'm not that surprised that all of you cower at the mention of UA High School, he declared. I will ace the entrance exam. I will surpass all might and become the greatest hero the world has ever known in history. Only in your dreams. Izuku thought and continued to write in his notebook. Wait, isn't Midoriya also going to apply for UA High School as well? One of the students asked. Izuku looked up at hearing his name called but got annoyed when he realized what the question was. He was not looking forward to what was coming next. The class respected Izuku because he was the model student and for being a stand user. There was one particular person that didn't respect him though. Du. Katsuki shouted as he stomped to Izuku's desk. The nicknamed boy was just closing his notebook after finishing his notes, not excited for having to deal with Bakugo at the moment. Ever since Katsuki learned that Izuku was a stand user, he had been challenging him non-stop. The blonde boy was beaten every time, though he refuses to believe Izuku is stronger than him. The nickname he had given Izuku was another way of calling him useless, even though having a stand said otherwise. I'm not in the mood, Bakugo, Izuku said in a neutral tone. He stopped calling him Kan shortly after he started training with Jotaro. His teacher made it very clear that the attitude Katsuki showed Izuku meant he no longer saw him as a friend. It hurt young Midoriya's feelings, but he knew it was the truth, so he accepted it, nonetheless. If Katsuki was going to treat Izuku like an enemy, then the green-haired boy needed to fight back. I told you not to apply for UA. I'm the only one going to, and fight back, Izuku did while Bakugo was threatening him. Katsuki was planning to blow up his notebook and him to a degree but was stopped by an invisible force on his right wrist. He looked to see a handprint slowly squeezing, making him fall on his knees in pain. Only one answer came to mind. Izuku was using his. 1. No one's allowed to use their quirks here, Izuku said while packing his notebook and standing up. 2nd, I said, not in the mood. What part of that do you not understand? With that said, Izuku got up and walked out as the bell rung. His stand released Katsuki's wrist right as he went out the door. Katsuki was glaring at him the whole time for being humiliated in front of everyone, while nursing his injured wrist. No one was laughing, but he felt that way all the same. As Izuku was walking to the exit, he was joined by another student. Izuku! Wait up! The student called, getting Izuku's attention. Turning around, Izuku smiled at his companion. "Hey Haru," he replied with a smile. Haru Ryo Watanabe went to the same school as Izuku, just different classes. He was 13 years old and 5 feet 3 inches in height. His short messy hair had a color of dark violet with some streaks of light violet in it. His eyes were an interesting color, being amethyst instead of the ordinary ones. Unlike Izuku, Haru didn't talk as much but had a ton of brilliant things to say. Like Izuku, he was a stand user. "How was class?" Izuku asked him. "It was great." Haru replied. "Teacher threw some complex math problems at me, but they were easy to solve. What about you? How was class?" "The usual. Getting through the day while Bakugo still tries to bother me. He just never learns, does he? At least he doesn't bother you most of the time. You and me both." As they were reaching the school exit doors, Izuku caught sight of 3 girls walking there as well, not far behind him and Haru. He held one door open while Haru held the other one. Both were taught to be gentlemen by 2 different people each. Haru was taught by his father, his only living parent, while Izuku was trained by Jotaro, who was less than gentle about it. The girls just walked outside without even noticing the doors were opened. "You'd think they would stop and thank us," Haru said with an annoyed look. "It's not like we're doing it for attention, Haru." Izuku replied, "It's just good manners." Haru nodded in agreement and let go of his door. Izuku did the same and both started to walk away from the school. They walked the same path from home to school, so they took it together from school to home, Izuku's being first and Haru's being second. "So, any new heroes popping up?" Haru asked. From the moment he met Izuku, he could tell that the green-haired stand user was a huge hero fan. He had who knows how many notebooks on heroes, their quirks, costumes and fighting styles. "Just one," Izuku said, "a giant woman named Mount Lady. Let me tell you, she needs to come up with better puns. I mean," she said, "you don't have to worry about this bum anymore," while doing a funny pose. Both boys just started to laugh while continuing to walk, unaware they were being followed. Izuku noticed immediately when he heard of laugh that didn't belong to him or Haru. Looking behind them, saw what looked like green sludge ready to pounce. Thinking fast, he did one thing that any friend would do. "Haru, look out," he shouted while pushing the violet-haired boy out of harm's way. It didn't go well for him, though, as he was caught by the sludge. It literally started to invade his mouth and go down his throat. Upon having a closer look, Izuku saw a big eye in the sludge and came to a horrifying conclusion. He was being attacked by a villain. "Stay calm. Have to stay calm," he told himself over and over again. It was becoming increasingly difficult to stay calm though, since he had that stuff coming down his throat and covering his face, cutting of his ability to breathe. Izuku was both starting to panic and lose consciousness. With both those problems happening at the same time, he couldn't summon his stand. "Izuku, what did you push me for?" Haru said as he got up, only to be met by a horrifying sight. His friend was getting attacked by a villain. Without thinking, he ran to the sludge villain and tried to pry Izuku out but wasn't having any luck. He didn't want to use his stand because for some unknown reason using it put a huge strain on his body. "Hehehehe." The villain laughed. "Don't worry, kid. Your friend won't be suffering for much longer. Once I have this body, I'm home free from the guy who's chasing me." Chasing him? Haru thought to himself. That could only mean one thing. This villain was being chased by a pro hero and needed a place to hide, and he chose Izuku's body. Haru began to hyperventilate, seeing that his friend didn't have much time unless he got him out. He tried again to get him out, but once again to no avail. "Hehe, thanks kid," the villain said to Izuku as the boy stopped fighting from lack of oxygen and his eyes began to close. "You're a real hero to me." "Please no," Haru mentally screamed. "Someone. Anyone. Please. Save my friend." As if on K, the sewer lid flew into the air, making Haru yelp in shock and jump away from the sludge villain. The said villain turned with a look of curiosity, which then turned to a look of shock and fear. Standing before him was the very hero he was trying to escape. "It's fine now," the hero said while standing to his full height, which was a whopping 7 feet 2 inches. He had short blonde hair, swept backwards, with two distinct tufts that stick up above his head, leaning slightly to each side, which was casting a dark shadow over his face, hiding everything but his bright blue eyes. He was also very muscular, making the white t-shirt and dark green pants he was wearing look too small for his big muscles. Play My Hero Academia original soundtrack. I am here. Why? He asked before striking a pose and answering his own question booming, because I am here. All Might. Haru screamed with happiness in his head. The number one pro hero, All Might, the symbol of peace and justice, had come to their aid. Hearing the sewer lid fall to the ground, the sludge villain went on the attack. He threw an ugly sludge hand at All Might, who dodged and charged at him. The villain once again tried to hit the pro hero, got a different result instead. All Might stopped mid-charge and reared his fist back. Texas message, he shouted and threw his fist forward. It didn't make contact with the villain, but the shockwave did and made the sludge villain fall apart, releasing Izuku in the process. The said boy was half-conscious and his vision was a blur, not being able to tell what was going on before he finally lost consciousness. Hey! Wake up! Hey! Izuku heard as he stirred awake. He also felt like some was slapping him awake. He wasn't complaining though, since Jotaro slapped him harder than that. He actually punched him just to get a point across. Partially opening his eyes, he noticed Haru kneeling next to him with concern turned to relief on his face. When he turned his head to the one who was slapping him though, "Oh, thought we lost you there," All Might said with relief. Izuku got bug eyes from seeing his favorite hero right in front of him. With a cry of surprise, he scooted away from the number one hero a few feet and just sat there with surprise. Haru came up next to him to see if he needed any help, but he just wanted to laugh at how Izuku was acting. "Sorry about that," All Might said. "I didn't mean to get you and your friend caught up in my justicing. Normally I pay more attention to bystanders, but it turns out the city sewers system are difficult to navigate. Haha. Anyway, you two were a big help. Thank you. Because of your efforts, I was able to capture the evil doer." The number one hero did a pose while holding up two soda bottles. Inside of them were two halves of the sludge villain with X's in his eyes. He wasn't dead, just crammed. "Hey Izuku. You okay?" Haru asked, still trying not to laugh. His friend, however, just had swirls in his eyes while trying to keep his cool. The number one hero in all the world, he thought to himself, All Might in the flesh, is standing right in front of me. He's so much cooler in person. Oh snap. I gotta get an autograph. I must have a pen somewhere. Izuku said after composing himself and started searching his pockets for a pen. He got one when Haru handed him one while still trying not to laugh. Saying a quick, "Thank you," he grabbed his notebook and looked at the number one hero. "Please sign my notebook," he asked while opening his notebook. He got the shock of his life when he saw the blank page he turned to was already filled in. Taking up the whole page in both capital and bold letters were the words All Might, signed by the pro hero himself. He wrote in it while Izuku was still unconscious at the time. He already did. Izuku screamed with excitement, then set the notebook down and bowed to All Might nonstop while saying, "Thank you so much. This will be sacred treasure. A family heirloom passed down for generations to come." Haru could no longer hold his laughter in and was rolling on the ground with tears in his eyes. All Might just gave Izuku a thumbs up, still wearing his trademark smile. "Well, I better get this guy over to the police," he said, patting the bottles he placed in his pockets. "It was nice meeting you. See you around." "Wait, you're leaving already?" Izuku asked with a hint of disappointment in his voice. Haru was still laughing from earlier, so he didn't know what was going on. All Might was crouched in a leaping position. "Of course, a hero's work is never done," he exclaimed. He can't go yet." Izuku thought, "I still have so many questions I want to ask him." "Stand back. I'm going to jump," the number one hero warned, and jump he did, up and away, shouting, "Thanks for your continued support." "He left?" Haru asked, finally calming down from his fit of laughter. "Well, so much for asking him some questions, huh, Izuku?" Hearing no reply, Haru looked around to find Izuku gone. "Izuku? Izuku?" Frantically searching the area, he didn't find any trace of the green-haired boy. He wouldn't have gone home without him and school was over for the day. The only other answer was, "Are you kidding me, Izuku?" Haru shouted to the sky, before taking off into a sprint. All Might was enjoying his trip through the sky, when he felt like he was off balance. There was nothing on his arms or his torso, so that just left his legs. He got quite a surprise when he saw what was wrong. Izuku was clinging to his left leg for dear life, his eyelids and mouth being blown back by the wind. "Hey, what are you doing?" All Might shouted while trying to pry Izuku off. "Let go. I love my fans, but this is too much." "Wait, we're flying." Izuku shouted through the turbulence, "If I let go right now, I'll die." That made the pro hero stop. "Oh, that's a good point. I just have so many questions I want to ask you. You're my all-time favorite hero." "All right, we'll land somewhere. In the meantime, hold on, keep your mouth shut." Izuku did as he was told and just opted to hide his face on All Might's leg. The pro hero set his left hand on Izuku's head to assure him that he would be okay. He still had his trademark smile on, but it almost faltered when a drop of blood came out of his mouth. Shoot. All Might thought to himself as he finally found a place to land. They both landed on top of a 10-story building where Izuku finally got off of All Might's leg. The hero then addressed him. "There you go," he said to Izuku while turning away. "Don't do something dangerous like that again, young man. Leave it to the pros. Now, you may ask one question, for I must depart again." "All right," Izuku replied, now on solid ground. "Well, All Might, I want to know, if could be a hero even though I'm quirkless?" That question caught All Might by surprise. A quirkless boy was asking him if he could be a hero. He was about to answer, when he felt his body quiver and steam started to come out of him. "Oh drat," he thought to himself. "No, not now. I know it sounds crazy and ridiculous," Izuku continued, "but all my life I wanted to be a hero. Enough I'm quirkless, I can still—" "Izuku!" shouted the very annoyed voice of Haru. Izuku turned to see his friend walk up to him, panting as if he had run a marathon. Regaining his breath, he looked up at Izuku and smacked him on the cheek, hard. Even though he's somewhat shy, Haru does not pull punches when deemed necessary. "What's wrong with you?" he exclaimed. "I literally had to chase the flying figure of All Might just to come find you. Are you crazy? Do you want to give me a heart attack?" "I'm sorry, Haru," Izuku replied while holding his cheek. "I didn't mean to worry you, but I just wanted to ask All Might." Both boys looked to see a very skinny man in the spot All Might was standing. He was a few inches taller than Izuku. His hair was a mess with 2 clusters in front of his face, and the clothes looked too big for him. Instead of a smile on his face, he was frowning, making him look unapproachable. Izuku and Haru looked at him in shock and did the only thing that came to their heads. "Little no good, cruddy deku," Katsuki complained while drinking a soda and walking down an alley with 2 of his cronies. "He'll regret making me look like a fool when I'm through with him." "Easy there, Katsuki," one of the cronies said. "Don't you think you're overreacting a bit?" "Yeah, I don't think you should pick a fight with Midoriya." The other one said, "He's a stand user after all, and you know what would happen if you did." "Who asked you?" Bakugo shouted to them with annoyance and anger written all over his face, ready to use his quirk. The last thing he wanted was to hear about Izuku being better than him, especially with his stand. He considered a stand a cheater's play because the only thing that can hurt a stand is another stand. Katsuki was so consumed with his thoughts, he didn't notice the soda bottles he kicked. Impacting the wall, the lids came off, releasing the contents inside. Sadly, it wasn't soda that came out, as a familiar sludge formed back together. "He'll do just nicely," the villain said and charged at Bakugo. No, Izuku exclaimed, "This can't be real. This can't be happening. You were never All Might. You're an imposter, a shapeshifter. What did you do with the real All Might?" "Calm down, Izuku," Haru said, having calmed himself down after the scream fest but was still freaking out all the same. "Juge," the man sighed, "I assure you boys I am all me." He didn't get to finish as he started to cough up blood, freaking them both out more. No. It can't be. Izuku said, All Might is a giant of a man who goes around saving people with a smile on his face. You know how guys at the pool puff out their chests so that they look cool? Well, that's basically what I do. How is this possible? Haru asked, being confused himself. The figure then sat down on with the railings of the building behind him. Look, you two, he said, what I'm about to tell you is a secret. So, please don't go posting this on the internet, okay? Getting nods from both of them, the man lifted his shirt a bit, revealing a nasty scar. Both boys gasped at seeing it. It looked as if he lost a chunk of flesh and someone tried to close it back up with only sticks. Nasty, isn't it? The man asked. I got this injury 5 years ago. Lost my whole stomach, and countless surgeries have made it worse. Because of this, I can only be All Might for about 3 hours. 5 years ago. Izuku said, Wait, you mean the fight with Toxic Chainsaw? Wow, kid, you know your stuff, but no. The punk may have landed a few hits, but he could never bring me down. This fight, I've asked to be kept under wraps. Most of the world doesn't even know this battle existed. I'm supposed to be the guy that's always smiling, the symbol of peace. In truth, I smile just to keep the fear under wraps. To convince myself there's nothing to be afraid of. Both boys looked at All Might in shock. Neither one of them would have expected this from the number one hero. That he was injured, had a limit on his form and afraid. The pro wasn't done talking though as he looked to Izuku. Before I answer your question, let me ask you one. He said, You're a stand user, aren't you? This caught Izuku by surprise. The number one hero, All Might, asked him if he was a stand user. Yeah, I am. He said in shock. How did you? When I was about to attack the villain, I noticed handprints appearing next to where you were. They looked as if they were trying to free you. I couldn't see anyone, and I doubt it was someone with an invisibility quirk, otherwise he or she would have backed off the minute I showed up. They just kept doing their job until I dispatched the villain. So, my only guess was that those handprints belonged to a stand. That was pretty accurate, Haru said in surprise. He noticed the handprints as well when he tried to help Izuku but wasn't giving it any thought at the time. To answer your question, All Might said, Yes, I think you can become a hero. The only problem you'll have is applying for the hero's course at any school. Stands aren't quirks, so you're going to have to work twice as hard to get in. Izuku, after hearing this, was on the brim of tears. Tears of joy, that is. The number one hero, All Might, said he could be a hero, even though he was quirkless. Thank you, Izuku said, then remembered something important. Oh snap. Haru, we're supposed to meet up with Adrien. Oh shoot. You're right. Come on. Haru replied and both boys ran into the building and down the stairs. All Might wanted to laugh at how the atmosphere just changed with them. 1 minute they were happy, the next they looked like they incurred the wrath of a kaiju. Getting up to leave, All Might felt that something was off, like something was missing. Using both of his hands, he felt his pockets. Where are the soda bottles? He asked himself. Both Izuku and Haru ran down the street to the arcade where they were supposed to meet up with someone named Adrien. Stopping in front of the arcade, they saw a boy 15 years of age. He was a good 5 feet 4 inches, between Izuku's and Haru's heights. He had short blonde hair and golden eyes. He wore a white t-shirt and black pants. He had a brown sweater and red sneakers to complete the look. This was Adrien Thompson, an exchange student from America that went to the same school as Izuku and Haru. He was their friend and, like both boys, a stand user. Izuku! Haru! He exclaimed and ran to give them a hug. Izuku and Haru weren't surprised at this gesture since he was more used to giving people hugs than handshakes. Both boys returned the hug, but immediately let go when they felt like they were being squeezed. Adrien was doing just that. Though he had a smile on his face, there was an aura of anger around him. What took you so long? He asked in a calm but menacing voice. One of the things he learned was being punctual, and he hated when someone else that he was acquainted with was late. We were caught up in a villain attack, Haru answered while trying to breath. Luckily we were saved by All Might. Izuku answered, his eyes almost bulging. No way. Adrien exclaimed, letting both Izuku and Haru go in surprise. You two got to meet All Might? Oh man, I'm so jealous right now. What's he like? Is he as tall as he looks on TV? Are you kidding? Izuku answered after regaining his breath. He's a lot taller in person. No way. Yes way. Guys! Haru shouted, making both Adrien and Izuku to look at him. I'm glad. We can agree on how awesome All Might is, but can we please go in the arcade now? I've waited so long to play the new Super Dragon Ball Heroes arcade game. Yeah, you're right. Izuku answered, I'm going to play the new Tekken game, the all-time original fighting game. What era did you grow up in? Adrien asked. The true all-time original is Street Fighter and I'm playing that. All three boys were about to enter the arcade when an explosion got their attention. Turning to the source, they saw a pillar of smoke rising in the distance, not too far from the arcade. Wanting to know what was happening, Izuku ran towards the smoke. Haru and Adrien followed close behind, though they were a little more cautious to get any closer. All three boys joined in the crowd that formed to see what was going on. To their surprise, it was a villain attack, but to Izuku and Haru's shock it was the same sludge villain that All Might saved them from. How did he get away from All Might? Haru asked. I don't know. He was in bottles. It's not like he could. Izuku stopped talking with a shocked look on his face. Oh no. What's wrong? Adrien asked. When I attached myself to All Might's leg so that I could talk to him. Izuku answered, I didn't expect the bottles to fall out and… It's not your fault. Haru said, putting a hand on his shoulder, you didn't know that could happen and I'm sure All Might wouldn't blame you. Wait, that's the villain the #1 hero saved you from? Adrien asked in disbelief. He doesn't look like much. A good gust of wind would do the job. Come to think of it, why aren't the pros, who are standing in front of the crowd, doing anything? That question caught Izuku and Haru's attention. Looking to where Adrien was pointing, they saw 3 pro heroes, Kamui Wood, Empty Lady and Death Arms, just standing idly by. Izuku walked up to the pros until he was directly behind them. Why aren't you doing anything to stop the villain? He asked Death Arms. We can't do much since the villain has a hostage. The pro replied. Taking a better look, Izuku saw that the sludge villain did have a hostage. What shocked him though was who the hostage was. Katsuki Bakugo was mostly covered in the slime. Only his hair and eyes were uncovered. Unbeknownst to the boys, a certain skinny blonde was watching on the sidelines. I can't do anything. All Might thought to himself as he watched from the crowd. His time had run out and he couldn't do anything in his state right now. He could only watch as the sludge villain caused havoc on the street. Bakugo gave a pleading look to any one of the heroes to come and save him. That look tipped Izuku over the edge. Play My Hero Academia original soundtrack. You say run. Ignoring the cries of protest from the pros, he leapt over the railing towards the sludge villain. Haru and Adrien noticed and ran to assist Izuku. All Might watched, shocked at what was happening. The 2 boys he had spoken to, plus an unknown one, was running towards the villain. Let him go, you big failed lab experiment. Adrien shouted. This got the villain's attention. You 2 again, and you brought a friend. The villain said with malice. Lesson number 5: distract the villain to save the hostage. Izuku thought to himself before shouting, Agile Emerald. To Haru's and Adrien's eyes only, they saw a tall masculine figure appear in front of Izuku. The figure was 6 feet and was different shades of green. He looked like an older version of Izuku but had superhero gear on him. On his chest was shape of an emerald. Charging forward, the figure known as Agile Emerald reeled his arm back and threw a punch while yelling, Smash! The fist made direct contact with the villain's eye. Gah! The kid is a blasted stand user, he shouted in pain. This caught everyone in the crowd by surprise, including the pros. The hit caused some of the slime to remove itself from Bakugo's face, allowing the boy to breathe. Agile Emerald, though, didn't let up. He continued to pound the sludge so that he couldn't focus. Izuku then turned to Haru and Adrien. Guys. Operation Separate and Rescue, he told them. Got it. Adrien said and took a stance which looked like one for fencing. Golden Knight. he shouted, and a figure that looked like a knight in gold armor appeared before him. He was 5 feet 11 inches and had his sword and shield at the ready. Dashing forward, he started slashing the area around Bakugo without injuring the boy. "Violet Captor!" Haru shouted, and his own stand appeared in front of him. The one was different shades of purple and looked like one of the variations of Zoro. Using its whip, Violet Captor caught Bakugo's left arm, which was now free thanks to Adrien, and started to pull. "What do you losers think you're doing?" Katsuki shouted to them. "Would you shut up and let us save you?" Adrien shouted back. Golden Knight continued to cut while Agile Emerald kept punching the sludge villain in the face. Once there was enough sludge cleared, Violet Captor pulled Katsuki out of the villain and made him land right behind Izuku. "I can't stand you most of the time, Bakugo," Izuku said without looking at him. "There are times when I really want to punch you. Either way, it's a hero's duty to everyone, even if it's a person that hates them. That's what I was taught by my sensei. To follow my dream of becoming a hero and to save as many lives as possible." This statement caught All Might by surprise. This boy, who was quirkless but a stand user, was helping someone when he was doing nothing. On top of that, from the conversation, it seemed that they were almost enemies and he still saved him. "I can't just stand here and do nothing." All Might thought to himself, and despite his time ran out, started to buff up. Back at the fight, all 3 boys brought their stands back to them. Haru collapsed with a small headache, nothing serious, on the ground while holding his head in his hands. The sludge villain, however, wasn't done. Pulling himself together, he looked to Haru. "I may have lost my potential body," he said before charging, "but I can at least send someone to the morgue. Save the boy. This thing will kill him." Death Arms screamed as he and other pros started racing towards Haru. Izuku also noticed and quickly got between him and the sludge villain. Summoning his stand, Agile Emerald stood, ready to take the force of the blow. Izuku stood in front of Haru, just in case some of the slime came flying past his stand. He closed his eyes and braced for impact. He heard the explosion but was surprised to feel nothing except wind. "Hey, Izuku," Haru said after recovering. Izuku looked to his friend who was pointing behind him. Turning around, he saw something he didn't expect. "I really am pathetic," said All Might as he held back the sludge villain. The green-haired teen and his friend, including Adrien, were shocked to see the #1 hero stopping the blow. "All Might, but..." Izuku didn't finish, not knowing what to say. "I talked about the traits that make a great champion," the #1 hero said as he broke free from the villain. "But I see now I wasn't living up to my own ideals. Pros are always risking their lives. That's the true test of a hero." "Curse you, All Might," the sludge villain shouted, preparing to slap away the #1 hero. "Detroit Sma Ash," All Might shouted and threw a punch towards the villain. It connected and sent him flying while also making a tornado. The pros and civilians had to hang on to something so that they wouldn't get swept away. A few seconds later, the tornado dispersed, and it started to rain. He changed the weather. "That's not possible." "That's All Might for you." Every just started to cheer when the #1 hero strikes a victory pose. The other pros then both complimented and reprimanded Izuku and his friends. Complimented them on their teamwork and use of their stands. Reprimanded them on rushing into the fray when they weren't pros themselves. After that, all 3 boys headed back to the arcade in high spirits. Unbeknownst to them, All Might was watching Izuku the whole time, with only one thought on his mind. "I have found my successor." All 3 boys walked down the street in the late afternoon. Their time meeting pros and at the arcade was great for them. They faced each other in multiple games and got a lot of tickets for it. Putting those together, it was a total of 500,000 tickets. One prize that high was a 14-foot, All Might figure. Adrien and Haru decided that Izuku should be allowed to use the tickets since he acted like a true hero that day. The green-haired boy was at first not for the idea, but the other 2 boys didn't let him have a say. So, Izuku walked down the street, with the figure in his hands, beside his 2 friends. Could anything possibly ruin this moment? He thought to himself with a smile. "Deku!" shouted the voice of an angry blonde. "Oh great! The green-haired boy thought and stopped walking, Adrien and Haru doing the same. Turning around they saw Katsuki stomping towards them. He only stopped walking when he was in Izuku's face. "Don't think for 1 minute that I owe you," he exclaimed. "I'm still better than you in every way." You're welcome?" Haru said questionably. "Shut up, short stuff." Katsuki hollered before turning back to Izuku. "I'm warning you, Deku. If you get into UA you will be sorry." Katsuki then stormed off, leaving the three boys with different emotions on their faces. Izuku was neutral about the whole thing. Haru was a little shaken from being yelled at. Adrien, though, was all kinds of angry at the blonde-haired boy. "What an ingrate," he stated. "You sure I can't teach him a thing or two?" "No," Izuku answered. "I know that if you get your way, Bakugo is going to end up in the hospital. The last thing we need is a hospital bill," Haru said after pulling himself together. "Besides, don't you think he's been humiliated enough?" "No, not really," Adrien said, turning the other way. When he did though, he gasped in surprise and a smile came to his face. "Guys, our day just got better." Izuku and Haru turned around to see All Might standing there, striking a pose. "I am Ev," the hero shouted before coughing up blood and in a puff of smoke changed into his skinny form. This freaked Adrien so much that he screamed. "Ah, what happened to All Might?" Adrien shouted from shock at seeing All Might shrink. "It's a long story," Izuku said while calming him down. "It can wait," All Might said after wiping the blood from his mouth. "So, I'm guessing you're Adrien." "Why, yes, sir. Adrien Thompson," Adrien said in both shock and excitement. "Well, I'm glad to meet you. Both these boys made you sound like their worst nightmare come true." "Oh, I'll explain later. Why are you here anyway?" "Well, to be honest, I came to see your green-haired friend." Both boys looked at Izuku, who gave them an "I don't know" look in response and walked up to All Might. "What is it?" he asked. "Young man," All Might started, "I watched as you and your friends rushed in while none of the other pros were doing anything. I wasn't doing anything either. Seeing you rush into the fray to save that boy reminded me what it meant to be a hero. To save lives, even if it is the life of your most hated enemy. You have proven yourself even better that you can be a hero. I now know, even more than ever, stand or no stand, you are worthy to inherit my power." That statement caught Izuku, Haru, and Adrien off guard, even to drop the All Might figure in the process. All three of them were able to only answer in one way. "Inherit your power?" Izuku asked with a bewildered look. This sent All Might into a small laughing fit. "Haha," he laughed before answering, "What's with that face?" "It's just a suggestion. The real show starts after this." "Just a suggestion? Is he joking?" Adrien thought to himself. What did he mean by Izuku inheriting his power? Haru contemplated. "Listen, young man," All Might continued while pointing up then down at Izuku, "you need to decide whether or not you will accept my power." He exclaimed the last part while coughing up more blood. All three boys looked at All Might trying to understand what he meant. "What are you saying, All Might?" Izuku asked. Wiping the blood away, All Might continued to speak. "I'm talking about my power, young man," he said. "The tabloids called it superhuman strength, or boost, and I constantly dodged the question during interviews with a funny joke. Because the symbol of peace, All Might, had to be a natural-born hero. But young man, I will tell you and your friends the truth. My quirk was passed on to me like a sacred torch. That took Izuku, Haru, and Adrien to a whole new level of surprise." "What?" Haru and Adrien both yelled. "It was passed on to you?" Izuku asked. "That's right," All Might answered. "And next, it is your turn." Wait. Wait a minute. It's true that your quirk is something hotly debated as one of the world's greatest mysteries. So much so that not a day goes by when I don't see someone talking about it online. But, well, I don't really understand what you mean by inheriting or passing on a quirk. I've never heard of anything like that before, and it's never been conjectured in the debate. Why is that? Is it because since the dawn of history, a quirk like that has never been confirmed? In the first place, Izuku then went into a mumbling fest, a habit he picked up while studying heroes. All Might looked at him in bewilderment, then at his friends. This is normal for us, Haru stated. It's something he does when he's figuring out something or trying to make sense of a situation. Adrien explained. So, he always starts with denial, huh? All Might asked them. Yeah, pretty much. Adrien and Haru answered at the same time. Nonsense. That outburst from All Might pulled Izuku out of his little mumbling chant. He exclaimed. I may hide a lot of things, but I don't lie. The power to transfer power, that is the quirk I inherited. I was crowned with one for all. One for all. Izuku repeated. Play My Hero Academia Original Soundtrack Plus Ultra. That's right. All Might began to explain. One person cultivates the power and passes it on to another person, who also cultivates it and passes it on. It is the crystallization of power that spins together the voices of those who need help with a courageous heart. Why are you? Izuku asked. Why are you giving me something so great? I have been looking for a successor. And then I thought it would be alright for you to inherit it. You're just a quirkless hero fanboy, stand user, but you were more heroic than anyone else back there. Izuku was on the verge of tears at hearing that declaration. Haru had a hand on his shoulder for support. Adrien was beaming with joy at hearing All Might call his green-haired friend heroic. Never mind. All Might said in a partial laugh. Well, it's up to you though. What'll you do? He said so much to encourage me, Izuku thought to himself, and even told me, along with my friends, his secret. Is there? Of course, there isn't. There's no reason for me to turn him down. Walking forward, Izuku stopped a few inches in front of All Might, wiped away his tears and looked at the pro-hero with determination. I'll do it, Izuku declared. An immediate reply. All Might said smiling, that's what I thought you'd say. You're not alone in this, Izuku. Haru stated, walking up next to him. Adrien and I are with you all the way. You got that right? Adrien exclaimed. You can count on us to support you, no matter what. Thanks, guys, Izuku said with a smile on his face. Dagoba Municipal Beach Park. Early the next morning, 2 days later, at a certain beach, you could hear groaning if you got close enough. It wasn't Haru because he was sitting on a piece of tire, observing the scene. Adrien was as quiet as a mouse, also watching the scene unfold with a neutral expression. The one groaning was Izuku, who had 2 ropes around his chest while trying to pull a fridge and failing. It was a lot harder with a buffed-up All Might sitting on top of it. Hey. This is such a comfy fridge to sit on. All Might exclaimed as Izuku collapsed. If you could move it even a little, it would be a little easier. Maybe if you got off, he might be able to. Adrien exclaimed in his head as he walked up to Izuku and gave him some water to drink. The green-haired boy drank some, handed it back and looked up at All Might. Well, yeah, Izuku said. I mean, you weigh 274 kilograms, right? No, All Might answered. I lost weight, so I'm only 255 kilograms now in this form. That's not a big difference, Haru stated. Anyway, why am I dragging trash at the beach park? Izuku asked while looking around. All Might laughed a bit while taking pictures before answering. It's cause, you know, he said, you're not a proper vessel. What you're saying now is the opposite of what you said before. Izuku exclaimed in panic mode, screaming in the process. Haru just rolled his eyes before explaining. He's talking about your body, doofus, he said to Izuku, who stopped screaming at hearing that. Thank you, young Watanabe. All Might said before explaining, my quirk, one for all, is the fullest physical ability of many people gathered into one. An unprepared body cannot inherit it fully. The limbs will come off and the body will explode. The limbs will what? Izuku screamed at hearing that. He hugged himself out of shock at imagining it happening to him. Even Haru and Adrien shivered at the thought. Izuku shook himself to get a grip before speaking again. Then, I'm picking up trash in order to train my body? Yes. All Might said, giving him a thumbs up, but that's not all. After some research on the internet yesterday, I discovered that part of this beach park's coast has been like this for many years. Yeah, Izuku said while standing up and looking around. For some reason, because of the currents, objects drift here a lot, and people take advantage of that to hide their illegal dumping. The local residents don't come here either. Let's find the litterers and teach them a lesson. Adrien said with an evil smirk. Clogging up a beach with trash is just wrong. You've been watching way too much of Blue Bloods. Haru said with a mocking smile. That is a great show. How dare you insult it? Adrien shouted, pointing his finger at Haru with a scowl on his face. Argument aside, All Might interrupted, getting their attention. Heroes these days are all after the showy stuff. Originally, being a hero meant doing volunteer service. Even if people called that boring or whatever, you can't waver from those roots. While he was speaking, the number one hero was crushing the fridge flat with one hand. All three boys watched in amazement at All Might did the feat with little effort. Once the fridge was as flat as paper, a small shockwave shook the area. It sent some of the trash flying away, revealing the sunrise towards the waters. It was a spectacular sight to see. You will restore the horizon for this whole section. That is your first step toward becoming a hero. My first step? Izuku said while looking around again. Clean. This, all of it? He's got to be kidding. Adrien thought to himself. He's not kidding. Haru exclaimed in his head. Young Midoriya, All Might called. You and your friends want to go to UA, right? Yes, yes. Izuku answered. Because, for me, it's where you went. So, if I'm going to go, I thought it would definitely have to be UA. You're a go-getter fanboy. But I've told you this before. Stands aren't quirks, so it's going to be a lot harder for you and your friends to get in. It's sad, but that is what the reality is. And UA's is the hardest hero course to get into. In other words, in the 10 months until the UA's entrance exam, I have to complete becoming a worth vessel. Izuku summed up. That's where this comes in. All Might said, holding some sheets of paper in his left hand. I came up with this. Aim to pass. American Dream Plan. It's a training plan to help you finish cleaning up the beach. I'll have you follow this in every aspect of your life. Even sleep time is included. Izuku said while looking through the plan. All Might then came up next to him with his hand covering the side of his mouth. Seeing this was going to be a private conversation, Haru and Adrien backed off. Frankly, this is a super hard schedule. All Might whispered, Can you follow it? Of course. Izuku said with determination, I have to work many times harder than anyone else, or else I can't do it. Haha, I like your attitude. One other thing, you're not allowed to use your stand. That statement shocked all three boys. Then again it made sense to them. If Izuku used his stand, he wouldn't be training his body and he wouldn't get anywhere. I understand. No pun intended. Izuku said then turned to Haru and Adrien, I want you two to make sure I never summon Agile Emerald on purpose or accident. Consider it done. Adrien agreed. You got it. Haru added. By the way, young Midoriya, All Might called, who taught you how to use your stand? Oh right. I never told you. Izuku answered with a smile, my sensei, Jotaro Kujo. What? All Might screamed, transforming back into his skinny form. Jotaro Kujo? The stand user of Star Platinum. Yeah, have you two met? We have. He became my worst nightmare. You're scared of Jotaro-sensei? Why? Trust me. You don't want to know. For the next few months, Izuku cleaned up the beach with what little muscle he had. Jotaro didn't train to build muscle, but to control his stand. Izuku had to do the muscle building on his own. Haru and Adrien kept their promises and made sure he didn't summon his stand. Slowly, he started to restore the beach to its former glory. He even showed his mom the schedule and what he needed to eat. On his off time though, even during school, Izuku exercised to increase his strength and stamina. He did push-ups, pull-ups and lifted weights. He jogged at least a mile on the weekends. He swam laps in the ocean. He even carried All Might on certain occasions. Some other muscle and stamina activities he did, though without telling either his friends or All Might. Sooner or later, they were going to find out. 7 months later, In the season of fall, All Might was riding a two-wheeled gyro down the park. Behind was Izuku, who was carrying a miniature safe on his shoulder. Behind him were Haru and Adrien, making sure that he didn't use his stand for any reason. The day was going fairly normal with the schedule All Might had given Izuku. Halfway through the park, though, Izuku collapsed, faced first on the ground. I mean Mr. Yagi, Haru called. Izuku is down. Toshinori Yagi, All Might's true name, stopped the vehicle and looked behind him. He saw Adrien and Haru leaning over a panting Izuku, whose face was still in the dirt. Stepping off the gyro, he addressed the green-haired stand user. Hey, what's wrong? He asked. There are only 3 months left. You won't make it. Wanna give up? Wanna take it easy and rest today? Izuku answered Toshinori by trying to get up. It was proving difficult because of exhaustion. The pro hero took a closer look and was shocked to see something different in Izuku's behavior. He wasn't tired because he was doing the work little by little. He was tired because he was overdoing it. Overwork? He said quietly before speaking up. The aim to pass, American Dream Plan, was adjusted with your body in mind to make sure you'd make it in time for the exam. You haven't been sticking to the plan, have you? Overdoing it will have the opposite effect. Don't you want to get in? I do, but I can't just get in. Izuku answered while trying to lift his face out of the dirt. I have to work a lot more than other people, or I won't be able to catch up. I want to be like you. I want to become the greatest hero, like you. Saving people with a fearless smile, like you. Izuku said that last part looking up at Toshinori, surprising the #1 hero. Haru had a smile on his face, seeing his friend wanting to become a hero as great as All Might. Adrien was also smiling, while pulling out a water bottle for Izuku to drink from. He's looking far into the future, huh? Toshinori thought to himself before turning into All Might. Picking up Izuku, he spoke to him. You go-getter fanboy. I like that. But if that's the case, then you really can't rush things now. But I understand your feelings. Leave it to this old guy to adjust your plan. You're not old, All Might. That comment from Izuku caused All Might, Haru and Adrien to laugh together. 3 months later, 6 a.m., on the day of the entrance exam. Toshinori exited his truck to see how Izuku was doing. He didn't wait for Haru or Adrien because they were probably already with Izuku. Winter was coming to a close, but the cold was still around, so Toshinori dressed in something warm. Walking to the beach, he was expecting Izuku to be finished with what he was assigned. The #1 hero was in for a surprise. Hearing a yell, Toshinori looked up to see a pile of trash with Izuku standing on top of it. He was yelling at the top of his lungs in a victory cry. Adrien and Haru were watching in both amusement and pride. Told you he would go beyond, Haru said while holding out his hand. I know. Should have known better than to bet against you, Adrien said in defeat but still smiling. Reaching into his pocket, he handed Haru some money, who gladly accepted it. Go beyond what? Yagi asked, running up to the boys. Take a look at the view, Mr. Yagi, Haru said without looking at him. It's a sight to behold. Adrien added. What? He didn't get to finish as he looked at the beach. Hey. He even cleaned outside where I told him to. Seriously? There's not even a speck of dust. Seriously? It was true about everything he said. Izuku had cleaned up the entire beach, not just where Yagi had told him to. There wasn't a single bit of trash in the sand. Even the small dock on the beach didn't have any garbage in it. It truly was a sight to behold as the sun rose from the east. He finished at the last minute. More than perfectly, Toshinori thought. Oh my goodness, Toshinori exclaimed, shouting the last part as he turned into All Might. He noticed that Izuku looked tired. Right as the stand user started to fall, the #1 hero caught him with ease. Good work. All Might, I did it. Izuku said in a tired tone. Yeah, you surprised me, you entertainer. All Might replied, while setting him down on his feet. Teenagers are amazing. Take a look. Izuku looked up to see All Might holding his phone with a picture on it. It was him, back when he was skinny and crying. This is... Izuku didn't finish. It's you, 10 months ago. All Might said smiling, you did good. You really did. The mirage of it is finally just barely visible, but you have certainly become a suitable vessel. Adrien and Haru came down to the beach to see the difference. Izuku Midoriya, who used to be skinny to most kids, now had muscle. He wasn't bulky like All Might but lean like Bruce Lee with his own six-pack. The green-haired stand user looked down at his hand. I feel like I'm cheating, he said with tears in his eyes. You did of this for me. I'm too blessed. What are you, Ret dead? Adrien asked in an amusing tone. You got this far because of your own hard work. You didn't even pull out Agile Emerald to help with the work. Izuku, Haru interjected. Everything that Adrien said was true. Now is not the time to doubt yourself. Izuku looked at both of his friends and enveloped them in a hug. Thanks guys, he said as they hugged back. They let go so that Izuku could look at All Might. I couldn't have said it better myself. All Might thought before speaking. You are very lucky to have good friends, young Midoriya. Never let them down and they'll do the same for you. Aside from those leaky eyes of yours that will have to fix and friendship bonding, it is time for the award ceremony, young Midoriya. Yes, sir. Izuku replied excitedly. All Might then pulled out a strand of his hair from his head and held it between his fingers. This is something I was once told. All Might started. Something that you receive because you're lucky and something that you are given because you are recognized are different in essence. Take that to heart. This is power that you earned because of your own effort. Izuku gave him a nod with a look of determination on his face. He then proceeded to watch as All Might handed the strand of hair closer to him. What the number one hero said next surprised all three of the stand users. Eat this. Wait, what? Adrien exclaimed. Huh. Izuku and Haru said at the same time. It doesn't matter what it is as long as you take in my DNA. All Might explained. It's too different from what I imagined. Izuku exclaimed. Now, there's no time. You'll be late for the exam. Come. If anyone was passing the beach, they could hear Izuku scream. We made it. Izuku said as he and his friends arrived at the UA entrance. It was flocking with kids heading in who wanted to pass the exam. Walking towards the doors, Izuku thought back to what happened at the beach. In the end, I didn't have time to test out the power I received from All Might. Izuku then stopped in his tracks deep in thought. Haru and Adrien noticed, stopping next to him. What's wrong, Izuku? Haru asked. Please don't tell me you're getting cold feet. Adrien said, You've come so far. It's not that, Adrien. Izuku answered with a disgusted look. I swallowed the hair, but did I really receive his power? Out of my way, deku! Shouted a familiar, annoying voice. All three boys turned to see Katsuki Bakugo walking towards them. Morning, Bakugo. Izuku said politely without a hint of fear in his voice. Don't stand in front of me. I'll kill you, short stuff in Goldilocks. Shish. Would it kill you to say please and do I look like a girl to you? Adrien said in an angry tone as he and the others moved. Katsuki just continued to walk by without responding to the remark, surprising the stand users. Hey, isn't that Bakugo? The one with the sludge villain? A student asked. Yeah. The stand users saved him. Talk about awesome teamwork. Another said. Look at him. Adrien said with a smirk, being ridiculed even before the exam starts. Cut him some slack. Izuku replied. Ever since that day, Bakugo hasn't tried to do anything to me. He never even challenged me, not once. Let's just leave him alone for a while. Fine, Adrien replied in an annoyed tone, but the minute we get accepted, I'm back to putting him in his place. At the receiving end of Golden Knight's blade. That's never going to happen. Haru said in a commanding tone. Well, come on guys. Izuku said while running ahead. He was so focused on reaching his destination, he tripped on his own foot. Are you kidding me? I'm this close to UA and I'm getting a one-way trip to the hospital? Izuku yelled in his mind as he fell face first to the ground. He was surprised though when he didn't make contact with the pavement. What surprised him even more was that his stand didn't activate. He was pulled from his thoughts when he heard a voice. Are you all right? It asked. The voice sounded feminine, a girl, probably his age. Izuku felt himself get righted onto his feet and looked to the one helped him. A short girl, 5 feet 1 inch, of petite build, with fair skin. She had little pink marks on each of her cheeks, like a permanent blush. Her eyes were large and round, their irises a warm brown, with rather thick upper eyelashes, 2 longer and more prominent ones protruding outwards on either side, and fewer but more individually pronounced lower eyelashes. Shoulder length and about the same color as her eyes, her hair was bobbed and curved inwards at the ends, 2 longer clumps taking the same shape on either side of her face, and short bangs that reach roughly a quarter of the way down her forehead. She had a smile that could brighten up anyone's day, anyone but Katsuki Bakugo. Izuku also noticed that on the top inner segment of each of her fingers, she had a small pink pad, somewhat resembling the toe of a cat or a dog's paw. "It's my quirk," she continued, sorry for using it without asking first. "But it'd be bad luck if you fell, right? Aren't you nervous?" That caused Izuku to start stuttering. Yeah. Haru was trying not to laugh while Adrien had an amused look on his face. "Let's do our best." "See ya," the girl finished and walked into the building. Izuku watched with a look of astonishment mixed with shock on his face. "I just talked to a girl," he said with excitement. More like stuttered instead of talking. Adrien said, walking next to him. "I must have looked like an idiot." "Don't worry. She had the right idea thinking you were nervous." Haru interjected, "We're all nervous. We just know how to deal under pressure. Come on. Let's head inside." UA High School Hero Course Exam Orientation. "For all of you examinee listeners tuning in," said an adult voice addressing all the teenagers sitting in their seats, "welcome to my show today. Everybody say, hey." He was answered with silence. What a refined response. He continued, "Then I'll quickly present to you the rundown of the practical exam. Are you ready?" "Yeah." He was once again met with silence. "Who is this guy?" Adrien asked. "It's the voice hero, Present Mike." Izuku exclaimed, "Wow. I listen to him every week on the radio. I'm so moved. All the teachers at UA are pro-heroes." It was a rhetorical question. As it says in the requirements, Present Mike continued, "You listeners will be conducting 10-minute mock urban battles after this." The screen showed a single room labeled, "You are here," for the students. Lines then showed up, connected to 7 different rooms. Each one was labeled with a letter of the alphabet AG. You can bring whatever you want with you. After the presentation, you'll head to the specified battle center, okay? Silence. Okay. In other words, Haru explained, they won't let you work with your friends, huh? Izuku looked to his card then at Haru's, Adrien's and Katsuki's. His read 2,234 while the others were 2,235, 2,232, and it even gave the location for which battle center they were going to. Izuku and Adrien were going to Site B while Katsuki and Haru were going to Site A. "You're right." Izuku agreed. "Even though our examinee numbers are consecutive, 2 of us are assigned to different battle centers. Please look at your own card." Haru said. "Sorry." Izuku apologized while looking away. "Drat, now I can't crush you, Deku." Katsuki complained. "Like you ever could." Adrien added. The screen then changed to show the diagram of a small city. Silhouettes of robots then showed up with the numbers 1, 2, and 3 on each. 3 different types of foe villains are stationed in each battle center. Present Mike explained, "You earn points for each of them based on their level of difficulty. Your goal, dear listeners, is to use your quirks or stands to earn points immobilizing the foe villains. Of course, attacking other examinees and any other unheroic actions are prohibited." "May I ask a question?" one of the students asked while raising their hand. "Okay." Present Mike replied while pointing towards the student. A spotlight turned on revealing the one who raised their hand. It was a young man who was relatively tall and muscular young man with a wide frame. He had short dark blue hair, flattened neatly down and parted on the left of his head, a small patch completely shaved near the base of his head, and rather square blue eyes which matched the notably pointed shape of his jaw. He was wearing a serious expression, and his eyebrows seemed to be permanently pointed inwards, quite thin and long in length, the far ends sharply hooked inwards, and he wore glasses with rectangular lenses. He was holding up a piece of paper for everyone to see. Who's Clark Kent? Adrien thought to himself. On the printout, there are 4 types of villains. He said, if that is a misprint, then UA, the most prominent school in Japan, should be ashamed of that foolish mistake. We examinees are here in this place because we wish to be modeled into exemplary heroes. Speak for yourself. Haru thought at listening to the guy. He was surprised though when the examinee turned around and pointed at Izuku. In addition, he continued, you over there with the curly hair. Izuku pointed to himself with a puzzled look. You and your friends have been muttering this whole time. It's distracting. If you're here on a pleasure trip, then you should leave immediately. I'm sorry. Izuku apologized. Mind your own business. Adrien retorted to the boy. Okay. Examinee numbers 7111 and calm down. Present Mike said, as for examinee 7111, thanks for the great message. The 4th type of villain is worth 0 points. That guy's an obstacle, so to speak. There's one in every battle center. An obstacle that will go crazy in narrow spaces. It's not impossible to defeat, but there's no reason to defeat it either. I recommend that you listeners try to avoid it. Thank you very much. Please excuse the interruption. Examinee 7111 said before sitting down, and the spotlight turned off. Some of the students started to whisper. I see. It's like the obstacles in a video game, huh? The whole thing is like a video game. That's all from me. Present Mike concluded. Finally, I'll give you listeners a present our school motto. The hero Napoleon Bonaparte once said, a true hero is someone who overcomes life's misfortunes. Go beyond. Plus ultra. Now, everyone, good luck suffering. A bus took the examinees to their assigned locations. Izuku and Adrien went to B while Haru, who was stuck with Katsuki, went to Site A. They both and other examinees stood in front of a giant door that led to the mock city. How much did it cost to build this? Adrien asked himself. It's time to do it. Izuku thought to himself, it's time to give everything I got from my training with all might for the past 10 months. Also, to give my all for the training Jotaro-sensei put me through. I will become the hero I always dreamed of being. What is this? It's like a city. They have more than one of these on the school grounds? UA's amazing. Those were the voices of the students who were about to take the exam. They were marveling at the size of the battleground they were about to enter. Izuku was still shaking a bit while Adrien was making sure his workout clothes were comfortable. He was dressed in a white t-shirt and black shorts. He had been working out when he and Haru weren't watching Izuku while he trained, so he had muscles to show. Looking to Izuku, he noticed him shaking. What's wrong? He asked, walking up to him. Mock battles. Izuku answered while looking around. He was wearing the light blue tracksuit he wore while training under All Might. How can everyone be so confident? Aren't they nervous? They even have equipment to go with their quirks. Dude, I bet you they're all nervous. They just don't want to show it. Good point. Izuku then noticed a familiar hairstyle to a certain someone. Oh, it's the person I met at the school gates. The nice person. Who? Adrien then looked in the same direction as Izuku and smiled. The girl who helped you. Izuku just nodded in response. He then felt a push from Adrien. Be the gentleman and go thank her. He stated, also encourage her. She looks nervous as well. Sure. Izuku answered while stuttering and started walking towards the girl. Adrien watched with pride as Izuku slowly walked towards the girl. Hearing movement behind him, he looked to see the same examinee who called out to Izuku rapidly walking towards him. He then looked to see that his intended target was Izuku. Acting fast, he put out his arm, making the examinee stop in his tracks. What are you doing? He exclaimed. That girl appears to be trying to focus and your friend is attempting to interfere. How dense are you, Clark Kent? Adrien asked while turning to him. She helped him when he almost fell on his face at the entrance of the school, so he's just going over there to thank and encourage her. The examinee then looked to see them both calmly talking. Izuku looked a bit nervous but still smiled while the girl was smiling. He then looked back at Adrien. I see. He said, I apologize for the misunderstanding. I guess I'm so stressed I began to act rashly instead of thinking it through. Thank you for stopping me. You're welcome, Clark Kent. Adrien replied. By the way, who is Clark Kent? A vein appeared on top of Adrien's head and his left eye twitched in annoyance with a scowl to complete the features. A few minutes earlier, Izuku slowly walked up to where the girl was and waited a few seconds before getting her attention. He gently tapped her on the shoulder, making her look towards him. Oh, it's you, she said with surprise. I just wanted to thank you for helping me back at the entrance. He stuttered, yeah, and also to wish you good luck on the exam. Oh, thanks. She replied, smiling in the process, then held out her hand to him. My name is Achiko. Achiko Uraraka. Izuku Midoriya. He replied while shaking her hand. I just shook hands with a girl. Izuku screamed in his mind. Achiko then let go and looked at Izuku's face. It's nice to meet you properly, she said, still smiling. What's your quirk, by the way? Well, Before Izuku could come up with an excuse, a shout was heard, catching everyone's attention. You uncultured swine, the familiar voice of Adrien yelled. Everyone looked to see him, giving the glass-wearing examinee a scowl that would even make Katsuki cower in fear. Oh, Izuku said, then turned to Achiko. Excuse me, I'll be right back. He then ran to Adrien's side. How could you not know? Adrien exclaimed, making the examinee take a step back in fear. Why, I ought to. Adrien, calm down. Izuku commanded, placing his hands on Adrien's shoulders. Relax. Deep breaths. Deep breaths. Breathe in and out. In and out. In and out. Adrien didn't listen at first, but he slowly did what Izuku said. He breathed in and out. In and out. In and out. He did this about 6 times before taking 3 steps away from the examinee. He then gently removed Izuku's hands from his shoulders and brushed his hair back. It's okay. I'm fine. I'm cool. I'm fine. Adrien assured Izuku. I'm sorry about that. Izuku apologized to the examinee. What exactly happened? Well, he stopped me from making myself look like a fool. I apologized and then he called me Clark Kent, to who I don't. He then stopped and realized what had happened. Oh, Superman. That's where the name comes from. My apologies again for not realizing it sooner. Adrien is a big comic book fan. Whenever who is into heroes doesn't know something, he loses his temper. Reminder for the future, don't ever say anything bad about comic book heroes. You will be on the receiving end of his wrath. Duly noted. Okay, start. The voice of Present Mike exclaimed, getting the examinee's attention. What's wrong? There are no countdowns in real fights. The die has been cast, you know. Oh snap. Adrien exclaimed, then turned to his friend. Come on, Izuku. Izuku nodded his head in response and charged in the mock city right behind Adrien. The other students followed as well, going in as fast as possible. While running, Izuku was mentally telling himself to keep calm. Lesson number 1: stay calm in any situation. He reminded himself, I can do this. I have both Jotaro Sensei's and All Might's training with me. Flashback. Dagoba Municipal Beach Park. Izuku looked like he was about to throw up as he swallowed the hair. Haru was trying his best to look settled, but he was failing. Disgusted was written all over his face. Adrien actually did hurl at seeing the whole thing. Luckily, there was a trash can nearby. Really? Haru asked. You can look a villain in the face, but you puke at the sight of hair? It's not the hair that's the problem. Adrien replied after puking a second time. It's the fact that it's being swallowed that makes me sick. All right. All Might exclaimed to Izuku. You swallowed the hair, right? Yeah, but... Izuku finally said after composing himself and looked down at his hands. I don't feel any different, though. Of course not. All Might replied after a small laugh. What do you think the stomach does? Well, you'll feel something in 2 or 3 hours. I'm so nervous, I need to hurry back, take a shower, and eat breakfast. Haru, Adrien, you should do the same. got it? Both friends replied as they grabbed their bags. The three of them were about to leave when All Might called for Izuku. You have become a proper vessel, he stated, but it was one that was made in a hurry. You didn't even get to take it for a test drive? Prepare yourself for the physical repercussions it'll have on your body. Huh. Izuku replied in a pulled manner. I see. Haru thought to himself, Izuku may now be a proper vessel, but his body isn't used to having all that power. I don't want to think about what would happen if he uses one for all at 100%. Can he even handle 5%? I don't have time to explain in detail, All Might continued, so I'll just tell you this. When you use my quirk, one for all, squeeze your buttocks and yell this inside your heart. The flashback was interrupted when a building was broken through. Izuku stopped in his tracks and saw a faux villain. On one of its arms was the number 1 point. Izuku exclaimed. Target acquired. The faux villain said, I'll kill you. The villain then charged at Izuku at full speed. Izuku was having a hard time trying to get a grip. He couldn't even remember how All Might had told him to activate one for all. Luckily, he didn't need to use it. He had another weapon at his disposal. Agile Emerald, he shouted, and his stand appeared right in front of him. Smash! It shouted and punched the robot head-on. The machine fell to the ground with a hole in its chest. Izuku then took a few calming breaths and then continued to run with Agile Emerald floating behind him. Looking around, he noticed that Adrien was no longer with him. He must have decided to go his own way. He thought, that means I'm on my own. Izuku then remembered something that his old sensei, Jotaro Kujo, had taught him. Flashback. 9 years ago. Izuku laid on the ground, beaten and bruised. It has been a year into his training and he quickly learned that Jotaro doesn't slack off. He made sure that Izuku understood a few things before he decided to teach him to use his stand in combat. He taught him how to summon his stand on command and had him do household chores with it. Izuku didn't mind, though, since he was learning how to control his stand. Back to now, Izuku tried to get up but was having trouble. He then saw Jotaro walk up to him, kneel down on one knee and hold out his hand to him. Izuku gladly took it only for Star Platinum to punch him in the face, sending him lying on the ground, holding a red nose. Remember, Jotaro said while standing back up, your enemy is not going to play fair. Jotaro-sensei. Izuku called while standing up, what will I do if I'm on a team and I get separated? Where did this come from? I was watching the news and a team of heroes were stopping a villain. The villain then got all the heroes separated and took them down, one by one. Thankfully, he was stopped when All Might showed up and took him down. Lazy bum. Always showing up when things are going downhill. Jotaro said under his breath, then looked to Izuku. So, what are you saying? If I get on a team, Izuku explained, and I get separated from my teammates, what should I do when the villain comes after me? Yar days. That's simple. Fight back. That's the problem with most of the heroes today. Even if they have the villain in a secluded area and they're all alone, they still hold back. When you have a chance to take an enemy down and you have the power to back it up, then you take that chance. That will be your challenge today. To continue fighting me with everything you have until you can't go on any longer. Izuku nodded with a determined look, summoned Agile Emerald and charged at his sensei. Flashback and if I have the enemies all to myself and I'm alone, Izuku thought to himself as two more robots, one a 2-pointer and the other a 3, charged at him. Then I don't need to hold back. Smash! His stand shouted and with one punch destroyed both robots and a building in the process. Izuku then looked around to see 5 more robots coming after him. All right, Izuku said with confidence, let's do this. In a hidden observation room, a huge number of pro heroes watched as the examinees took the exam. There were multiple screens, one for each student. At the front row seats, Toshinori Yagi sat watching next to a short, well-dressed creature that looked like a mix between a dog, a mouse, and a bear. In this practical exam, the dog-mouse-bear said, the examinees have been not informed of the number of villains or their locations. They have a limited amount of time in a vast area. They have to draw the villains out from there. Information gathering ability to understand the situation before anyone else. mobility that can be used in many different circumstances, discernment to be able to stay calm in any situation, and pure combat ability. These basic abilities needed to keep peace in the streets are turned into points in this test. Doesn't this year's group look promising? A woman asked. Hold it. A man said and pointed to the screens that showed Izuku, Haru, and Adrien. How is it that these three have the same quirk? Because they don't. Toshinori answered and pressed a button. Their screens then changed to a light red, and to everyone's surprise, they saw other figures fighting for them. Well, I'll be. The woman said, it looks like we have ourselves a few stand users this year. Interesting. The dog mouse bear added, this is the first time that stand users have decided to come to UA. There is no rule against a stand user joining, so they just have to acquire enough points to get accepted. Back to the other comment of promising group, Toshinori said, we can't know for sure yet. Their true test is still to come. He then pressed a big red button. Izuku had just taken down 9 more bots after the other 19 when he felt the ground shake. He then noticed some dust flying around the street and thought another villain had decided to come out of hiding. He wasn't wrong, but not what he was expecting. He saw a robot that was as tall as the original 1954 Godzilla. That's the 4th villain. He screamed in his mind, isn't it a little too big? The robot then directed a punch to where he was standing. Out of instinct, Agile Emerald appeared and blocked the punch before it could hit Izuku. Dust flew everywhere and Izuku flew with it. He landed on his buns thankfully, so he wasn't hurt. An overwhelming threat. Toshinori continued, how people act after they've seen this shows their true nature. All the other examinees ran for their lives while Izuku still looked at the robot in both amazement and fear. Feeling a hand on his shoulder, he looked to see Adrien with a terrified look on his face. What are you doing? He exclaimed while pulling Izuku to his feet. We have to run. All right. Izuku replied after composing himself and ran right next to Adrien. Less than 2 minutes left. Present Mike reminded them. Bad time to remind us. Adrien yelled back without looking and continued to run with his green-haired friend right beside him. Izuku then heard a sound that made him stop in his tracks. Turning around, he saw the nice girl who helped him, Achiko Uraraka, on the ground trying to get up but failing. The robot was getting closer to where she was. Seeing her in that state, reminded of Izuku to when he saw Katsuki captured by the sludge villain. It made him feel like he had to do something, anything to save him. He then remembered something else that his sensei, Jotaro, had told him. Flashback. 11 years ago. The day had finally come for Izuku to start his training with Jotaro Kujo. They both went to an abandoned part of the city where no one could watch them. Izuku was beaming with excitement while walking behind Jotaro. He was finally going to learn how to use his stand. When they got to the location, Jotaro stopped in his tracks. Izuku accidentally walked into him and fell on his buns. Standing up, he noticed that Jotaro wasn't moving. What's wrong, Mr. Kujo? He asked. Jotaro then turned to look at Izuku. Izuku Midoriya, he said, why do you want to become a hero? Why do I want to become a hero? Yar days. Most of the people that become heroes are only in it for the glory and money. From what I've seen, they don't care about the people, they only care about themselves. The only exception is All Might. I want to know why you want to become one. That's easy. Izuku answered with a smile, I want to be able to save people, like All Might. He's always swooping with a smile on his face, making everyone feel safe. I want to be like that. Saving people while smiling and making them feel safe. That's why I want to become a hero. Kujo wanted to say the kid was lying, but all he could see was truth in Izuku's words. Surprising himself, he smiled. Then make me a promise, kid. He said, getting Izuku's attention. Promise me that no matter what happens, if it's bullying, hateful people, or even villains, you'll always keep your drive to be a hero. Saving lives with a smile on your face, even at the cost of your own life. Can you do that for me? Izuku thought about what he said. A promise to hold onto his reason for becoming a hero. To save lives with a smile, no matter the cost. Even All Might rushes into danger without thinking of his own safety. He's willing to die trying to save people in danger. He looked back up to Jotaro and gave him a big smile, showing his teeth in the process while nodding. That almost made the man laugh. "Okay," he said, "let's get started on your training." "Yes, sir, Mr. Kujo," Izuku replied. "You're my student now. You'll address me as Jotaro-sensei." "Got it, Jotaro-sensei." Flashback and I promised him I would never forget why I wanted to become a hero, Izuku thought to himself, turning towards where Achiko was and started to run in that direction, and I'm going to keep that promise. "Izuku, what are you doing?" Adrien shouted, seeing that his friend was running towards the robot instead of away from it. "There is absolutely no merit in taking on the faux villain," Toshinori said as he and the other heroes watched the screen, "but that creates the opportunity for it to shine brightly." Adrien watched as his friend ran towards the villain with shock. It turned to horror when he saw Agile Emerald vanish instead of staying ready. He was about to rush in to help his friend when the impossible happened. He saw Izuku jump higher than any normal human should. "What the?" was all he could say. The girl, Achiko, watched in surprise as well from seeing Izuku pull off a feat like that. She was about to be even more surprised for what came next. And rise to the surface. In the air, Izuku wasn't really paying attention to what was going on around him. His sole focus was to destroy the robot before Achiko got any more hurt. Raising his right fist, he clenched it and reeled it back. Unbeknownst to him, red lines started to appear on his arm and his entire right sleeve ripped off. In that moment, he remembered when All Might told him how to activate his quirk. "Squeeze your buttocks, and yell this inside your heart." Izuku screamed in his mind and punched the zero-pointer head-on in the face. The robot then started to fall back and explode at the same time. The other examinees watched in awe as a single unknown examinee destroyed the zero-pointer with just a single punch. Adrien had a happy smile on his face from seeing that display of power. "He did it," he exclaimed to himself. "He used one for all." "That's right," Toshinori said at watching that display of power and bravery. "It rises to the surface. The most important qualification of a hero. The spirit of self-sacrifice." 1 minute left. Present Mike shouted, bringing Izuku out of his daze. Looking down, he noticed that he was very high up in the air. He started to panic though when he noticed that he was falling. "Wait, this is All Might's power." He thought to himself, "I'm able to jump this high now. Landing should be a piece of cake. Izuku tried to right himself, but for some reason, his legs wouldn't obey him. Looking up, he saw that his legs weren't stiff, like they should be. They were flailing around, like a rag doll's legs. The same was for his right arm, flailing around and bruised. Only one conclusion came to Izuku's mind. His right arm and both of his legs were broken. He didn't understand why until he remembered something that All Might said. "You have become a proper vessel, but it was one that was made in a hurry. Prepare yourself for the physical repercussions it'll have on your body." "Oh yeah, I'm such an idiot," he thought to himself. A mere 10 months was just barely enough time. I can just barely hold this borrowed power. I was being conceited for a second. I've only been given the right to stand at the start line. Wait, stand. That's it. Agile Emerald. Izuku shouted and his stand appeared. Agile Emerald then gently wrapped his left arm around Izuku and dug his right arm into the nearest building. The building was getting holes in it, but Izuku's descent was slowing down. 3 inches before his broken legs could hit the ground, he and Agile Emerald came to a complete stop. Izuku's stand gently placed him on the ground, with his back leaning against the building. Agile Emerald then vanished at seeing his work was done. "Izuku!" Adrien shouted as he ran to his friend. Achiko followed close behind him, though she was having some trouble. Her right ankle was sprained so she couldn't run as fast. Adrien got to Izuku first, and she caught up a few seconds later. "Izuku, are you okay?" the blonde asked in a scared manner. "Well, both my legs are broken and so is my right arm," Izuku answered in a calm tone. "Other than that, I'll live." "Good to know." Out of the blue, Adrien backhanded Izuku on his left cheek, surprising Achiko. "What's wrong with you? Are you trying to die? What did you want me to do?" Izuku shouted back, "Abandon Uraraka and let her get hurt?" Who's Uraraka? I'm Uraraka. Achiko Uraraka. The said girl answered, getting both boys' attention. She slowly made her way to Izuku and knelt in front of him. Are you okay? She asked him while lightly touching his right arm. Seeing him hiss in pain, she quickly pulled her hand back. I was going to ask you the same question. Izuku asked with a weak smile. Why do I bother? Adrien muttered with some amusement in his voice. He was still mad at Izuku for pulling a stunt like that, but he was just glad his friend was alright mostly. Yeah, I'm okay. Achiko answered with uncertainty. That's good to know. Izuku replied and lost consciousness just as Present Mike shouted, Time's up. Other students began to gather around where Izuku was. What was that guy? He suddenly jumped at the obstacle. He seemed to have a reinforcement type quirk, but that was unusual. Anyway, there's no mistaking he's an amazing guy. They're missing the point. The glasses-wearing examinee thought to himself, didn't they see? He jumped out to save that girl. He was aware of the remaining time, his own safety, and the points he needed to pass, and even so, he did not hesitate at all. He then thought back to when the faux villain showed up. All he and the other examinees did was run for their lives, away from the danger. If we had not been in an exam, of course, I would have done the same. Wait, exam? Of course? Wait a minute. The examinee was pulled from his thoughts when he heard a voice. Turning around, he saw a short woman looked about 60 going on 70, in a medical outfit walking towards them with a cane that looked like a syringe. Okay, good work. She said, good work, good work. Here you go. Have some gummies. Eat some gummies. She started to hand out gummy bears to each of the examinees. They didn't understand why until one of them spoke up. That mademoiselle is the backbone of you, he said with a French accent. The elderly lady then walked up to where Izuku was. Oh dear, she said, you were hurt this much by your own quirk? It's as if his body is not used to his quirk yet. She thought to herself before doing something everyone did not expect. She bent down and kissed Izuku on his forehead. What was that? One of the examinees asked. UA High's licensed school nurse. The examinee with the French accent answered, the youthful heroine, recovery girl. Her quirk is the super activation of healing ability. You can only go through with such a reckless exam because of her. As he was explaining, everyone watched as Izuku was completely healed. Adrien then turned to recovery girl. Thanks for healing my friend. He said, last thing I need is for his mom to come after me because I didn't keep him from getting severely injured. You're welcome, young man. The heroine answered, then turned to the other examinees. Let's finish this quickly. Is anyone else injured? I see. The glasses-wearing examinee continued to think. If this exam is set up like that, then he's... If only he had gotten one more point. Adrien said to himself, looking at Izuku with a sad look on his face. Unbeknownst to him, someone heard what he had said. 1 week later. Izuku? Inko called out to her son. Izuku was just staring at his fish in deep thought. He hadn't touched a bit of his food. Izuku? Izuku? Third time was the charm as Izuku was pulled from his thoughts and looked at his mom, who had a worried expression on her face. Hey, are you all right? She asked. You just kept staring at your fish? Oh, sorry mom. I was just thinking about something. Izuku replied and started to eat his food. After dinner and dishes, Izuku sat on the couch doing some of his fist exercises. He barely passed the written exam with a small score. During the practical exam, though, he had lost count of his points, so he didn't know if he had passed or not. The results should arrive today or tomorrow, right? Inko asked as she was putting away books with her quirk. Yeah, mom. Izuku replied. Geez, I think it's amazing that you even applied at UA. Well, Jotaro-sensei said I should learn from the best. That's right, he did. Izuku hadn't even told his mother about All Might or his quirk. He had kept that secret so he could continue being the symbol of peace. He promised not to tell anyone, not even his family. Only Haru and Adrien knew about that secret. He texted his friends, asking if they got accepted, but no reply. They were probably still waiting for their answer as well. Izuku then decided to lift weights while still in thought. Jotaro-sensei, he thought, I wish you were here. I wish you could have seen me. How far the training you put me through helped in the long run. I wish you were. Izuku's thoughts were interrupted when he heard the door open. He looked to see his mom clumsily trying to get in by crawling but was having trouble from shaking with both shock and excitement. Aizu. Izuku, she stuttered, finally getting in and showing him an envelope with Yue's signature on it. It's here. It's here. Izuku grabbed the letter, said a quick, thank you, to his mom and rushed to his room. Closing his door, he sat at his desk and opened the letter. There was a small circular object inside of it. Izuku gently placed on his desk and a bright light appeared from the center. It then projected a video with All Might on it. I am here as a projection, he boomed while dressed in nice business clothes, taking Izuku by surprise. All Might? Izuku exclaimed, wait, this is from Yue, right? What? I had to do some paperwork that took some time, so I couldn't contact you. I'm sorry. Actually, I came to this town to work at Yue. Izuku was once again caught by surprise. All Might is working at Yue? He asked out loud. All Might was about to continue speaking when a hand appeared, making look off screen. HM? What is it? He asked. Wrap it up. But there is something I must talk to him about. It's going to push everything else back? Alright. Okay. All Might then looked back at the screen. You passed the written exam, but sadly you missed a few points on the practical exam. That gives you a total of 78 points, meaning you didn't pass. Izuku slammed his fist on the table out of frustration from hearing the news. He missed 1 point from getting into Yue. I was so close, he said to himself while looking down. If that was all there was to it. That caused Izuku to look back up at the screen. I am an entertainer as well. First, take a look at this video. A TV in the projection turned on, showing a familiar face on it. Excuse me, she said. Uraraka? Izuku exclaimed. She came to negotiate directly in person after the exam. All Might explained, negotiate what? Keep watching to find out. The video then continued to play. The person with curly hair and freckles. She continued, his name is Izuku Midoriya. Do you know who I'm talking about? Kind of plain looking. Is it possible for me to give him some of my points? What did she say? Izuku thought to himself. I heard his friend say, if only he had gotten 1 more point. So, I guess that he was 1 point short from being accepted. He saved me. Please. The video paused. In addition to now having a quirk, All Might said, your actions spurred other to act. The entrance exam the other day was not graded only on villain points. The video resumed. Even if you ask to, Present Mike replied to Ochako, you cannot give him your points. Anyway, there's no reason to give him any female listener. The video ended and the camera focused on All Might. How can a hero course reject people who save others and do the right thing? He stated, call that lip service. Bring it on. This is a job that requires risking one's life to put that lip service into practice. Rescue points. And they're given by a panel of judges. It's the other basic ability we at UA look at. A score panel then showed up showing the total number of points all the examinees got. Izuku was shocked to see that he was in first place. Izuku Midoriya, 60 points. That's a total of 158 points. Izuku screamed in his mind. The screen then showed Ochiko's points. And Ochiko Uraraka, 45 points. The screen then switched back to All Might. You both pass. This is too crazy. Izuku said on the verge of tears. Come, young Midoriya. This is your hero academia. Yes, sir, the young stand user said while wiping away the tears in his eyes. Haru. Adrien. Haru-sensei. I did it. I got in. UA observation room. The cumulative results for the practical exam are out, someone exclaimed. On the screen were the top 10 examinees who got the most points. Izuku Midoriya, villain, 66 rescue, 60. Katsuki Bakugo, villain, 77 rescue, 0. Eijiro Kirishima, villain, 39 rescue, 35. Ochiko Uraraka, villain, 28 rescue 45. Ibara Shizuki, villain, 36 rescue 32. Itsuka Kendo, villain, 25 rescue 40. Tenya Ida, villain 52 rescue. Tetsu, villain 49 rescue 10. Fumikage Tokoyami, villain 47 rescue 10. Yosetsu Aways, villain 50 rescue 6. I can't believe he got second place with no rescue points. A woman said, referring to Katsuki Bakugo. The foe villains acquire their targets and draw near them. A man explained, in the second half, as others were slowing down, he used his flashy quirk to keep bringing them close and then counterattacking. It's the result of his toughness. Then there's the first place student with almost an equal number of both villain and rescue points. There have been other examinees who took on the large villain in the past, but it's been a while since I last saw someone blow it away. But to suffer a serious injury from his own attack, it's like he's a young child whose quirk just manifested. It may have something to do with the fact that he is also a stand user. You're probably right. Incredible. A person with both a quirk and a stand. That combination has never been seen before. An unknown person watched in the back as everyone discussed the subject. Dagoba Municipal Beach Park. Toshinori Yagi stood by the edge of the water, watching the waves roll in and out. He put a call for Izuku, Haru, and Adrien to meet him at the beach. He was thinking about watching Izuku use one for all for the first time at the practical exam. He was pulled from his thoughts when he heard footsteps approaching. Turning around, he saw all three boys approach him. All Might! Izuku exclaimed, making Toshinori cough up blood in surprise. Who's that? He replied, hoping no one heard Izuku. Sadly, a couple at the beach did hear him. All Might! No way! Where? Repeat after me. Toshinori whispered to Izuku, I had the wrong person. Oh, I had the wrong person. Izuku quickly repeated, making sure the couple heard him. Ah, what? I was hoping to see him. It worked. The moment their attention was away from them, Adrien clocked Izuku in the head. Ow! Izuku screamed. Adrien, what was that for? For nearly giving away All Might's secret identity. He answered, seriously, you need to think before you do something. Cut him so slack, Adrien. Haru said, he's not used to calling him by his real name. Argument aside, Toshinori interjected while raising his hand at Izuku, congrats on getting accepted. Thank you very much. Izuku said while giving him a high five. Just so you know, I didn't tell the school about my connection to you. You're the type that would think that's cheating, right? I wasn't one of the judges. Thank you for your concern. Izuku said while bowing. Yep. That's Izuku for you. Haru clarified. But I was surprised to find out that you were a teacher at UA. So that's why you came here, huh? I mean, your agency is in Roppongi in Minato, Tokyo at Dash. Izuku, shut up. Adrien interrupted. Sorry, Adrien. Thank you, young Thompson. Toshinori said, as for me teaching at UA, I couldn't tell anyone before the school announced it. I just happened to be offered a job from UA when I was searching for a successor. I see. Izuku realized he was originally planning on choosing one of the students. One of the students gifted with an amazing quirk. He looked down at his hands with shock and some sadness. He then felt a hand on his shoulder and looked see Haru with a small smile on his face. He must have come to the same conclusion as well. Izuku, that's in the past. He assured his friend, you were chosen, no one else. Thanks, Haru. Izuku replied, then looked back to All Might. My body broke with one kick and one punch of one for all. I can't control it at all. That can't be helped. Toshinori replied, it's like if you asked a person who suddenly grew a tail to do a trick, they wouldn't even be able to control it. Izuku hung his head down in thought, but then snapped back up in realization. Wait, did you know that would happen? He asked Toshinori. Well, there wasn't any time. He answered unsurely, but it turned out all right. It turned out All Might. Are you kidding me? Adrien thought to himself. That was a very poor attempt at a joke. Haru silently agreed. Toshinori then picked up two spray cans in one hand. Right now, you're either at 100% or 0. He explained to Izuku, but once you can control it, you'll be able to adjust to what your body can handle. Control? Izuku asked with surprise. The more you train a vessel, the more you'll be able to move the power freely. Like this. Toshinori buffed up into all might and crushed the cans with little effort. Izuku got a determined look on his face, wanting to learn how to control his newfound power. The display of strength, though, once again brought the attention of the couple. Wait, is that All Might? No way. When did he get here? Let's go, young men. All Might exclaimed as he ran. The 3 stand users followed closely behind him. The number 1 hero looked behind him and at Izuku. The flame I passed on to you is still small, he thought, but in the future, it'll be exposed to wind and rain and grow even bigger. And then I will slowly become weak and disappear, and I will finish my job. Yeah, that's deep. April, the first day of school. Izuku, do you have tissue? Inko asked her son as he packed his bags. Yeah. Izuku replied, dressed in the gray UA school uniform. And your handkerchief? What about your handkerchief? Your hanky? I have it. I'm going to be late. I have to hurry. He was just about to exit the apartment when his mom called out to him, again. Izuku, she cried, getting her son's attention. What is it? He replied in a hurried tone, looking at his mom. He was going to be late on the first day, something he didn't want to be. She was smiling while also on the verge of tears. You're really cool. She said, Jotaro would be so proud of you, as am I. Hearing that made Izuku smile. I'm off, he said while exiting. Love you. Love you too. Inko replied as she watched her son leave. UA High School. Haru and Adrien had met up with Izuku 5 minutes after he left his home. The 3 of them made their way into the school in excited moods. Once they got into the building, though, they were nervous. They couldn't find the right classroom they were assigned to. Izuku said while running through the halls in front of his friends, this place is too big. No kidding. Adrien replied, it will take forever for us to find Class 1A. Found it. Haru stated and stopped running. Adrien and Izuku came next to him and looked at the sign that had the initials for their class. They were also surprised to see how big the entrance was. The door's huge. Adrien stated, is it for accessibility? From what I heard, Haru explained, the elite chosen from the huge number at the exam come to this class. Oh no. Izuku remarked, getting both boys' attention, I just realized that we might be in the same class as Bakugo. I hope you are wrong. Haru said. Come on, Izuku. Adrien said while opening the door and looking in, I'm sure he's in some other class in this school. Don't put your feet on the desk. The familiar voice of the glasses-wearing examinee exclaimed to one Katsuki Bakugo. Huh, the said boy replied as if he didn't hear him. Don't you think that's rude to the UA upperclassmen and the people who made the desk? Nope. What junior high did you go to, you side character? I stand corrected. Adrien said as he, Izuku and Haru entered to see this argument taking place. I attended semi-private academy. My name is Tenya Ida. The student identified himself. Semi. Katsuki replied, so you're an elite, huh? Looks like I'll have fun crushing you. Crushing? That's cruel. Do you truly aim to be a hero? Don't pay attention to him. Haru called out to Ida, hoping to get on Katsuki's nerves. He's all bark and no bite. Who said that? Katsuki called out, now noticing the 3 stand users at the door. Oh. The 3 losers. It's 3 musketeers. Adrien exclaimed, get it right, porcupine. What did you say? You heard me. Good morning. Tenya said to the 3 boys while walking towards them, I am from semi-private academy. My name is... I heard. Izuku interrupted while holding out his hand to him. I'm Izuku Midoriya. It's nice to meet you, Ida. Tenya was surprised at how polite this boy was being to him. He thought wouldn't want anything to do with him after how he treated him at the exam. With a smile, took Izuku's hand and shook it. I'm Haru Ryo Watanabe. Haru introduced himself. I see you've already met Adrien Thompson here. Yes, I have. Ida replied. He kept me from making a fool of Midoriya from a misunderstanding. Though, I did incur his anger for not knowing the name of Clark Kent. Either way, I'm glad we could meet under better circumstances. Same here. Adrien replied with a smile. Midoriya, Ida said, drawing Izuku's attention, you realized that there was something more to the practical exam, didn't you? I had no idea. I misjudged you. I hate to admit it, but you are better than me. Sorry. I actually didn't realize anything. Izuku thought in his head, I'm smart but I'm not that smart. Haru would be the one to figure out the rescue points, not me. Oh, morning Izuku, exclaimed a cheery voice. Izuku turned around to see Achiko standing right behind him. You passed, just like Present Mike said. She looks good in uniform. Izuku thought as he blushed like crazy. Achiko didn't notice as she kept talking while doing punching motions. Of course you did. Your punch was amazing. Break. Oh, well, he stuttered while trying to make sure she didn't see him blushing. It was thanks to you going to speak directly that How did you know about that? Oh, that's because... Katsuki, who was hearing the whole thing, stopped listening altogether. His thoughts traveled to a small memory. Flashback. Both boys were called to the principal's office of their old school. Izuku was a bit nervous while Katsuki was livid. Learning that Izuku had been accepted, taken first place no less while he was second, made him angry beyond belief. I can't believe we have 2 students from our school matriculating into UA, the principal said excitedly, especially you, Midoriya. It's a miracle. After the meeting, he hurried off to tell the good news to his friends. Sadly, he was intercepted by Katsuki who wanted a word with him. Grabbing him by the shirt, he held him up against the wall in a secluded area at the school. What dirty tricks did you use to get in, huh? He asked. Harshly, the first student from his high school to go to, my future plan has already been torn to pieces. I told you to go somewhere else. He didn't get to say anything else as he felt something impact his stomach. Katsuki tried to react but didn't have time as he was punched in the cheek. It sent him to ground and before he could get up, he was pulled up and pinned against the wall. Regaining his focus, he planned to blow up whoever dared attack. He was shocked to see that it was Izuku who was pinning him to the wall. He was even more shocked to feel that his hands were restrained. Looking down he saw just that. His hands were being held together by Izuku's right hand while his left was holding him in place. When the green-haired stand user looked up at him, it was a look Katsuki had never seen before. He had seen plenty of faces on the boy. When he was happy, sad, giddy, embarrassed, or even upset. This one look though, the one Izuku had on right now, this stone-cold scowl, made a chill go down his spine. For once, in his life, Katsuki was actually afraid of Izuku. Katsuki, Izuku said in a low voice, once again catching him by surprise. He never used his first name when he talked to him. It made him even more afraid than before. I don't know what happened between us, what caused our friendship to end. I honestly lost interest of learning the truth after 6 years of trying to reach out to you. I gave you your space, and only fought back when you invaded mine. I was never against you wanting to become a hero, and I'm still not. I'm not trying to keep you from becoming one, but know this. I have my own dreams of becoming a hero, and no one, not even you, are going to get in my way. You think you can keep me from that because you think I'm scared of you? Well, guess what? I was done fearing you a long time ago. I respect you because we were once friends. That's why I'm giving you a fair warning. Don't try to keep me from becoming a hero or there will be consequences. Izuku then let go of Katsuki and walked away. The blonde was too shocked to do anything else. He just kept watching him leave until he was out of sight. Flashback and Katsuki was rubbing his left cheek, the one Izuku had punched him in, as he thought about that day. He once again looked to where Izuku was, still trying to hide his face from Achiko. How dare he defy me? He thought to himself, something's definitely up. He then had the nerve to hit me with his own fists. Who does he think he? That's when he realized something that he totally overlooked. He didn't use his stand. He fought back with his own power. He really isn't afraid of me. Does that mean he'll keep the warning he gave me? I wonder if today's just the entrance ceremony or orientation? Achiko continued to speak. I wonder what our teacher's like? Aren't you nervous? So close. Izuku said under his breath. He looked to Adrien and Haru for help, but they were enjoying watching Izuku fluster in front of a girl. Thankfully, some did interrupt the blushing session. Go somewhere else if you want to play being friends. A tired voice said, causing Izuku, Tenya and Achiko to look to the floor behind her, outside the door. It was a man with black, drowsy eyes, zipped up in a sleeping bag. This is the hero course. The man opened his zipper a bit and pulled out a juice box to drink, emptying it in less than a second. Something's here. All three of them thought at the same time. The man then stood up in the sleeping bag and unzipped it. He then removed himself from it. He looked about 6 feet 2 inches with black hair that reached down to his neck. His attire was a long-sleeved black shirt with similar pants. He had some sort of super long scarf around his neck that covered his shoulders. Okay, it took 8 seconds before you were quiet. He continued to speak. Time is limited. You kids are not rational enough. I would like to see him say that to Adrien's face. Haru thought to himself. A teacher? Izuku thought to himself, which means that person is a pro hero too? But I've never seen a hero who looked that worn out before. I'm your homeroom teacher, Shota Aizawa. Nice to meet you. Homeroom teacher. Adrien thought, this guy looks like he needs some sleep, not teaching kids through the whole day. It's kind of sudden, Aizawa said as he showed the students a tracksuit, but put this on and go out onto the field. In another part of the school, Toshinori Yagi was sitting down, reading a book on the teacher directory. Since he was now a teacher at UA, he needed to know what to do. The UA system does not follow the beaten path. He thought while reading, depending on the homeroom teacher, even the first day can be UAB field. A Quirk assignment test? All of the students shouted in surprise. They were now standing outside in the tracksuits. What about the entrance ceremony? Achiko asked. The orientation? If you're going to become a hero, Aizawa answered, you don't have time for such leisurely events. UA's selling point is how unrestricted its school traditions are. That's also how the teachers run their classes. You kids have been doing these since junior high, too, right? Physical fitness tests where you weren't allowed to use your quirks. The country still uses averages taken from results from students not using their quirks. It's not rational. Well, the Ministry of Education is procrastinating. Aizawa then looked to Izuku. Bakugo, he said, you finished in the top 10 of the practical exam. Second place, right? Katsuki just nodded his head, with an angry look at being reminded he came in second. In junior high, what was your best result for the softball throw? 67 meters. He answered. Then, try doing it with your quirk. Aizawa threw him a softball and motioned for him to stand in the circle. You can do whatever you want as long as you stay in the circle. Hurry up, give it all you've got. Then well, Katsuki said while stretching, I'll add a blast to the pitch. Die, he shouted with a crazed look as he threw the ball. An explosion occurred making the ball fly even further. Izuku's, Haru's and Adrien's sweat dropped at seeing and hearing the display. That, really? They thought at the same time. Know your own maximum first. Aizawa said as he watched the ball fly and fall to the ground. That is the most rational way to form the foundation of a hero. He then showed his phone to the students. The number was 705.2 meters. They all gasped in surprise at what Katsuki just did. The only ones who weren't surprised were Izuku, Haru and Adrien. 705 meters? Seriously? One of the students said, and then more began to talk. What's this? It looks fun. We can use our quirks as much as we want. As expected from the hero course. It looks fun, huh? Aizawa asked in a neutral tone, making the students quiet. You have 3 years to become a hero. Will you have an attitude like that the whole time? He sounds peeved. Adrien thought to himself. He got shivers down his spine when the man smiled. It didn't even look pleasant, it looked like the kind that would give somebody nightmares. All right. The teacher said, whoever comes in last place in all 8 tests will be judged to have no potential and will be punished with expulsion. All the students shouted. Aizawa, huh? Toshinori said with worry. He had gotten to the page where it showed Class 1A and who their teacher was. It showed the teacher in bold letters. Name, Shota Aizawa. Erase your hero, erase her head. He'll be facing a lot of suffering from the start. Punished with expulsion? Izuku thought with worry. He wasn't scared of his teacher but was afraid of being kicked out for failing any of the tests. He looked down at one of his hands. Oh no, this is bad. In all 8 tests? I can only use one for all at either 100 or 0%. I can't control it yet. We're free to do what we want about the circumstances of our students. Aizawa said, pulling Izuku from his thoughts. He still had that creepy smile on his face. Welcome to UA's hero course. A huge test on the first day of school? Izuku started thinking again, what am I going to do? Last place will be expelled? Achiko asked, but it's the first day of school. No, even if it wasn't the first day of school, this is too unfair. I agree with you on that one. Haru silently agreed. Natural disasters. Aizawa began no longer smiling. Big accidents, and selfish villains. Calamites whose time or place can't be predicted. Japan is covered with unfairness. Heroes are the ones who reverse those situations. If you wanted to go talk with your friends at Mickey D's after school, too bad. For the next 3 years, UA will do all that it can to give you one hardship after another. Go beyond. Plus ultra. Overcome it with all you've got. Oh, I've also got one more thing to mention. Midoriya. Yes, sir. Izuku replied. Besides having a quirk, you also have a stand, correct? Yes. That surprised all of the students. One of their own has both a quirk and a stand. This concerns only you. You'll be doing the test twice. Once with your quirk and once with your stand. We need to know its strength, speed, range, defense, precision, and potential. You'll be doing them alongside the other 2 stand users here. Thompson and Watanabe, I believe their names are. Yes, those are their names. Perfect. All right, demonstration's over. The real thing starts now. All the students got determined looks on their faces. Test number 1, 50-meter dash. The first 2 at the start were Tenya Ida and a girl with long green hair that almost reached her buns and was tied in a ribbon shape and black eyes. She took the stance and almost moved like a frog. When the camera robot shouted, "Go!" Tenya took off faster than she did. If anyone noticed his legs, his calves had what looked like exhaust valves, 6 on each leg. He reached the finish in 3.04 seconds while she passed it in 5.58 seconds. When she passed, she let out a small rib bit, like a frog. Well, he's like a fish in water. Aizawa said, referring to Ida, it'll be worth seeing what others do. Next up was Achiko and a boy who had a tail. Lighten up my clothes and shoes, she said to herself as she used her quirk. When signaled, she ran as fast as she could to the finish line. Her numbers were 7.15 seconds while the boys were 5.49 seconds. She wasn't upset though, seeing that her numbers were better than they were at junior high. Up next was the French-accented boy with some sort of belt around his belly. Next to him was a girl with pink hair and skin. The scara of her eyes was black while her irises were a bright yellow. She also had horns on top of her head. The boy turned around so that his back was facing the finish line. Everyone, you're not being creative enough. He stated with pride, I'll show you what it's like. He then jumped and a laser shot out of the belt, propelling him towards the finish, while he exclaimed, to be allowed to use your quirk. Sadly, the laser stopped and he fell to the ground. The girl beat him, and he finished with a time of 5.51 seconds. Turning towards the girl, smiling the whole way, he said, if I shoot for more than a second, I get a stomachache. Looking at the upper limit of your quirks and the room for growth in each result, Aizawa thought, it becomes clear what you can and can't do. Up next were Izuku and Katsuki. He watched them both as they took off. That will connect to the creativity need for you to survive. Explosive speed. Katsuki shouted while using explosions to propel himself, and he took off like a rocket. Izuku was trying his best to keep up while not using one for all. Katsuki passed the finish line with a time of 4.13 seconds, while Izuku's time was 7.02 seconds. The green-haired stand user stopped running to take a breather. He was in deep thought as well. There are 7 more tests. He thought to himself, I'm sure everyone will use their quirks to produce some extraordinary results. On the other hand, I have this power that will break my body if I use it once. Luckily, I still have a chance since I have to do each one again with my stand, but it's still not enough. Control, control, even if I have the image in my head, when I have to actually use it. He then thought back to something that Toshinori told him. Dagoba Municipal Beach Park. 3 weeks ago, Toshinori and the boys got out of sight from the civilians. He was no longer in his all-might form and began to tell Izuku the trick to controlling one for all. The trick to controlling it is, he said before exclaiming the last part, feeling. Wow, that's all might for you. Izuku exclaimed before he was flicked in the head by Haru. Pay attention. He commanded. Sorry. You've already pulled out the 100%. Toshinori said while doing punching motions. It destroyed me though. But now that you have, it'll be easy. You should have already grasped the feeling. What was it like? Izuku thought 5 seconds before coming up with his best explanation. It was like a beezy, or the whoosh. I know. It's like an egg put into a microwave. Haha, that's boring but unique. If that's the image you have, then lower the wattage, or shorten the cook time. Anything's fine, just focus on the image of the egg not exploding. The image? Izuku thought. You have 3 weeks until school starts. Keep focusing on that image. It won't happen overnight, but I'm sure you'll be able to do it someday. Flashback and, all right. Aizawa said, it's time to see what the stands can do. Izuku went back to the starting line, where Haru and Adrien were waiting for him. To their surprise, a long piece of red-stained glass was placed next to the track. All of the students gathered near it to see why it was put there. Mr. Aizawa. A girl with black hair, tied into a ponytail called, What is this glass for? This is a special type of glass. Aizawa answered, It will allow us to see their stands. Sadly, we haven't figured out a way to hear them. This shocked the students. From what they learned, only another stand users can see other stands. Now they will be able to see their stands even though they weren't stand users themselves. Agile Emerald. Izuku shouted and his stand appeared right behind him. Violet Captor. Haru shouted, his stand appearing next to him. Golden Knight. Adrien shouted, his stand appearing in front of him. Whoa! The green-haired kid looks like an actual hero. The purple one looks a lot like Zoro. A knight in shining armor. How magnificent! The students were even more surprised though, when Izuku's stand vanished a bit leaving only his legs visible. They then aligned themselves with Izuku's legs. When the signal happened, all 3 boys raced to the finish in their own way. Haru was having Violet Captor pull him. Adrien was riding Golden Knight's back towards the finish. They were both passed by Izuku who was combining his own running with his stand speed. He crossed the finish line with a time of 2.01 seconds. Adrien got 3.05 while Haru achieved 3. The students were amazed at what the stands could do. There was no time for questions though. The next test was about to begin. Test number 2, grip strength. The image of the egg not exploding, Izuku thought to himself as he tried to activate one for all for this test. Sadly, the image that popped into his head was when his body was totally broken. That made him release his grip on the gauging device by mistake, and he looked at the results. His number was 56.0 kilograms. The glass was already around him for when he would use his stand. Hearing excitement, he looked to where it was coming from. He saw a tall multiple appendages boy with one of the grip devices. 540 kilograms? What are you, a gorilla? One of the boy students asked, Oh, an octopus? Octopuses are secretary. A short boy with grapey hair said, That sounded disgusting what you just said, kid. Adrien replied, his stand gripping the device. His numbers were 160 kilograms, while Haru's were 149 kilograms. Izuku summoned Agile Emerald's right arm and aligned it with his. He pressed the reset button so that the numbers went back to 0. Tightening his grip, he was hoping to get better results. He was shocked when 5 seconds later, the machine started to smoke and cracked. Everyone, including Aizawa, came over to see what was wrong and if the numbers were there. What? 999.9 kilograms. The students shouted at seeing the numbers. Test number 3, standing long jump. The French laser boy cleared the whole box, Katsuki doing the same. Izuku almost made it halfway across the box. Using his stand's legs aligned with his, he nearly jumped out of the PE grounds. Adrien and Haru made it a quarter to how far Izuku landed. Test number 4, repeated side steps. Grape-haired boy used his quirk to make himself bounce continuously from side to side. The 3 stand users did great as well with Izuku still being at the top. Test number 5, ball throw. Achiko threw her ball, while activating her quirk on it. The next few seconds, everyone expected it to come down. When it didn't, Aizawa simply showed the results, which was the infinity symbol. Infinity? The students shouted. That's amazing. She got infinity, a boy with black streaks in his dirty blonde hair said. This is bad. Izuku thought, it's not something simple that I can just do right away. Everyone's leaving at least one amazing result. Seeing that it was his turn, he walked into the circle and grabbed the ball. All that's left is this, the long-distance run, sit-ups and the seated toe touch. It's now or never. At this rate, even with what I did with my stand, I'll be last. Come on, Izuku. Haru said under his breath after recovering from the strain. His ball throw score was 450.7 meters while Adrien's were 457. You can do it. It doesn't look good for Midoriya if he continues like this. Ida stated. Of course not. Katsuki replied. He's a quirkless small fry, you know. Shows what you know. Adrien retorted. He has a quirk. It just came in later than usual. You should have seen what he did at the entrance exam. Huh. It's about time, huh? Aizawa thought as he watched Izuku prepare to throw the ball. The green-haired stand user was thinking about what he was told, from earlier that day to when he was a boy. His mom, Izuku. You're really cool. Toshinori Yagi All Might. Yes, I think you can become a hero. Jotaro Kujo, quirk or no quirk. You can be a hero. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise. Reeling his arm back, he activated One for All and started to throw. I'll definitely become one. Unbeknownst to Izuku, but noticed by Haru, Aizawa activated his quirk which showed by his eyes glowing red. When the green-haired stand user threw the ball, he was shocked to feel that his quirk was cancelled. As a result, the ball didn't go very far. 46 meters. The robot shouted. Izuku looked down at his hands. I was definitely trying to use it just now. I erased your quirk. Aizawa said, drawing Izuku's attention. The stand user saw his teacher's hair standing up and his scarf floating around as if it were alive. The entrance exam was definitely not rational enough. Even a kid like you was accepted, and not because of your stand. You erased my quirk? Izuku asked but then noticed some yellow goggles around the teacher's neck and made a startling conclusion. Those goggles? I see. You can erase other people's quirks with your quirk by just looking at them. The Erasure Hero, Eraserhead. Eraser? I've never heard of him. I've heard of him. He's an underground hero. Unknown to anyone, All Might was watching from behind the wall of the school. He doesn't like media attention because he says it hinders his work. The number 1 hero thought to himself, that's right, young Midoriya. He and I don't get along. From what I can tell, Aizawa said to Izuku, you can't control your quirk, can you? Do you intend to become incapacitated again and have someone save you? That's not my intention. Izuku didn't get to finish as part of the scarf wrapped around him and pulled him face to face with Aizawa. Whatever your intention, I'm saying that's what those around you will be forced to do. In the past, there was an oppressively passionate hero who saved over 1,000 people himself and became a legend. Even if you have the same reckless valor, you'll just be decked and turned into a useless doll after saving one person. Izuku Midoriya, with your power, you can't become a hero. Izuku was shocked at hearing that from his own teacher and his head hung low. Aizawa deactivated his quirk and released Izuku from his hold, his scarf returning to him and hair coming back down. I've returned your quirk. Aizawa told him, "You have 2 turns for the ball. One with your quirk and the other with your stand. Hurry up and get it over with." The teacher then walked away. As he took 5 steps though, "You don't get to decide," Izuku said in a low voice. The words couldn't be heard, but it got Aizawa's attention. He turned back around to face the student. "What did you just say?" he asked in a demanding tone. When Izuku looked up, he had the same stone-cold scowl he gave to Katsuki. The teacher took a step back in surprise. Not because he was scared of his student, but because the scowl looked terrifyingly familiar. The rest of the students, including Haru and Adrien, got shivers down their spines at seeing Izuku's face. "You don't get to decide," Izuku repeated, "on whether I can be a hero or not. You're not the first to tell me that I can't be a hero. I had to deal with that for most of my life. I was told I couldn't be a hero even though I was a stand user. It all came down to the fact that I was quirkless back then. Even someone who was once my friend turned against me." Adrien and Haru looked to Katsuki and were shocked to see him with a scared look on his face. "Okay, that's not normal," Adrien whispered to Haru. "I know," Haru replied, and both boys turned back to Izuku. "My sensei, the one who taught me how to use my stand, told me that quirk or no quirk, I can become a hero, and to not let anyone tell me otherwise. I've had to work harder than anyone to get into UA. I refuse to be booted out just because you think I have 0 potential for not being able to control my quirk." Agile Emerald suddenly appeared and grabbed his own ball. Both Izuku and his stand got into pitching positions. "I can become a hero," he said as he and his stand began to throw. Hey, is he serious?" All Might said to himself. "And I'll prove it." Izuku then began to throw the ball, his stand as well, while shouting, "Smash." Everyone watched with shock as the ball flew into the air, creating 3 sonic booms. When Izuku's ball landed, Aizawa was shocked to see that Izuku's score was 705.3, 1 decimal higher than Katsuki Bakugo's. The ball his stand threw didn't come back, so he also got the infinity symbol. "Mr. Aizawa," Izuku said, getting the teacher's attention. He still had that look, with some pain, on his face and clenched his right fist. His forefinger was bruised but movable. "I can still move. This kid," Aizawa said to himself, and then, for a second, saw someone else instead of Izuku. "Now I recognize that look. It belonged to Jotaro Kujo. He got over 700 meters and infinity," one of the students exclaimed. "Finally, a hero-like record." Achiko cheered. "His fingers swollen," Tenya stated. "There was the entrance exam, too. He has a strange quirk. It's not very stylish," the French-accented student said. He then felt murderous intent behind him. Turning around, he saw Adrien giving him an evil look. "Say that again." "I dare you," he said with his stand at the ready. The student just kept silent. Katsuki, on the other hand, looked like he was about to have a heart attack from what he just saw. Izuku Midoriya, the quirkless stand user, now had a quirk. A very powerful one at that. What's with that power? He thought to himself, everyone's quirks manifest at the age of 4. This is unthinkable. But in reality, he then remembered something that Izuku said. "I have my own dreams of becoming a hero, and no one, not even you, are going to get in my way." Katsuki's anger just kept going through the roof. His plans of being the only student from his school to go to UA were dashed to the ground when Izuku got accepted. He only got second place when Izuku got first. Now, he beat his score in the ball throw with his quirk. Explosions started to come out of his hands. What is the meaning to this? He screamed in his mind. He then charged at Izuku with intent on doing harm. "Hey," he screamed, "tell me what's going on, Deku, you dastard." Izuku got into a fighting position, activating his stand in the process. Before Agile Emerald could pound Katsuki into the ground, a familiar scarf restrained the explosive boy. His quirk wasn't working either. "What the dash?" he said, trying to move but failing. "These clothes are hard." They're weapons for capture made of carbon fiber woven together with a metal wire made of special alloy. Aizawa explained with a scowl of his own. "Geez, don't keep making me use my quirk over and over. I have dry eye. Also, Be happy that I got to you before his stand did. It's such a waste, since his quirk is so amazing. The students shouted in their minds. Aizawa then released his hold on Bakugo. We're wasting time, he said while walking away. Whoever's next, get ready. Bakugo was shaking with anger at what just happened. Izuku started to walk past him but stopped when he was right next to him. His left shoulder almost making contact with Katsuki's left. That was strike 2. He said, getting the blonde's attention. Strike 1 was back at the school. I remember giving you a fair warning. Don't get a third strike or you will be sorry. Izuku then walked away towards the other students. Achiko was the first one to meet up with him, surprising both Haru and Adrien. Is your finger all right? She asked. Oh yeah, he replied with a smile on his face. Until a while ago, Katsuki thought in his mind he was just a pebble on the side of the road. Flashback. 11 years ago. You're so lucky, Kaken. A 4-year-old Izuku said as he followed his friend into the woods to catch bugs. Katsuki had just developed his quirk and everyone loved it, including Izuku. Your quirk's so cool. I hope I get mine soon too. No matter what quirk you get, Kaken replied looking back at Izuku, you'll never beat me. Flashback and Katsuki was seething with rage while looking at Izuku. He was supposed to be the best. He was supposed to be number no one was supposed to be able to challenge him. Sadly, for him, someone was and doing a very good job at it. Izuku had taken his spot as number 1 in the entrance exam. He got accepted into UA. He beat his score on the ball throw. He was going from a nobody to a somebody and it really ticked him off. A pebble, on the side of the road. All of the students did the rest of the tests. Once they were done, they gathered in the center of the field. Aizawa was standing in front of the group. Okay, I'll quickly tell you the results. He said to them, the total is simply the marks you got from each test. It's a waste of time to explain verbally, so I'll show you the results all at once. The person with the lowest total score will be expelled. Izuku thought to himself with his eyes closed, trying not to focus on the pain. The only result I had that was any good was in the ball throw. For the rest of the tests, I did terribly because of the pain. I'm sure my stance feats wouldn't count either. Aizawa pressed a button and the results showed up. Izuku was hesitant at first to see his results, but eventually opened his eyes. Momo Yaoyorozu, Shoto Todoroki, Katsuki Bakugo, Tenya Ida, Fumikage Tokoyami, Mizo Shoji, Mashireo Ojiro, Ijiro Kirishima, Mina Ishido, Achiko Uraraka, Koji Koda, Rikido Sato, Tsuyu Azui, Yuga Oyama, Antasiro, Denki Kaminari, Kyokujiro, Toru Hagakure, Minoru Mineta, Izuku Midoriya. Izuku looked down at his fist in both sadness and anger. He was angry at himself because he felt like a failure. He tried his best but still ended up in last place. All Might, Jotaro-sensei. He said in his head, I'm sorry. I failed you. By the way, Aizawa said after turning off the results, I was lying about the expulsion. The whole class looked at him in surprise. It was a rational deception to draw out the upper limits of your quirks. What? Izuku, Achiko, and Tenya shouted. Of course, it was a lie. The ponytailed girl said, it should have been obvious if you just thought it through. Thanks for the advice, miss. Haru trailed off trying to get her name. Yaoyorozu. Momo Yaoyorozu. Wait, did she say Yaoyorozu? Izuku screamed in his mind. That was a little nerve-wracking, huh? A student said. I'll take up the challenge any time. Katsuki was upset at what Aizawa had said. Seeing Izuku in last place put a smile on his face, but hearing that expulsion was a lie turned it into a frown. Seeing his dilemma, Adrien couldn't help but rub salt into the wound. Looks like you're stuck with him, he said in a teasing tone. Shut up, Goldilocks. Katsuki retorted, turning his head away. Oh, I almost forgot. Aizawa said and pressed another button on his phone. A screen popped up, divided into 3 sections. The furthest to the left showed Izuku's stand, the middle showed Adrien's and the right showed Haru's. Their stats appeared above their heads. Name, Agile Emerald. Stand user, Izuku Midoriya. Defense, B. Precision, B. Name, Golden Knight. Stand user, Adrien Thompson. Spitzy. Defense, A. Precision, A. Name, Violet Captor. Stand user, Haru Ryo Watanabe. Range, A. Defense, C. Precision, C. Everyone was impressed to see the stats. Though Haru and Adrien's stands had great skills, Izuku's was the all-round type with everything equal in stats. What are the letters for? Great Boy asked. It's how the stand stats are graded. Aizawa replied, A being the highest while E is the lowest. All the students said in their heads. Aizawa turned off the screen and pocketed his phone. With that, we're done here, he said while walking away. There are handouts with the curriculum and such in the classroom, so when you get back, look over them. Izuku was still in thought about the name when Aizawa approached him. Midoriya, he said while handing him a piece of paper, have the old lady fix you in the nurse's office. Tomorrow will be packed with even more rigorous tests. Prepare yourself and keep up that never give up attitude. When Izuku took the paper, the homeroom teacher walked away. Looks like I'm starting from the bottom all over again. Izuku thought to himself, I don't mind though. That just shows where I need to improve, and I'll be more than happy to do so. In the end, it will help me become a better hero. Aizawa, you liar. All Might said to the homeroom teacher as he rounded the corner. He stopped to look at the number 1 hero. All Might. He replied, so you were watching? Too much time on your hands. A rational deception, you said? April Fool's was last week. You punished a whole class of last year's first years with expulsion. You cut those you judged to be without potential without hesitation. For a man like that to take back his words, that must be because you also felt the potential of that kid, right? Also, you seem to be supporting him quite a bit. That made All Might recoil in shock. Is that how a teacher should be acting? He once again began to walk away. His potential was not zero, and the skill with his stand was over the top. That's all it was. I will always cut those without potential. There's nothing crueler than letting a dream end midway. He didn't want to admit that Izuku did surprise him with that look he gave him. Jotaro Kujo gave me that look many times that I made him mad. He thought to himself, is it possible that the boy was trained by Jotaro? So, you're being kind in your own way, huh, Aizawa? All Might said under his breath as he watched him leave, but we don't really get along after all. I'm so tired, Izuku said to himself as he left the school. He stopped when he felt a hand on his shoulder. Out of instinct, Agile Emerald grabbed the wrist and the neck of whoever was the owner. Izuku quickly turned around to see it was Ida, and it looked like he was having trouble breathing. Ida! Agile Emerald, return! Izuku commanded, and his stand returned to him and vanished. Ida coughed a bit before composing himself. I'm guessing that your stand saw me as a threat since I didn't identify myself. He summarized, Is your finger healed, by the way? Yeah, thanks to Recovery Girl. He answered, showing his bandaged finger. Flashback. Izuku screamed, being surprised to be kissed on the cheek by Recovery Girl. He was even more surprised to see his finger healed. Wow, it's healed, he said, and then felt drowsy, but I suddenly feel very tired. My quirk can only STMLT a person's healing ability, she said while grabbing a small candy dispenser and offered a piece to Izuku, who accepted it. Healing requires stamina. If you keep getting major injuries, you'll use too much stamina and end up dying instead, so be careful. I'll end up dying instead? Flashback. And I can't just keep getting help from others. Izuku thought to himself, I have to hurry up and learn to control my power. I was really taken in by Mr. Aizawa. Tenya said, I even thought, this is the best of the best, and such. I didn't think a teacher would encourage us with a lie. I thought Ito was a bit stuck up, but he's just earnest. I didn't get to talk to Yaoyorozu yet, though. I need to ask her if... Hey, you too. Both boys heard and looked to see Achiko running towards them, Haru and Adrien following close behind. Going to the station? Wait for me. Achiko. Haru. Adrien. Izuku exclaimed as the 3 students stopped in front of him and Tenya. You're the Infinity Girl. Tenya said. I'm Achiko Uraraka. She introduced herself. You're Tenya Ida, right? That is correct. Hey, Izuku. She said, turning to the green-haired boy. I met your friends, Haru and Adrien. They're really great. I'm glad you were able to meet them. By the way, why did Bakugo call you Deku instead of your real name? Is that your middle name or something? No, it's just a nickname Bakugo uses to make fun of me since I was quirkless back then. An insult? Tenya asked. Yep. Haru said, it means useless. Though, having a stand says otherwise. Adrien added. It does? I'm sorry. Achiko apologized, but Deku sounds like the Japanese word for you can do it, so I like it. Really? Izuku asked. I never thought of it that way. Well, if it does, then you can call me Deku. Midoriya? Tenya interjected. You're accepting it way too easily. Wasn't that an insult? Who asked you, Clark Kent? Adrien retorted, then turned to Izuku with a sly smile. Besides, from what I can see, Izuku is more accepting of the name if it's coming from a girl. Adrien! Izuku exclaimed while blushing like crazy. Adrien, Achiko said, turning to the blonde stand user. Who is? Don't finish the question. Izuku, Tenya, and Haru shouted to Achiko, making her stop speaking. While walking to the station, they explained why they had stopped her. In the end, they all had a good time before each of them went home. There are a lot of things that I can't do. Izuku thought to himself, I just have to train hard and do my best to improve. All Might, I have made some more friends. Jotaro-sensei, I wish you could be here to meet them as well. You don't have time to relax, young man. Toshinori thought to himself while looking at one of his old suits. The real thing starts tomorrow. The next day was when the classes began. In the morning, the students had English with present mic. At lunch, they could buy gourmet food for reasonable prices. Cooked especially by the cook hero, Lunch Rush. The class that Izuku was especially excited for was Hero Basic Training. Once everyone took their seats, the teacher came in a weird way. Having both hands holding onto the outer part of the door while the rest of his body tilted in towards the room. Who was the teacher for this class? I am coming through the door like a normal person. All Might exclaimed, his partially torn cape flowing inward. All of the students were surprised to see the number one hero as a teacher. It's All Might. Denki Kaminari said excitedly. Wow, he really is a teacher. Eijiro Kirishima added. That's a costume from the Silver Age, isn't it? Tsuyu Azui commented. All Might marched to the desk and turned towards the class. Its style is so different, it's giving me goosebumps. Mashireo Ojiro exclaimed. I teach basic hero training. All Might explained. It's a subject where you train in different ways to learn the basics of being a hero. You'll take the most units of this subject. Let's get right into it. This is what we'll do today. He showed them a card written in bold, red letters, battle. Combat training. Combat? Katsuki said with an evil look. Training. Izuku finished with a determined look. And to go with that are these. A panel opened in the wall with numbers on them, costumes made based on your Quirk registrations and requests sent in before school started. The class shouted in excitement at hearing what he said. My costume is ready, Izuku said excitedly. After you change, All Might finished, gather into Ground Beta. Yes, sir. In the Ground Beta mock city, All Might waited for the students. A few minutes later, they all emerged from the shadows in their costumes. They say the clothes make the man, young men and ladies. All Might stated, be fully aware, from now on, you are heroes. That's great, everyone. You all look cool. Now, shall we begin, you zygotes? Flashback. 3 weeks ago. I need to go to City Hall to get my Quirk registration for the clothing allowance. Izuku said to himself while looking through some papers, but I'm already registered as none. Oh, what should I do? After some thinking, Izuku decided to call All Might. Getting a hold of him, he told him about his dilemma. Quirk registration? Toshinori asked. Oh, you can update that. Really? Izuku asked. Everyone is examined and registered all at once when they enter elementary school and junior high, right? But there are cases where people discover their quirks aren't what they thought they were. So, you're allowed to update it once or twice. They won't accept outrageous changes, but if you had none before, it's probably fine. And by probably, I mean I'm sure. I'm home. Inko called, startling Izuku and causing him to accidentally hang up on All Might. Oh, I hung up by accident, he said to himself while putting away his phone. I'll have to apologize later. Welcome home, he greeted his mom as she entered the apartment. Hey, Izuku, she said while reaching into her bag. Congrats on to getting into you. I might have jumped to conclusions though. A trench coat, Izuku said, standing up to see it clearly. It was indeed a trench coat. It was a dark green with long sleeves. By the looks of the back, it looked like it would reach halfway past his calves. It's not as much as it is now, though. Inko explained, when you dozed off while studying, I happened to see your notebook. What? Inko then took on an ashamed look. The terrible thing I said kept bothering me. Even when you acquired a stand, I gave up back then. But you didn't give up. You kept chasing your dream, didn't you? You also had Jotaro to help you along the way. Izuku just smiled at his mom. I'm sorry, Izuku. Inko then smiled with tears in her eyes. I'll support you openly with everything I've got from now on. Izuku then took the trench coat. Looking at it, though, made him think of Jotaro. Surprising his mom, there were tears in his eyes. Izuku, what's wrong? She asked worriedly. I miss him. He replied in a sad tone. I miss him so much. He was surprised when he felt his mom hug him. I know. I miss him too. Inko let go of Izuku to see him still looking at the trench coat. At first, I wanted to dress like he did to honor his memory, but now, I feel like I'd be doing the opposite. Don't say that. He didn't put you through all that training for you to just give up. In fact, I think he would be a bit happy to see someone else wanting to be like him. Not all the way, but enough to make sure he's never forgotten. Izuku looked at his mom, then at the trench coat. His sensei never reprimanded him for what he wore. Only how he handled situations. He would probably tell him to continue with what he was doing, but not copy his color scheme. The stand user got a determined look on his face. Flashback and these are my mom's feelings, he thought to himself as he ran to ground beta, and a piece of Jotaro sensei's teachings. Well, I wear if not this. Even if it's not the most convenient or state-of-the-art, it's fine. This is my costume, and I'll honor them both by wearing it. Oh, deku, Achiko said, noticing Izuku emerging from the shadows. Izuku was dressed in a light green t-shirt with black pants and red sneakers. On his elbows and knees were guards that kept them protected. On his hands were white gloves. On top of his head was a squared baseball hat. The back part was a bit cut out to let his hair flow. Around his waist was a red utility belt with supplies. Over his eyes were sunglasses to protect his eyes from either the sun or light attacks. Covering all of it was the trench coat his mom had bought him. Uraraka, he exclaimed, seeing walk towards him. Seeing her costume, he started to blush like crazy. The sunglasses did little to hide it. He turned his head away to try and hide it. That looks cool, she commented, really down to earth. I should have written what I wanted. Mine ended up being a skin-type bodysuit. It's embarrassing. She looks amazing, he exclaimed in his mind while still trying to hide his blush. The hero course is the best, Mineta stated, looking at how all the girls were dressed. He shivered though when he felt murderous intent. Looking behind himself, he saw Adrien looking at him with an evil glare. Keep staring, he said, and I'll make you wish you were back home. The grape-haired student nodded his head and walked to where the other male students were. Adrien then noticed Izuku and walked up to him. Izuku, you look like a boss, he stated. Thanks, Adrien. Izuku replied, looking at his friend's costume. Your costume looks awesome as well. Adrien's costume was more like a knight's armor. All of it was the color gold with some white in it. Strapped to his waist was a 3-foot sword, sheathed in its scabbard. On his back was a shield that could protect his whole body if he knelt to the ground. A dragon's head was the insignia placed on his shield. Glad you like it? He said, "The sword and shield are real. Got to have something to fall back on if my stand fails." "Looks like you took precautions just like me," said the voice of Haru. Both boys turned to see him in an almost similar costume to Zoro. Instead of it being black, though, it was different shades of purple. Strapped on either side of his waist were a rapier and a whip. "Yours is cool as well, Haru," Izuku stated. "I wasn't planning on anything fancy," he replied. "Just wanted to make sure I got some protection." "What do you mean?" Achiko asked. "Don't you have your stand?" "He does, but," Izuku answered, "for some reason when he uses his stand, it puts a strain on his body. The longer he uses it, the worse it becomes." "Why does it happen?" "That's something I don't want to talk about," Haru said with a level of hurt. He then felt a hand on his shoulder and looked to see Izuku next to him. "It's all right," Izuku said to him. "You can tell us when you're ready." "Thanks, Izuku." All Might heard the conversation and looked to see what was going on. He stopped mid-step when he saw Izuku's costume. For a moment he thought his successor was a certain stand user. When he saw the color scheme, though, he realized his mistake. That didn't stop him from shaking in fear, though. "He looks almost like Kujo," he said in his mind. "It's really scary." Composing himself, he addressed the students. "Now, it's time for combat training," he stated. "Sir," Tenya said while raising his hand. "Oh, that was Ida." Izuku thought to himself as he saw him in his costume. "He looks cool. This is a battle center from the entrance exam, so will we be conducting urban battles again?" "No," All Might answered. "We're going to move ahead 2 steps. Most of the time, fighting villains takes place outside, but if you look at the total numbers, atrocious villains appear indoors at a higher rate. Imprisonment, house arrest, backroom deals. In this society filled with heroes, truly intelligent villains hide in the shadows. For this class, you'll be split into villains and heroes and fight 2-on-2 indoor battles. Without basic training?" So you asked. This is a real battle to understand those basics. However, the key this time is that there's no robot you can just beat up. "How will wins and losses be determined?" Momo asked. "Can we beat them up anyway?" Katsuki asked. "Will the punishment be expulsion like with Mr. Aizawa?" Achiko added. "How shall we be split up?" Tenya also added. "Isn't this cape crazy?" Yuga Oyama asked out of the blue. "I'll answer all of your questions," All Might said while trying to keep his cool and pulled out a piece of paper. "Now listen here." "A script? Really?" Haru asked in his mind. "The situation is that the villains have hidden a nuclear weapon somewhere in their hideout. The heroes are trying to dispose of that. The heroes need to catch the villains or get the nuclear weapon back in the allotted time. The villains need to protect the nuclear weapon for the whole time or catch the heroes." The situation sounds very American. Adrien thought to himself. Teams and opponents will be determined by drawing lots. They're being decided so haphazardly? Tenya interjected. Pros often have to create makeshift teams with heroes from other agencies, Izuku informed him, so maybe that's why? I see. The discernment to look ahead. Please excuse my rudeness. It's fine. Let's do this quickly. The lots were drawn and the teams formed. Team A, Izuku Midoriya and Achiko Uraraka. Team B, Shoto Todoroki and Mizo Shoji. Team C, Minoru Mineta and Momo Yaoyorozu. Team D, Katsuki Bakugo and Tenya Ida. Team E, Mina Ishido and Yuga Aoyama. Team F, Rikido Sato and Koji Kuda. Team G, Denki Kaminari and Kyoka Jiro. Team H, Fumikage Tokoyami and Tsuyu Azui. Team I, Mashareo Ojiro and Toru Hagakure. Team J, Eijiro Kirishima and Hantasiro. Team K, Haru Ryo Watanabe and Adrien Thompson. Wow, it must be fate! Achiko exclaimed, excited to be on Izuku's team. I'm counting on you. Seriously? Izuku thought to himself while blushing, I have to speak properly or else. The first teams to fight will be. All Might proclaimed, pulling Izuku out of his thoughts. The number 1 hero had one hand in a box labeled, villain, and the other in a box labeled, hero. He then pulled out his hand, each with a single ball with a letter on it, signifying the teams. These guys. Team D versus Team A. Team A will be the heroes, and Team D will be the villains. Everyone else, head towards the monitor room. Yes, sir. The rest of the students shouted and headed in the said direction. Oh great. Izuku thought annoyingly, I was hoping not to have to deal with Bakugo. Izuku looked to his left to see Katsuki glaring at him. He sent him his own glare, wasn't effective because of the sunglasses, but it got the message through. A challenge, letting the opponent know they are not going down without a fight. Villain team, All Might said, go in first and set up. In 5 minutes, the hero team will break in and the battle will start. Yes, sir, the 4 students replied. As Katsuki and Tenya made their way into the building, All Might stood next to the entrance to give them some advice. Young Ida, young Bakugo, learn to think from the perspective of the villains. This is pretty close to a real battle. Go all out. Don't be afraid to get hurt. Yes, sir. Tenya acknowledged. If things go too far, I will stop it. Yes, sir. Katsuki wasn't paying attention to All Might. He just kept staring at Izuku. The said boy was holding something in his hand. It appeared to be some sort of locket. Feeling like he was being watched, he looked at Katsuki, surprising the blonde. His glasses were off, and he was glaring at him. Katsuki grinded his teeth in anger. Just you wait, he said in his mind, I'm going to put you in your place. Tenya and Katsuki had hidden the bomb in the top floor of the building. Now all they had to do was wait for the heroes. Tenya had decided to take off his helmet at the moment. Even if this is training, he said while walking up to the nuke, it pains me to become a villain. So, our job is to protect this. He knocked on it twice to see if it was really metal. It's papier-mâché. Hey! Katsuki called, getting Tenya's attention. He was facing the door so Tenya couldn't see his face. Deku has a quirk, right? You saw that extraordinary strength, didn't you? It appears to carry a lot of risks, though, however, you seem to be especially angry when it comes to Midoriya. Katsuki stopped listening after that. It was already annoying to him that Izuku obtained a stand. Now he got a quirk as well. Did he dare trick me? He thought to himself, that blasted nerd. Outside, Achiko and Izuku were trying to memorize the floor plan of the building so that it would be easier to try and find the bomb. It's a lot of work to memorize the building's floor plan, she said to Izuku, still looking at the blueprints. But All Might is just the same as when he's on TV. Unlike Mr. Aizawa, it looks like there's no punishment, so we can relax and… She stopped mid-sentence when she looked at Izuku. In his hand was a locket on top of the blueprints he was reading. Getting a little closer, she saw that it was opened. Inside of it was a picture of 3 people. One she immediately recognized as a smiling Izuku, even though he looked to be only 7 years old. The hair was a dead giveaway. On his left was a woman with darker hair color than him. Judging by the similarities, Achiko guessed that was his mom. Behind both of them was a very tall man who wasn't smiling. She guessed that couldn't be his dad because there was no resemblance. What are you doing? Izuku asked. Achiko looked up to see him without his sunglasses and he was blushing like crazy. I'm sorry, she exclaimed. I was just curious as to why the locket was important to you. Oh, Izuku said with a smile but in a sad way. As you probably guessed, the 2 people in front are me and my mom. The man in the back was my sensei, Jotaro Kujo. What? Jotaro Kujo? The stand user of Star Platinum. The one and only. He's the one who trained me, taught how to use my stand, and told me to never give up on my dreams. He didn't smile much, but just being around him made me feel special and safe. Where is he now? Wouldn't he want to be here to see you become a hero? That question made Izuku flinch. Closing the locket, he put it away inside of a hidden pocket in his trench coat. Achiko saw that question must have disturbed Izuku in some way. She was about to apologize when All Might's voice sounded through the speakers. Now, let's start the indoor person-to-person combat training with Team A and Team D, he said. All Might and the rest of the students were in an observation room with 5 monitors. They were there so that the students and teacher could see what was happening inside the building. Okay, everyone, All Might addressed his students, you all should think as well. Young Midoriya. All Might thought to himself, here, you are no more than a single student. I'll grade you strictly, without playing favorites. He put a communicator in his ear so that he could hear their conversations and talk to them when necessary. We've infiltrated successfully, Achiko said as she and Izuku got into the building without being noticed. There are a lot of blind spots, Izuku said, so let's be careful. Izuku led the way as he and Achiko moved through the building. He carefully looked past every corner to make sure there were no surprises. During that whole time, he was formulating a plan. Bakugo will no doubt come for me. He thought to himself, it will be perfect because the only one guarding the weapon will be Ida. I won't use my stand, so it can be a fair fight, but that leaves me with another problem. I still can't control one for all, so I can't use it against anyone. If I use that on someone, it'll kill them. We just have to do it with the power I now have and Uraraka's zero gravity. I've got to use my head. Those notes on indoor battles in tight spaces, as well as the martial arts training I got from. He was pulled from his thoughts when he heard movement. Looking towards a corner, he saw the familiar figure of Katsuki Bakugo leaping towards them. Acting fast, Izuku grabbed Achiko and got them both out of the way of Katsuki's explosion. They both landed on the ground a few feet away from him. Uraraka, are you all right? Izuku asked as he stood up, facing the smoke created from the explosion. Yeah, thanks. Achiko replied as she sat up. Looking to Izuku, she saw that the left side of his glasses were broken, showing his left eye. He also had a small scratch on his cheek from landing on the ground. Deku, it's just a scratch. Izuku then removed the broken sunglasses from his face and pulled out what looked like a lower portion of a gas mask, and the mask from Izuku's beta costume. He then placed it on his face, preparing for what was coming next. Some of the smoke flew away to reveal Katsuki, ready to go another round. Come Deku, he taunted, don't dodge. I figured you come for me first. Izuku replied, it looks like we have some unfinished business. A surprise attack from the start? Mineta exclaimed. Bakugo, that's cheating. Kirishima stated while pounding his right fist into his left hand, a surprise attack isn't manly at all. Do you really think he cares? Haru asked. A surprise attack is a strategy too. All Might added, they're in the middle of a real battle right now. Midori avoided it. Mina said, trust me, he's just getting started. Adrien stated, Bakugo is in for a world of hurts. There goes Bakugo. Kaminari exclaimed seeing Katsuki charge at Izuku. I won't do so much damage that this fight gets stopped, Katsuki said as he charged, but I'm gonna get close. He threw his right fist towards Izuku for a punch. He was shocked to see Izuku catch it with both hands, holding it in place. Wow, he's like a martial arts master, Achiko said to herself. Izuku then pivoted himself to where Katsuki's right arm was over his right shoulder, but still in his grasp. What's with this guy? Katsuki thought to himself, did he read my moves? Izuku then threw Katsuki over his shoulder, making him hit the ground hard. Some spit flew out of Katsuki's mouth from the force of the impact. Everyone in the observation room, except Haru and Adrien, were surprised at what they saw. Bakugo! Izuku addressed as the blonde sat up. You usually start with a big right swing. How much do you think I've been watching you? I wrote an analysis for all of the heroes I thought were amazing in my notebook. The notebook you tried to blow up. The blonde looked at Izuku, anger written all over his face. By the way, the nickname you gave me as useless, Deku, a friend told me that it has another meaning. Deku also means, you can do it. To put simply, your own insult backfired. Instead of insulting me, you've been complimenting me. Hearing that surprised Achiko. Izuku was talking about her. She didn't have time to contemplate on that though. They were in the middle of a fight. Katsuki had completely stood up and was facing Izuku, ready to go again. During the whole thing, Achiko noticed something was missing. Then she figured it out. Izuku was fighting, but he wasn't using his stand or his quirk. To sum it up, he was completely defenseless. Deku, Katsuki said in a low tone. He had also noticed Izuku was not using his stand and it ticked him off. There was some fear in Izuku's eyes. It made the blonde think back to when they were kids. Back to the day when Izuku first obtained his stand. When Izuku was defending a quirkless kid from him. "If you keep going," he said with tears in his eyes, "I'll never forgive you." Some of that fear was still there, but it was being pushed back. Small explosions started to ignite in Katsuki's hands. He planned to do harm to Izuku. He wasn't sure if it was going to be easier or harder because he wasn't using his quirk or his stand. Either way, he was very angry and couldn't care less. Here was the one person he least expected to get in his way, not using either one of his abilities, and he was still willing to face him. "Even though you're scared," he said to the green-haired stand user, "that's what I hate about you." "Hey, Bakugo," Tenya said through the communicator in his helmet, "give me your status." "What happened?" "Just shut up and defend." Katsuki growled back, "I'm really angry right now." "I'm not asking about how you feel." He was stunned when he got silence. "Hey!" He hung up, going off on his own like that. What is wrong with him? "Geez. What was Bakugo saying?" Kirishima asked. "Can't tell with just the cameras in a fixed position and no sound." "He's talking to his partner over the small wireless radio." All Might explained, pointing to the one in his left ear as an example and held up something in his right hand. "You can bring that plus the building's floor plan and this capture tape. Once you wrap this around your opponent, it shows that you have captured them." "The time limit is 15 minutes, Momo observed, "and the heroes don't know where the nuclear weapon is located, correct?" "Yes. The heroes are clearly at a disadvantage here," Mina exclaimed. "Heroes should be able to turn the tables on whatever predicament they're in. Besides, didn't Mr. Aizawa you, too? You know, here we go." All Might then pumped his fists in the air and so did the students. They all shouted, "Plus Ultra." "Mousy, Bakugo is," Yuga said pointing to the monitor. All Might turned to look at it. Katsuki got into a ready position. Izuku, seeing what he was planning, turned to Ochiko. "Uraraka, go," Izuku said, and Ochiko ran the other way. Katsuki then propelled himself towards Izuku. Instead of swinging his fist though, he swung his left leg towards Izuku's face. The green-themed hero in training blocked the incoming attack. He then looked away so that Katsuki couldn't read his face. "Looking away?" he taunted. "You must be sure of yourself." The blonde boy then noticed Izuku wrap something around his leg. He identified it as the capture tape. Hero Notebook number 10, page 18. Izuku recited in his head, "I'm glad I got to see Eraserhead's moves in person. What's next? If it's Bakugo, he'll get impatient and swing with his right again." Katsuki did just as Izuku predicted. He swung with his right fist to stop him from using the capture tape. Izuku dodged at the right moment, once again surprising the blonde. "I was right. That guy's amazing," Rikido stated at seeing Izuku dodge Bakugo. "He's not even using his quirk or his stand, and he's fighting against the guy with one of the most powerful quirks in our class." Hanta added. "He was always good at reacting quickly in a crisis." All Might thought to himself, he spent years writing his notes and internalizing them. That fanboy knowledge is now paying off, coupled with the training he got from Jotaro, as it propels him forward. He kicked first this time to keep me from reading his moves. Izuku thought to himself, he's being cautious now. Katsuki planned to propel himself again towards Izuku. He was shocked when he saw him run the other way. "Come back here, Deku," Katsuki exclaimed as he gave chase. "My plan is working." Izuku thought, his sole focus is on me. Now if one particular lesson from Jotaro-sensei can work its magic. Flashback. 9 years ago. "Aura!" Star Platinum shouted as he plowed Izuku's stand to the ground. Izuku felt the damage on his left cheek. "Okay, Izuku," Jotaro said, "I want you to tell me why you are having trouble getting a hit on me." "I can't get a hit on you because you're stronger than me," Izuku replied while rubbing his cheek. "Correct. Watching the news, I saw a group of heroes try to take down a villain that was much stronger than them and failed. Luckily All Might showed up, late as usual, to defeat the villain. Since he was stronger than him, it was a piece of cake." I don't understand what that has to do with the training for today. That's the topic of the lesson today. If you can't overpower them, you can defiantly outsmart them. For most the people I dealt with, they rely on brute strength alone. They don't consider the fact that they have weaknesses themselves, and it's the hero's job to find it. Something the ones on the news didn't do. Now, get up. You're going to continue to fight me until you find a flaw in my fighting style. Yes, sir. Flashback and this part of the building is full of twists and turns. Izuku summarized, if I can make him mad by not letting find me, he'll get predictable and I can fight him on equal ground. Izuku then vanished behind one of the corners. After trying to find him past a few more corners, Katsuki started to lose his temper. Hey, he screamed, you tricked me, didn't you? Was it fun tricking me all this time? Izuku heard what he was saying as he ran. He thinks I was born with this quirk and never used it. His temper is causing him to not think straight. Huh, you've got a flashy quirk there, don't you? That as well as the annoying, invisible weapon you call a stand. Try and get me with it. 'Cause I'm better than you. I'm not using it for a reason. Izuku shouted back, hoping Katsuki would follow the sound of his voice. It worked as he heard his footsteps. He seems really angry. One of the students said, it's scary. I heard from young Midoriya, Watanabe, and Thompson that young Bakugo thinks well of himself, All Might thought as he watched Katsuki blow a door off its hinges, but this is too much. He'll find me sooner or later. Izuku analyzed as he stopped to catch his breath. Ida would have been a better choice, so it's obvious that they're not working together. This can end in two ways. The first is that Achiko can locate the weapon and then I'll join her. The second is I keep Bakugo busy while she grabs the weapon. The problem is that I'm not using either my stand or quirk, so I'm at a small disadvantage. Small being the key word. I think it's time I give Bakugo both what he wanted and what he had coming to him. Katsuki walked slowly down the halls with a scowl on his face. He couldn't get the images of Izuku's confident and angry looks out of his head. I have my own dreams of becoming a hero, and no one, not even you, are going to get in my way. Deku also means, you can do it. He's just a pebble. Katsuki thought to himself in anger. He then remembered times when he and Izuku were kids. And, KB is for Kid Bakugo and TB is for Teen Bakugo. Flashback. 11 years ago. Wow, Kaken. A 4-year-old Izuku said as he watched a 4-year-old Katsuki bounce a ball with his knees and feet. This is easy, he stated as he continued to bounce it. Izuku tried to do it but failed. Izuku, you really can't do anything, can you? Fast forward. You can read the characters for Izuku as Deku, you know, he said, pointing to initials on a yellow bucket. Kaken, you can read? One of 3 odd boys asked excitedly. You can't? And Del means someone who can't do anything. Really? The 3 boys looked to Izuku, knowing Katsuki was referring to him. Stop that. Izuku said with a pouty face. KB, why don't you know? Fast forward. A rock skipped on the water 7 times. Kaken, how many times did yours skip? One of the odds asked. 7. He said with pride. Wow. That's Kaken for you. What about you, Deku? Katsuki asked his friend. Z0 times. Izuku answered with embarrassment. The 3 odds just laughed. KB, why can't you do it? Fast forward. Everyone, even the adults, watched in amazement as small explosions emitted from Katsuki's hands. He had manifested his quirk. Wow. Lucky. That's so cool. Wow, that's an amazing quirk. The adult male complimented Katsuki. It really is, the female adult added. It's a flashy quirk just right for a hero. Right, Katsuki? KB. Oh, I see. I'm amazing. No one is amazing as I am. Fast forward. You're so lucky, Kaken. Izuku said as he followed his friend into the woods to catch bugs. Your quirk's so cool. I hope I get mine soon too. No matter what quirk you get, Kaken replied looking back at Izuku, you'll never beat me. Flashback and, he's just a pebble. Katsuki said to himself as he continued to look for Izuku. Flashback. 11 years ago. Hey, did you hear? Some kids whispered as a surprised and depressed Izuku sat on the floor, Deku doesn't have a quirk. What? Really? Yeah, it's called being quirkless. That's lame. Too bad for him. He's so weird. Don't worry about it, Izuku. A female adult said to comfort Izuku. Katsuki was just looking at him with a smile. KB, you're the least amazing, Deku. Fast forward. Forward march, members of the Bakugo Hero Agency. Katsuki sang while creating explosions with his right hand, also leading the 3 odds and Izuku across a log. He suddenly slipped and fell into the water 8 feet below. Kaken! The 3 odds shouted worriedly. Hey, are you okay? He's fine. Kaken's real strong. See? The point was made when Katsuki popped out of the hollow water and shook his head. TB, I was fine. Hurry up and get back up here. K, no problem. Katsuki called back with a smile. TB, nothing was wrong. Hearing footsteps in the water, he looked to see what it was. He got a dumbfounded look when he saw Izuku standing next to him, offering a helping hand with a worried look. Are you all right? He asked in a worried tone. Can you stand? He held that dumbfounded look until it morphed into a look of anger. It would have been bad if you had hit your head. The anger intensified. TB, don't look at me with that face. Flashback and it's a hero's duty to save everyone, even if it's a person that hates them. I gave you your space, and only fought back when you invaded mine. Stop it? Katsuki screamed in his mind as he continued to look for Izuku. Stop looking at me like that as well. I'm better than him. Achiko was on the 5th floor when she finally found the bomb. Hiding behind a pillar, she saw Tenya guarding it. Found it. She thought triumphantly, now I just have to tell Deku and hide until he gets here. Bakugo is a natural at being bad, Tenya said to himself, but that fits this training perfectly. Then I must also devote myself to being a villain. That's right. This is another trial to turn me into a man who will not bring shame to the Ida family. Become a villain. Be dyed with evil in order to become a hero. I am extremely evil. He's taking this so seriously. Achiko laughed to herself. Sadly, she alerted Ida to her presence in the room. Have you arrived, Uraraka? Tenya asked, surprising Achiko and making her come out of her hiding place. I knew that you would come here alone the instant Bakugo ran off by himself. Your quirk allows you to make the objects you touch float. That is why I put away all the things on this floor before you arrived. Now you cannot play your little tricks. You have blundered, hero. Ha 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 ha. He's starting to look, she said to herself, like a villain. Deku! Izuku heard in his earpiece as he waited for Bakugo. Pressing his hand to it, he answered Achiko. Uraraka. How's it going? He asked. Ida found me. Sorry. Right not he's slowly. Where are you? The middle of the 5th floor. Almost directly above. We probably don't have much time left either. If we run out of time, our opponents win. Achiko, keep Ida distracted. Once I've taken care of Bakugo, I'll come up and help. Okay. Izuku stood up, patiently waiting for Katsuki to show up. He didn't have to wait long. Hearing a sound, he looked to see the said boy standing at the far end of the hall with a frown on his face. They're loaded, he said in a matter-of-fact tone while holding his right grenade gauntlet arm. That can't be good for me, he answered while taking a fighting stance. Why aren't you using your quirk or stand? Are you saying you can win even if you don't use them? Are you underestimating me, Deku? No. If I was underestimating you, my face would already be on the floor with you as the one who put it there. I have 2 reasons to why I'm not using my quirk or stand. Lay it out on me. I'm listening. First, I have no control over my quirk, yet. I'll break myself if I use it. Second, using my stand against someone who doesn't have one is just wrong. In the past, I only used it because I didn't have a quirk. Before I got one, I made a promise to my sensei. Oh, what was that promise? If I got a quirk, that was a big if. I would only use my stand as a last resort. That's a messed up promise. Maybe to you, but not to me. In this situation, I'm stuck. Because of those 2 reasons, I can't use my quirk or my stand. If you want me to use either, You'll have to force me to. That last part made Katsuki growl, but then smile evilly. All right, he said, I accept the challenge. By the way, with your stalking you probably already know, but my quirk, explosion, lets me secrete nitroglycerin like sweat from the sweat glands in the palm of my hand and make it explode. Izuku watched with caution as Katsuki pointed his right arm at him. He then pulled back the handle which revealed a firing pin. If they made this the way I asked, he continued while getting into a steady position, put his left forefinger inside of the firing pin, then these gauntlets will store the nitroglycerin inside them and… Don't tell me that's… All Might didn't finish the thought, afraid of what the answer was. Young Bakugo, stop. Are you trying to kill him? If I don't hit him, Katsuki replied to All Might as he pulled the firing pin with a crazed face, he won't die. The explosion that came out of the gauntlet shook the whole building. Even the observation room felt the shockwaves. This is supposed to be a class. Kirishima exclaimed. Young man. All Might called worriedly, young Midoriya. Katsuki had a wicked grin on his face as he saw the damage. As the smoke cleared, he saw the silhouette of Izuku. His smug look turned to shock though, when he saw the green-haired boy standing straight up as if nothing happened. He was hit a bit though. The right sleeve of his trench coat was incinerated, and his hat was on the ground, burnt. I did not see that coming. He said aloud, you can go ranged now. I'll have to be more careful. You got that right. Katsuki replied as he walked out of the smoke. His face was no longer in shock. He was grinning like a madman. But the more that's stored in these gauntlets, the stronger the blast. Izuku saw his other gauntlet light up, showing that it was ready. I've got to get that one off of him, somehow. He thought to himself and got into a fighting position. Katsuki stopped walking when he was 10 feet away from Izuku. Come on, use your quirk, Deku. He said in a threatening tone, or your stand. I don't care. I'll force you to surrender even at your full strength. Bakugo, answer me. Tenya cried in his earpiece. Did you do that? What in the world did you do? Explain yourself. This is my chance. Achiko said to herself, seeing that Ito was occupied, and ran towards the nuke. If we retrieve the weapon, we'll win. Tenya noticed Achiko and started running towards her, not using his quirk. I won't let you, hero, he said in the best villainy way. He was surprised to see Achiko jump over him like an Olympic athlete. Using her quirk on herself, Achiko was now weightless and could possibly reach the bomb. We need to touch the weapon itself for it to count as being retrieved. She thought to herself as she flew towards it. She can make herself float now too? Tenya said with surprise. Achiko then put her fingers together. Release, she exclaimed and returned gravity on herself. Before she could touch the weapon, though, Tenya used his quirk and moved it away from her. Instead of touching the weapon, Achiko fell to the floor and rolled to the wall, her helmet falling off in the process. Your quirk is not a threat if you can't touch anything. Tenya stated from the entrance next to the bomb. I'll hold out until time runs out. Ha 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 ha. Deku's trying so hard though, Achiko thought as she recovered. Hey, what's wrong, Deku? Katsuki asked in a taunting manner. I didn't hit you, so you can still move, can't you? Come and get me. This is bad. Izuku thought to himself, with the other one loaded, my top priority will be to get it off. The time will run out before then and we'll lose. 1 second, Bakugo. I'll be right with you. Izuku said as he looked away and touched his earpiece. Uraraka, what's the situation? Deku. Achiko replied. Katsuki was getting annoyed at seeing Izuku ignore him, again. Ignoring me again? He said, standing straight up. I can't believe him. Sir, you should stop them. Kirishima said with worry, that Bakugo's really crazy. He's gonna kill him. I can't believe I'm saying this but… Adrien added, I agree with Kirishima. You have to stop them. No. All Might replied calmly as he remembered Katsuki's words. I won't do so much damage that this fight gets stopped, but I'm gonna get close. If I don't hit him, he won't die. Strangely enough, some part of him is still sane. The pro-hero thought, I don't know if it's small-minded or what, But anyway, young Bakugo, he said into the mic, the next time you use that, I'll stop the fight and your team will lose. Huh? Katsuki said with surprise, turning his attention away from Izuku. To attack on such a large scale inside is inviting the destruction of the stronghold you should be protecting. All Might explained, that is a foolish plan for both heroes and villains. You will lose a lot of points for it. The blonde looked down and shook in anger. As a teacher, I should stop this. However, Katsuki yelled in anger, being restricted from using his grenade attack. Go to the pillars by the window. Izuku finished, standing up in the process. Over and out. Fine then. Katsuki exclaimed, propelling himself towards Izuku. Let's fight it out with our fists. Izuku got into a stance, only felt the floor become uneven, making him go off balance. He watched as Katsuki soared towards him. This isn't good. He thought to himself, I can't dodge it. Dodge it. Watch the timing now. Surprisingly, Katsuki changed his strategy. Instead of going in for a punch, he shot an explosion, blinding Izuku and propelling himself behind him. Still in the air, he shot an explosion into Izuku's back. It made the desired effect, burning more of his trench coat and making the mask fly off of Izuku's face. What Katsuki didn't expect, though, was for the green-haired boy to pivot himself on his left leg and deliver a swift kick to his right cheek. About time he got a hit on him. Haru exclaimed, seeing Izuku kick Katsuki. But what was that just now? Kirishima asked. He doesn't look like the type to think, Shoto Todoroki spoke up, getting the students' attention. But he's more suitable than I expected. What do you mean? He changed his course in a blast that doubled as smoke screen and then did it again immediately. Getting in a clean hit while fighting against inertia requires fine lateral adjustments to the power of the explosions. Momo explained. He's too talented. Denki commented. He's a stuck-up jerk. That's what he is. Adrien said, corrected. I wish I could go in there and let him know how I feel about him. Kicking the podium All Might was standing on. They were surprised to hear sound coming from the monitors. No way. Kirishima said, how did you do that? I don't know. Here I come. They heard Katsuki charging at Izuku. It's your favorite right swing. The attack connected with Izuku's left arm, making him wince. That didn't stop him, though, from grabbing Katsuki's right arm with his left and delivering a hard punch to his gut. Doubling over, the blonde didn't have a chance to recover as Izuku grabbed him by the shirt and threw him into the wall. Where did he learn martial arts? Mashireo asked. I have no idea. Hanta replied. He is very skilled with his fists. So you said. His hand-to-hand combat puts him on even ground with Bakugo. Tokoyami added, it's hard to tell who's going to win. Katsuki was more than surprised at Izuku being able to fight back. Seeing that he was getting nowhere, he decided to use the same trick again. As predicted, Izuku swung with his right fist and Bakugo prepared to send out an explosion. Not this time. Izuku exclaimed in his head and placed his left hand over his eyes, protecting them from the smoke. When he was sure Katsuki was behind him, he dropped to the floor, making the explosion miss. He then did a leg sweep and sent the blonde to the ground. Standing up, started to walk towards Katsuki to use the capture tape when he felt something was missing. Look at his trench coat. A piece of the right side was burnt off and the secret pocket was missing. Looking frantically in every direction, he spotted the torn plus burnt piece of cloth on the ground. He started to run towards it until he lost his footing and fell face first on the floor. Katsuki had regained his composure and tripped Izuku. For good measure, he jumped on his back, knocking the wind out of him, and walked to where the pocket laid. What is this? He asked as he picked it up. What is so important about this piece of cloth that you would turn your back to me? Opening it up and reaching his hand in it, he was surprised to see the locket Izuku was holding before the lesson started. What's in here, Deku? A recovery pill or something? An assist object so that you can beat me? Opening it, he was not expecting to see what was really inside. Izuku, you idiot! Haru exclaimed in his mind at seeing the locket. Why didn't you leave it at your apartment? Is that a picture? Kyoka asked. Sure. Enough. As the camera zoomed in, they saw the picture clearly. Is that Izuku? Mina squealed. He's so cute. I'm guessing that's his mom. Toru added. She's very pretty. She still is. Haru stated. Hold on. The man in the background. Kirishima said, pointing towards what he was looking at. Is that Jotaro Kujo? All of the students, except Haru and Adrien, screamed. Yes. All Might answered, that is indeed Jotaro Kujo, the stand user of Star Platinum, and the one who trained young Midoriya to use to stand. What? They screamed again. No way. He was trained by Jotaro Kujo. Denki commented. The physical embodiment of manliness and power rolled into one? Kirishima added. No wonder his stand is so strong. Rikido exclaimed. If Kujo is the one who trained him, Todoroki said, why isn't he here to see his student learn to be a hero? That is a sad story, I'm afraid. All Might warned before continuing to speak. Besides being a stand user, Kujo was also a marine biologist. After Midoriya had completed his training at 13, Kujo left on an expedition to study some aquatic life. Perhaps you would remember the ship known as the Flying Dutchman. Oh yeah, Mineta exclaimed. It was all over the news. The ship got destroyed by unknown means. When the heroes showed up, there were no survivors. Everyone got quiet. Poor Midori, Mina said in a sad voice. He must have been very close to Kujo. Tsuyu added. You have no idea. Haru stated. Jotaro Kujo was a father figure to Izuku. Our friend took his death very hard. Didn't speak to us for a week, he was that upset. That locket holds the only picture he has of Kujo. He never lets it out of his sight. I wonder how Bakugo is going to react, Koji said, seeing that it's probably not what he expected. Everyone watched in a tense silence at what Katsuki would do. You're kidding me, right? Katsuki said in an annoyed tone. You were willing to turn you back to me in order to get a picture back? Are you serious, Deku? Izuku tried to stand up but was having trouble with the wind knocked out of him. He only managed to get on his hand and knees, looking up at Katsuki with pleading eyes. Eyes that were practically begging him not to do anything that he wouldn't damage the locket. I'm even more insulted than before. Closing his fist around the locket, Izuku watched in horror as a small explosion occurred inside of him fist. Katsuki opened his hand and Izuku tearfully watched as the remnants of his most prized possession, broken and burnt, fall to the floor. His head fell and sobbing was heard as tears fell to the floor. Bakugo! You are no good, son of a... Whatever Adrien was going to say was stopped, as Hanta used his tape to cover his mouth. Everyone was stunned at seeing what Katsuki did. That's low. Denki commented. Super unmanly. Kirishima added. Even if I were that angry at someone, Tokoyami said, I would never do something like that. Bakugo! Haru said quietly, shaking in anger. When you get to that area, I'm going to give you a piece of mind and fist. All Might or no All Might, you're going to get hurt. Poor Midori, Mina said with tears in her eyes, to be stripped of the one thing that he had left of his father figure. Bakugo has taken this too far. Momo added. Bakugo, what is going on? Tenya asked through his earpiece. 1 second for eyes. Katsuki replied. Need to finish what I started. I just destroyed Deku's little trinket. Trinket? What trinket? Trinket, Izuku's locket? Achiko figured out. No, he didn't. You're below me. Katsuki said as he walked up to Izuku. You let your guard down for a stupid picture. I don't know what's more infuriating. You getting accepted into UA or taking me lightly and losing over a little trinket with a picture inside. He stopped right in front of the sobbing Izuku. He then raised his right hand up to Izuku's head. Small explosions started to emit from that hand. You don't deserve your quirk or to be in UA. Hearing that, Izuku stopped sobbing and no more tears continued to fall. Then, triggered. I was going to say the same thing to you, Katsuki. He replied in a cold tone, making the blonde freeze with shock and fear written all over his face. Everyone in the observation room was shocked to that tone of voice in Izuku. He always spoke in a polite and goofy manner. This wasn't something they were expecting. Even Haru and Adrien were shocked. They've never seen this side of him before. He never calls Bakugo by his first name. Adrien said with worry after removing the tape from his mouth. Haru, any thoughts? Only one. Haru answered with a hint of fear in his voice. Bakugo took it too far, and Izuku has finally had enough. Wait, you mean, you've never heard him talk like that before? Mineta asked worriedly. Both boys just shook their heads. I'm worried at how this is going to end. All Might thought to himself, watching the screens with uncertainty. What's wrong with me? Katsuki screamed in his head while his whole body shivered. He's right there, at my mercy, but I can't do anything. Why am I shivering? I'm not cold. Am I shivering out of fear? Izuku slowly stood up, putting his left hand on Katsuki's right gauntlet. His head was still down, so no one could see his face. When he looked up though, it was the same stone-cold glare that he gave Katsuki at both their old school and the PE track in UA. Right there and then, Katsuki knew the answer for his shivering. He was truly afraid. Katsuki, he said again looking at him dead in the eyes, you just got your third strike. He threw a punch at Katsuki that connected with his chest. Now it was the blonde's turn to have the wind knocked out of him. He wasn't finished with him though. Izuku pinned Katsuki to the wall and started wailing on him. He felt every punch, every kick. This lasted for 11 seconds and then Izuku punched him square in the jaw and threw him into another wall. Katsuki fell to the floor, the wind knocked out of him as he tried to stand. What I just did to you, Izuku said in that cold tone, the beating I just gave you, is all of the anger that I've kept under wraps for the past 11 years. I made you feel how I felt in 11 seconds. Weak, defenseless, useless. Every one of those emotions in each of my punches and kicks. Katsuki started to get up, not wanting to lose to Izuku, but it was proving difficult. I admired you when we were little. Even when you got your quirk and you began to ignore me, I still saw you as my friend. All I ever wanted was for us to stay friends. Quirk or no quirk. Why do you hate me for that? I don't hate you for being quirkless. Katsuki said as he began to stand up. I hate the looks you shot at me, the ones full of concern. Did you enjoy it? Looking down on me all that time? That caught Izuku by surprise. All this time you had a quirk. You never used it. Was it fun for you? Looking down on me that whole time while I made a fool of myself. Do you think you can just wake up? That made Katsuki shut his mouth. You're so blinded by your own pride that you can't even see the truth right in front of you. I never looked down on you. A small part of me still admires you, even though you're such a JRK. I just want you to see that you're not on top of the world. That there will always be someone better than you. Katsuki had finally stood up and was ready to finish what he started. He crouched down getting ready to launch. Izuku prepared to dash towards him. Both then charged at full speed. Katsuki readied his right hand with an explosion while Izuku charged up his right arm with one for all. Everyone saw and heard the whole thing and were shocked. None more shocked than Haru, Adrien, and All Might. They were brought out of their thoughts though when they saw both boys charge at each other. I said this looks bad. Kirishima said getting All Might's attention, Sir. All Might desperately wanted both boys to finish their fight, for Izuku to get more experience and learn the meaning of being a hero. Sadly, Kirishima was right. It was looking and both boys had plans to seriously injure the other. Both of you. Let's go, Uraraka. That surprised All Might to look up and see Achiko grab onto one of the pillars. It's time you learn the hard way, Izuku shouted in his mind while charging towards Katsuki. Not everything goes the way you want it to go. Detroit, smash, he yelled and threw his punch upward. Using his left arm, he grabbed Katsuki's hand and pivoted his explosion into the floor. The force of the punch caused the groundwork of the upper floors to break a hole upward all the way to the roof. On the 5th floor, Tenya was desperately holding onto the bomb so that he wouldn't fly away. He was shocked to see Achiko holding up a broken pillar like it weighed nothing. What the, he exclaimed and realized she was using her quirk on the pillar. Sorry, Ida, she apologized. Improved special move, Comet Home Run. Achiko then swung the pillar and it hit some debris sending it towards Tenya. You call that a home run? he shouted out of fear. He crossed his arms over his face, hoping none of the debris would hit him. In doing so, Achiko was able to use her quirk on herself and flung herself towards the weapon. "Release!" she exclaimed, deactivating her quirk and grabbing onto the bomb. "Retrieved." "No! The weapon!" 3 stories below, Katsuki heard the echo of Tenya's voice. He knew without a doubt the bomb had been retrieved by Izuku's partner. "You planned this, didn't you?" he asked Izuku, who was still holding down his right arm with his left. His own right arm, though, was swollen and in need of medical attention. He wasn't kidding about something being broken. Katsuki, though, in his mind. "Bakugo!" Izuku called in his normal tone, though he sounded tired. "I finally beat you, in a fair fight. I still remember the game you forced me to play before I fought back, King of the Hill. I was the court jester, the joker who was made to look like a fool. You were the king and challenged anyone with a quirk to come and defeat you. If they defeated you, they got to be king and say 3 words, any words to the loser. I distinctly remembered what you said to almost all of the losers. Farewell, you losers. Don't come back. Maybe next time. Well, guess what? I've won. Now I get to say 3 words to you, your majesty." Ruthlessly dethroned. Katsuki had a look of shock on his face. He was beaten by Izuku Midoriya, the last person he expected to ever come and challenge him. Having said what he wanted to say, Izuku lost consciousness and fell to the floor. Katsuki was in so much shock, he didn't even pay attention when All Might spoke through the speaker. "Hero team wins." All of the students in the observation room were shocked at the results. The hero team had won right before the time had run out. Even Haru and Adrien were impressed at what they saw their green-haired friend do. They were worried, though, at seeing his right arm in a bad state. Tenya was making sure that Achiko was okay since she overused her quirk. "What the hey?" Denki finally spoke up. "Only one of the losers are uninjured while both of the winners are on the ground. They lost the battle but won the war, huh?" Tokoyami added. "This is training, though," Tsuyu stated. "Bakugo," Adrien screamed in his mind, "you deserve far worse for what you did." "Izuku," Haru thought, "I've never seen that side of you before. Have you really been holding in all that anger for 11 years? How did you deal with all that?" All Might, who was in the destroyed building, watched as 2 robots pulled the unconscious Izuku out on a stretcher. He was surprised to see that there was a smile on his face. Perhaps he was seeing a good memory, or it was one of victory. He wouldn't know until the boy woke up. "To the nurse's office," the lead robot said. "I know," the other robot replied. The pro-hero then turned to see how Katsuki was doing. The said boy had taken a beating but was still standing. He was standing where the remnants of Izuku's locket laid on the floor. Katsuki was still in shock and looking down at his right hand. "My right?" he thought to himself, remembering how Izuku pivoted his right arm so that the explosion only did damage to the floor. Deku predicted it. On top of that, he found a way to win the exercise, and he didn't even pull out his stand. Not once. He then thought back to what Izuku had said to him before they charged at each other. "A small part of me still admires you, even though you're such a JRK. I just want you to see that you're not on top of the world." Katsuki then clenched his fist and started to hyperventilate. "Does that mean?" He started as his breathing became more erratic. "Even if we fought all out, Deku would completely beat?" He didn't finish the thought when he felt a hand on his shoulder. It stopped hyperventilating as well. "Come back, young Bakugo," said the voice of All Might. "It's time to review the results. Whether you win or lose, looking back and learning from your experiences is a part of life." Well, even if I say that, All Might addressed to the students, the MVP for this battle was young Ida. This surprised every one of the students. "Excuse me?" Adrien exclaimed. "It's not either of the winners, Achiko or Midoriya?" Tsuyu asked. "Well, why is that? Does anyone know?" "Yes, Mr. All Might." Momo answered, raising her hand. "That is because Ida adapted the most to the context of the training. From watching the match, it appears Bakugo acted on his own because of an obviously personal grudge. And as Mr. All Might said earlier, it is foolish to launch a large-scale attack indoors. In the same way, Taking into consideration the damage he received, Midoriya's plan was somewhat rash. He did, though, have a good plan with keeping Bakugo distracted so that he wouldn't catch on to his partner heading towards the weapon's location. Going to Uraraka, she let her guard down mid-battle, and her final attack was too reckless. If she treated the papier-mâché as a real weapon, she would not have been able to do something so dangerous. Ida had prepared for his opponent's arrival and assumed it would be a fight over the weapon, which made him late in responding to the final attack. The hero team only won because they took advantage of the fact that this was training. They were practically breaking the rules. Most of the students had dumbfounded expressions because Momo had just pointed everything out. Tenya was crying tears of joy, Achiko looked down ashamedly, and Katsuki just wasn't paying attention, still in shock. Adrien, though, looked like he was about to blow a fuse. She said more than I expected. All Might thought before speaking up. Young Ida has parts of him that could be more relaxed, but well, that was correct. We should always start with the basics to develop depth of learning. We must strive to devote ourselves wholeheartedly. Otherwise, we cannot become top heroes. Oh, give me a break, Victoria's Secret. Adrien screamed, getting everyone's attention. Those are the exact same speeches I've heard adults and older kids give to Izuku when he was little. It was basically their way of saying, you'll never become a hero. There was almost no one who was willing to comfort him. I bet you had a lot of friends, so you were never alone, did you, Veruca Salt? Before he could continue, Adrien was smacked upside the head with the butt end of Haru's whip. I'm sorry about that. He apologized. Adrien and Izuku have been friends since they were small. Whenever Izuku was bullied, the only one he could turn to was Adrien when Mrs. Midoriya wasn't around. The constant bully being Bakugo, Adrien took the job of being there for Izuku very seriously, so in a way, he's overprotective. I see. Momo replied, I apologize if you are offended, Thompson. Apologize to Izuku. Adrien replied, rubbing his head. Argument aside, All Might interjected, let's change locations and start the second match. Tackle this training after thinking about what we just talked about. Yes, sir. Battle Building B. Match 2. All Might said through the speakers. Team B are the heroes and Team I are the villains. Ojiro. Toru said, I'm going to get serious. I'll take off my gloves and boots too. Okay. Ojiro then looked away. Hagakure, that's the correct decision as an invisible person, but that's not great for a girl, morally speaking. You can't look okay? Toru added. I can't see you even if I tried. Ojiro answered. Now, let's start the second indoor person-to-person combat training match. Mizo used one of his extra limbs, turning it into an ear, to locate the other two students. Hearing Shoto walk up to him, the ear turned into a mouth. One in the hall on the north side of the 4th floor. It said, the other is somewhere on the same floor. They're barefoot? The invisible one is coming to ambush and capture us, huh? Another mouth appeared on another limb stating, go outside. Shoto said, walking past Mizo, it's dangerous. I'm sure our opponents intend to fight a defensive battle. While speaking, he raised his right hand which emitted a frost like smoke. But that does not matter to me. Stepping outside, Mizo watched in astonishment as the whole building froze over. Oh, my feet. Toru exclaimed, being frozen in place. This Quirk is... Ojiro started to say but stopped when he heard footsteps. Turning towards the ajar door, he saw Shoto walking towards him. He got into a fighting position. You can move if you want, Shoto said, still walking with a smirk on his face, but the skin on your feet will come off, so you won't be able to fight your best. The have-ice-covered student just walked past the tailed martial artist. Everyone, including All Might, were shivering from the temperature drop. He did not cause any damage to his teammate or the nuclear weapon, the pro-hero stated, and on top of that he weakened the enemy. He's so strong. Ijiro exclaimed through chattering teeth. Katsuki watched the boy's display of power in shock. The minute Shoto touched the weapon, hero team wins. All Might called through the speaker. Ojiro looked down in defeat. He was surprised when he felt the temperature rise. Looking around, he saw all the ice melting. Heat! he asked himself and looked to Shoto, seeing that he was the source of it all, using his left hand. In just a few short seconds, the whole building was thawed out. It's hot," Toru exclaimed, trying to keep her feet out of the hot water. "Sorry." Shoto apologized to Ojiro while turning to leave. "The difference in our ability was too great." "Wow." Rikido said. "What's up with that Quirk?" Denki asked. As expected of someone who got in through recommendations. Tsuyu stated. "Looks like Izuku will have some competition that will actually force him to use his stand." Haru commented. "No kidding." Adrien agreed. "All right," All Might said, getting the class's attention. "Everyone gather around for a review of the second match. Next, we will begin the third match." "Yes, sir." The only student who didn't answer was Katsuki. At seeing that display of power, he thought back to what Izuku said. "I just want you to see that you're not on top of the world. That there will always be someone better than you." He bit his bottom lip in annoyance but couldn't deny what Izuku had said. The team battles continued without any problems. Team J went up against Team H, Team C against Team G, and Team F against Team K. Haru and Adrien didn't get to go up against any of the other students, sadly. Instead, they fought off security bots inside of a building. When all the sessions were done, All Might led the students to the exit. "Good work, everyone." All Might told them, "We didn't have any major injuries other than young Midoriya either. You guys took this on seriously. You all did a good job for your first training. To have such a proper class after Mr. Aizawa's class." Tsuyu commented, "It's kind of anticlimactic. We're free to have proper classes as well. Well then, I must review the results with young Midoriya. Change and return to the classroom." While saying the last part, the pro hero took off like a rocket through the exit. All the students watched in amazement at seeing his power in person. "All Might's amazing." Denki commented. "Why was he in such a hurry?" Ojiro asked. "So amazing," Mineta added. While running, All Might looked behind himself to take one more look at the students. He noticed throughout all the sessions, Katsuki Bakugo always had his head down. Young Bakugo is a mass of pride, he thought to himself, and there's nothing more fragile than a heart that's swelled to bursting. Both his pride and ego have taken a massive hit when he lost to young Midoriya. As his teacher, I must counsel him well. But right now, All Might then entered a room with a sign saying, "Staff only," and closed the door behind him. Steam was emitting from his body and he was panting hard. "If I teach a class." He then turned into Toshinori Yagi, the suit looking much too big for him. "I barely have enough time." Shoot. Nurse's office. "The school year has just begun," Recovery Girl said from her chair in an angry tone, "and he's already been in here 3 times. Why didn't you stop him, All Might?" "I apologize, Recovery Girl." All Might replied, still as Toshinori Yagi. "What are you apologizing to me for?" On top of his total exhaustion, he was here just yesterday. Both looked to where Izuku laid, unconscious, on the hospital bed. His right arm was in a cast while his left was hooked to an 4 tube. "I can't treat him all at once. I did first aid treatment already, so after the 4 is finished, we can only wait for his body to heal slowly overnight." "Geez, I know he's your favorite and that you passed on your powers to him, but that doesn't mean you should spoil him." "There is nothing I can say to that. Because I wanted to consider his feelings, I hesitated to stop the training match. Even so, will you please not talk about One for All so loudly?" Yes, Mr. Natural-born Hero. Mr. Symbol of Peace." Recovery Girl replied in a sarcastic way. "My injury and this form of mine are common knowledge among the UA teachers and a certain group of pros, but the secret of my quirk, One for All, is known only to you, the principal, my close friends and young Midoriya, as well as his close friends. I know it's not like you want to rest your laurels at the top, but is being a natural-born hero, or the symbol of peace, really that important? If I no longer am, then the superhuman society will be seized by evil. This is the responsibility of those of us with this power." Recovery Girl smiled at that declaration. "If that's the case," she said to him, "then it's even more important for you to learn what it means to guide someone." "Yes, ma'am." If Jotaro Kujo were alive, he could give you a few pointers. I would gladly accept them. From what I heard from young Watanabe and young Thompson, he was like a father to young Midoriya. Flashback. Years ago, Izuku had just completed another of Jotaro's lessons. As a reward for doing a good job, Izuku was allowed to decide on a celebration. He heard that a carnival had come to town, so he wanted himself, his mom and sensei to go there. They arrived an hour after lunch, bought their tickets and walked into the carnival area. Wow! Izuku exclaimed, looking at all of the rides and attractions. There are so many things to do. Where should we go first? Jotaro-sensei, where would you like to go? Why are you asking me? Jotaro replied to his student, it's your celebration. You get to call the shots. Hearing this, Izuku pointed to the roller coaster and all three walked towards the ride. Izuku and Inko were screaming their heads off the whole ride while Jotaro remained silent. Next they went to the House of Mirrors. Izuku's laughed at one when he looked like a stick. Inko made a small joke about going on a diet when seeing herself fat in a mirror. Both laughed when Jotaro stood in front of a mirror that made him look like a bad drawing. Izuku then went to the petting zoo, wanting to see which animals he could play with. There were puppies, sheep, goats and piglets. Inko watched with a smile, while Jotaro still had his neutral look. Izuku then found a photo booth. All three crammed inside to take pictures. 3 pictures were taken, one was all smiles, another was silly, the final was fright. Through it all, Jotaro did not smile. While walking with the photos, Izuku saw a ball throw stand. Running up to it, he saw an All Might action figure. A sign read, "No using quirks for ball throw." Sir? Izuku called to the stand owner, "How do I get a prize?" "Why, it's simple, little man." The man said with a smile, "All you have to do is knock over 2 of these little spaceships for a prize. Knock down all 3 and you get 2 prizes. Cool, Izuku said with excitement. Paying for his 3 tries, he took the ball and threw them as hard as he could. His aim was good and so was his throw. Sadly, not a single one of the spaceships got knocked over. "Ah man," he said disappointedly. "Sorry, little man." The owner said, "Better luck next time." "Hold it," Jotaro called, getting the owner's attention. "I take a whack at it." "Okay, your money, my friend," the owner replied. What he didn't know was that Jotaro saw his game. The spaceships were made of metal, so that no matter how hard you hit them they wouldn't go down. It would take someone with a quirk to take down those ships. Sadly, for him, the one throwing the ball was none other than Jotaro Kujo, the stand user of Star Platinum. Pulling his arm back, the master stand user threw every ball, not only knocking the ships down but also putting a dent in them. "Hey, you cheated!" the owner accused, only to have his shirt grabbed and his face centimeters away from Jotaro's. "Listen, pal," the stand user said in a low voice and a scowl on his face, "I know you rigged the game so that no one could beat it. You're not used to having someone beat it, are you? Well, guess what, I just did, and it looks like you're refusing to cooperate. This can end 2 ways. 1, you give me the prizes I choose and you can keep your job. 2, you don't cooperate and I'll have a word with your boss, and you'll be out of a job. Which one will you take?" Not wanting to lose his job, the owner let Jotaro pick his prizes. The stand user walked back to Izuku with 2 objects. One was the All Might action figure, the other was a locket. "You didn't have to do that, Jotaro-sensei." Izuku said, "I was all right not getting a prize." "It wasn't," Jotaro said in a matter-of-fact tone, "both of these are for you." "The All Might action figure I get," Inko said, "but what's the locket for?" "That's where the pictures come in. Izuku, please hand me your smiling photo." Izuku did as he was told and gave the photos to Jotaro. The older stand user handed the All Might action figure to Izuku, who gladly took it. The boy then saw Star Platinum appear and take the photo from Jotaro. He carefully ripped the picture so that the figures in the photo were in a small circle. Jotaro then put a small drop of glue into the locket. Taking the picture back from his stand, Jotaro placed the picture inside the locket. He then showed it to Izuku. "I won't be around forever, Izuku," he said. "When that day comes, I want to at least have something to remember me by." This locket is yours as well and I want to hold on to it wherever you go. Can you do that for me? Izuku looked at his sensei and nodded. Jotaro knelt and placed the locket around Izuku's neck. The boy looked at the locket for a moment, then back at his sensei. Out of the blue, he smiled and hugged him. Jotaro was surprised at first, but he slowly hugged him back. Inko watched the whole thing with a smile on her face. She was shocked though, when she saw something she didn't expect. For the first time, through the whole night, Jotaro was smiling. Flashback and Izuku woke up with some tears in his eyes. That was one of the rare occasions he saw his sensei smile. Looking around, he saw that he was in the nurse's office. Noticing a clock, Izuku saw the time to be 5 minutes away from 4 p.m. It's late afternoon, he said to himself. Are you awake? Recovery girl asked, surprising Izuku. After giving him an arm sling, she said he was free to go. That's all for today's treatment. Come back again tomorrow, okay? I ended up skipping my afternoon classes, Izuku thought to himself as he walked to one, and Mr. Aizawa's going to wrap me in those bindings again. Upon entering the classroom, he did not expect what came next. Oh, Midori is here! Kirishima exclaimed as he Hanta, Sato, Mina, Tsu and Yagi walked up to him. Good work. Man, you were awesome in that fight. Sure, you lost your temper but were fired up. You were able to go up against Bakugo, who's one of the most talented in the class. Hanta added. You did a good job dodging. Mina stated with excitement. You guys did that in the first match, so the rest of us had to give it our all, too. Rikido said. You were far from elegant, but Yuga was interrupted by Mina. You did a good job dodging. Huh? Izuku exclaimed, surprised at the praise he was getting. I'm Eijiro Kirishima. We're all going over the training together right now. I'm Hantasiro. I'm Yuga Ao. I'm Mina Ishido. You did a good job dodging. I'm Tsuyu Ajui. Call me Tsu. I'm Sato. Izuku tried to speak before grape-haired boy interrupted. I'm Mineta, he stated. So, you were trained by Jotaro Kujo? Yes. Izuku answered with a smile. Yes, I was. That's so awesome. Eijiro exclaimed. You must have had some great training with him. What was it like? Was he rough? Sato asked. Did he keep you on track? Mina added. What method of stand using did he use on you? Tsu added. Let's just say the training I got was basically tough love. Izuku answered, thinking back on when he was pounded by Jotaro in every training session. Very tough love. You guys are too loud. Tokoyami said while sitting on one of the desks, then looked to where Haru and Adrien were standing. You're not going to intervene. For what reason? Adrien asked. For once in his life, Izuku is being praised by someone else other than us. It's nice to see that he is making some more friends now. Haru added. Tokoyami! Tenya exclaimed, marching up to the bird-headed boy and waving his hands. That desk and not a chair. Get off immediately. It's not a big deal, is it? Kyoka asked. W dash? What's with those hands, anyway? Ojiro asked, pointing out the way Tenya waved his hands. You people, I cannot condone actions that disrespect the desks the great men and women who our upperclassmen once used. You're too loud. Tokoyami replied in a bored tone. All the students who heard it gave him different looks. Ida never wavers, does he? Izuku said to himself. Just then, Denki walked in carrying a bunch of books with Uraraka right behind him, carrying some as well. Hey, Uraraka, he said, stopping once they were inside the classroom. Wanna grab a bite to eat sometime? What do you like? Machi, she was about to answer when she noticed Izuku and ran to him. Wait, Deku, she didn't heal your injuries? Oh, Izuku answered. It's because of how much stamina I have and… Huh. He stopped when he noticed that Katsuki was missing. Uraraka, more importantly, Izuku was running through the whole school trying to find him. He thought back to what Achiko had told him. We all tried to stop him, she had said, but he just went home now without saying anything. In his mind, Katsuki was a lot of things. A JRK, a bully and a prideful individual who needed his ego taken down a few notches. One thing he knew for sure, a quitter was not one of them. He then thought back to during the training session when Bakugo was looking for him. You tricked me, didn't you? Was it fun tricking me all this time? You've got a flashy quirk there, don't you? He finally found him when he exited the school. He saw Katsuki walking towards the exit of the school property. He had to know if he'd given up or not. Bakugo, he called and ran up to him. The blonde boy stopped in his tracks when Izuku called him a second time. What? He said, barely turning his head to look at him. Izuku could tell that he had really damaged Katsuki's ego. He didn't know why, but for some reason, he felt like he needed to tell him the truth about one for all. It's a secret I didn't even tell my mom. Izuku thought to himself, but Jotaro-sensei told me to never take damaging a person's pride too far if they fought fair and square. I think I did when I gave him that beating. What? Here goes nothing. There's one thing I feel like I have to tell you. Izuku started. My quirk is something I received from someone else. Huh? Katsuki muttered, looking more to him. I can't say who I got it from though. I won't say, but it's like a story out of comic books, except it's true. On top of that, I still can't control it properly. It's just a borrowed power that I haven't made my own yet. If you remember, I told that's one of the reasons I tried to beat you without using it. But in the end, even with my martial arts training, I still needed it to win. I've still got a long way to go, with both my quirk and stand. That's why, one day I will make this quirk my own and beat you with my own power. Finished speaking, he looked directly at Katsuki, who had a surprised look on his face. Izuku supported one of his own. I just came to tell him I didn't trick him. Izuku thought in his mind, what have I done? What is that? Katsuki asked, fully turning to Izuku. Borrowed power? You're talking nonsense. What are you trying to do? Make me out to be more of a fool than you already have. What are you trying to say? Today, I lost to you, utterly and completely. That's all it was. That's all. As I watched the ice guy, I thought, I can beat him. Drat it. I ended up agreeing with what both you and Ponytail Girl said. Drat it. Drat it. Drat it. Hey, you too, I'm just getting started. You hear? Here, I will become number one. Izuku saw tears in his eyes and just nodded his head. I'll be waiting for you when we both have gotten better for a rematch. He said to him and was about to walk away. Hey, Deku. He heard Katsuki call to him. I'm not sure if you'll accept what I'm about to say, but I'm sorry. Izuku turned back to him with a surprised look on his face. That locket? The fact that you turned your back to me during training, it must have meant a lot to you. I did deserve that beating you gave me. That's all I have to say. Katsuki then turned and started to walk away. Unbeknownst to both boys, Haru and Adrien had come outside to make sure Katsuki didn't try to do something harmful to Izuku. They arrived just at the part when Katsuki said he was agreeing with what Izuku and Yaoyorozu had said. They both had surprised looks on their faces at what they heard the spiked blonde just said. Did Bakugo just apologize? Adrien said in surprise. Trust me, you're not the only one who's surprised. Haru added. There he is, shouted the voice of All Might, running up to Bakugo and placing his hands on his shoulders. Young Bakugo. Just so you know, pride is important. You definitely have the abilities needed to become a pro. You still have a lot of. Let go of me, All Might. I can't walk. Katsuki said in an angered tone and looked back at him. I'll become a hero who surpasses even you without you telling me. Only in your dreams. Haru and Adrien thought at the same time. Oh, right. The pro hero replied as he removed his hands from Katsuki's shoulders. He watched as the spiked blonde walked away. He's gotten over it. It's hard being a teacher. Up in class 1A, Mina, Achiko, and Tsuyu were watching the whole interaction from the window. What was that? Mina asked. The fated battle between men. Achiko said with a fierce look. It looked like Midoriya was trying to explain something to him. Tsuyu suggested. The fated battle between men. Achiko stated again, her face on the glass. Bakugo's fuse has been lit. Izuku thought to himself, he still plans on becoming number one, then I won't make it easy for him. I intended to give him a run for his money. Young Midoriya. All Might said, making the boy turn seeing the pro hero next to him along with Haru and Adrien. What were you talking about with young Bakugo? Izuku hesitated. I'm so curious. Why don't you tell me in detail? Our unknown location. Did you see this? Said an unknown figure who was covered with hands. He set down a paper telling about All Might becoming a teacher at you. It says he's a teacher. What do you think will happen if the symbol of peace is killed by villains? Izuku had to go to the nurse's office to have his arm checked. Sadly, some reporters stopped him and started to ask questions. It seemed that everyone knew about All Might's job at UA now and wanted to know how the pro was teaching the students. Hey, you, a reporter said, putting her microphone in Izuku's face. How are All Might's classes? Excuse me, I have to go to the nurse's office. Izuku answered and ran into the school. Will you tell us about what the symbol of peace is like as a teacher? The same reporter asked Ochiko. What he's like? She replied. He's very muscular. What do you think of All Might as a teacher? The reporter asked Tenya. He made me recognize anew that I attend an educational institution that is the best of the best. He replied. Of course, his dignity and character go without saying, but we students are constantly able to see his humorous side. It is a unique opportunity to learn about being a hero directly from one. The reporters moved on to someone else, almost falling asleep from Tenya's speech, who happened to be none other than Katsuki Bakugo. Excuse me, can you tell me about All Might? Recognition crossed the reporter's face. Oh? You're the one who was captured by the sludge villain. Stop it. Katsuki replied in an annoyed tone and continued to walk. The reporters then went on to the next person, Aizawa. About All Might. Wow, you're scruffy. What's your deal? He's not on duty today. Aizawa replied in a neutral tone. You are disturbing the classes. Please leave. The teacher then walked away from them and towards the school. They called to him, still wanting to get an interview. I can't believe All Might was able to work as a hero with all of this. Aizawa thought to himself. Hey, just a little time is fine, the reporter said as she tried to follow Aizawa in. Just let me see All Might dash. She didn't get any further as red lights and a small alarm went off. Metal doors then closed the entry and raised the walls. What the? She said in surprise. It's the UA barrier. The cameraman said, that's what we call it. That's so lame. The heck is that? If someone tries to get in without a student ID or pass to enter, the security system kicks in. Apparently, there are sensors all over the school. What the heck? They think they're so high and mighty. They could at least give a brief comment. Seriously, we've been here for 2 days, and they still won't say anything. 2 days? That's nothing compared to what I did. A new voice said, getting the reporter's attention. They looked just in time to see someone leap over the wall and into UA grounds with little effort. Surprise was written all over their faces. What just happened? Class 1A room. Good work on yesterday's combat training. Aizawa addressed to the students. I saw the videos and results. Bakugo, you're talented, so don't act like a kid. I know. Katsuki answered begrudgingly. The teacher then turned his attention to Izuku. And Midoriya. You settled it by breaking your arm again, huh? I'm glad you're not labeling it as an excuse, only a way for you to better yourself. That said, keep up the attitude, but also please rein in your temper. I saw what you did to Bakugo and it was unnecessary. Yes, sir. Izuku replied. Now let's get down to homeroom business. Sorry about the late notice, but today I'll have you take another special test. The students concluded in their minds. Decide on a class representative. It's actually a normal school activity. I want to be class rep. Pick me. Kirishima shouted. Me too. Denki chimed in. I want to do it too. Kyoka added. It's a job made for M. Yuga started before Mina interrupted him. I'll be the leader. My manifesto is for all girls' skirts to be 30 centimeters above the knee. Mineta shouted. Let me do it. Me. Bakugo shouted. Well, I know he's not going to get picked. Izuku thought to himself and looked towards his friends. He noticed Haru and Adrien weren't joining in. You guys don't want the job? No thanks. Adrien replied, I've got enough responsibilities as it is. Besides, we know someone else better suited for the job. Haru added. Silence, please. Ida said, getting the class's attention. It is a job with a serious responsibility of leading others. It is not a job for just anyone who wants to do it. It is a calling that requires the trust of those around you. If we want to use democracy to decide on a true leader, then we should hold an election to choose one. Your hand is raised the highest, the student stated to Tenya. Why did you suggest that? Denki asked. We haven't known each other for that long, Sue stated, so how can we have trust or anything? If that's the case and everyone votes for themselves. Kirishima added. Don't you think that is precisely why whoever receives multiple votes here can be truly considered the most suitable person? Tenya said, What do you think, Mr. Aizawa? I don't care, as long as you decide before homeroom is over. Aizawa said as he zipped himself up in a sleeping bag and laid down on the floor. Thank you very much. A few minutes later the results came for class rep. What Izuku saw shocked him. Izuku Midoriya 5. Momo Yaoyorozu 2. I got 5 votes? Izuku exclaimed. Why deku? Katsuki exclaimed, clearly upset. Who besides Short Stuff and Goldilocks voted for him? Well, it's better than voting for you. Hanta replied. What did you say? Haru and Adrien looked to Achiko, who was whistling a merry tune with smiles on their faces. It'd be scary if Bakugo finds out, Achiko thought to herself. Meanwhile, Tenya was shaking with failure while muttering to himself. 0 votes. He said, I knew that would happen, that is only to be expected of a person's calling. You voted for someone else, huh? Momo asked. But you wanted to do it too. Rikido added, What are you trying to do, Ida? Outside, Izuku was as cool as a cucumber. Inside, he was shaking like desert lizard in the Arctic. Being trained by Jotaro, he saw himself as more of a fighter, not a leader. He would ponder on those thoughts later as he stood in front of the class with Momo next to him. Then, the class rep is Midoriya, Aizawa said, and the deputy class rep will be Yaoyorozu. Seriously? He said in an angered tone, his face turning to Adrien and Haru. Both looking back at him with innocent looks. How vexing. Yaoyorozu said in a bored tone. That might not be too bad. Sue stated. After all's said and done, Kirishima added, Midoriya can be very fired up anyway. And Yaoyorozu was cool when we were going after the battle results. Hanta stated. Before I forget. Aizawa added, there's a possible transfer student here in UA. He's here to see if he would want to attend this school. Please make him feel welcome. Also, his name is Jonathan Jutre Yaoyorozu. The students were surprised to hear that a student might be transferring to UA. None were more surprised than Izuku and Momo as they looked towards the door. A figure then entered room. He looked to be 16 years of age and was exactly 6 feet tall. He had dark blue eyes and equally dark blue hair. He wore a white button-up shirt that was covered with a black long-sleeved business shirt. His jeans were also black, as were his shoes. He completed the look with a light black hat on top of his head. Looking around the room, his eyes landed on Izuku and Momo, who were staring at him in shock. Zuku? Momo? He asked with surprise. Jojo, the rest of the class shouted. No way. Denki said, the most popular kid from Best Boys magazine is transferring to U.A? His last name is Yaoyorozu. Sue stated, Is he related to you, Momo? Yes, he's my younger brother. She answered. You're what? They shouted back. If you're going to socialize, Aizawa interjected, do it in the cafeteria. Lunch rushes eatery. There are a lot of people today too. Achiko stated, seeing at how many students were eating lunch. That's because everyone in the hero course, Ida explained, support course and management course meets in the same place. The students of 1A walked into the cafeteria to get food. Ida then noticed that Jonathan had not followed them. He was still standing at the entry. Miss Yaoyorozu, he called to Momo, why hasn't your brother entered the cafeteria? Probably because of the girls. She replied. Why do you say, because of the girls? Denki asked. Yeah, days. Jonathan said while adjusting his hat and taking a deep breath. Let's just get this over with. He then started to walk towards where Izuku and his friends were sitting. The moment he took a step into the cafeteria, though, a scream was heard. Shortly after, another scream was heard, and another and another. All the boys were startled, wondering why almost all of the girls were screaming, until they looked at what they were focused on. It's Jojo. No way. He's here in you. The next minute, Jonathan was surrounded by girls trying to get his attention. He gave them a hello and continued to walk. Most of the boys watched, with jealousy, as the girls crowded around Jonathan. Once he reached where Izuku was sitting, Achiko, Tenya, Adrien and Haru were with him. He sat down as well, the girls finally getting off his back. Achiko had just put a bit of rice in her mouth. The rice is so delicious, she stated. Even though I've been chosen as class rep, Izuku said while staring down at his food, I don't know if I'm qualified for it. You were chosen as class rep? Jonathan asked with a smile. That's awesome, Izuku. Also, don't even say that you aren't qualified. You've got this. Mr. Yaoyorozu is right. Tenya added, your courage and judgment at critical moments make you worth following. That is why I voted for you. You voted too? Izuku said with surprise. But didn't you want to be class rep too, Ida? Achiko asked. I mean, you've got glasses and everything. Wow, that was very blunt. Haru stated. Wanting to do it and being suitable for it are different issues. Ida stated. I merely did what I judged to be correct. That caught 4 of the other 5 occupants off guard. You don't usually use that word. Izuku said. Oh, that's... I've been thinking. Achiko said. Are you a rich boy, Ida? Rich? The glasses-wearing boy let out a sigh of defeat. I tried to change the way I talk because I didn't want to be called that. Yes, my family has been heroes for generations. I'm the second son. What? Wow. Izuku and Achiko exclaimed at the same time. Do you know the turbo hero, Ingenium? Yeah. Haru said, he's a really popular hero who has 65 sidekicks working at his Tokyo agency. Don't tell me. He's my elder brother. Ida clarified with a proud stance. He's telling us straight out. Achiko said. That's amazing. Izuku added excitedly. He's a likable hero who honors the rules and leads people. Ida stated, I set my sights on being a hero because I want to be like my brother. However, I think it is still too soon for me to lead others. Unlike me, Midoriya realized the point of the practical portion of the exam, so he is more suitable for the job. Tenya saw surprised looks on Izuku's and Achiko's faces. This might be the first time I've seen you smile, Ida. Achiko said. What really? I smile. Ida said with surprise. Ingenium is to Ida what All Might is to me. Izuku thought to himself, but I should tell him. About the entrance exam. Izuku began before an alarm sounded. An alarm? There has been a level 3 security breach. A voice through the speakers. All students please evacuate outdoors promptly. What's level 3 security? Tenya asked another student. It means someone is trespassing on school grounds, the student replied. I've never seen anything like this in the 3 years I've been here. You should hurry too. Instead of walking out of the school calmly, the students began to panic. They were pushing and shoving each other while trying to get outside. In the middle of it all were Izuku, Achiko, Tenya, Haru, Adrien and Jonathan. They were getting crushed by the majority of students. Ow! Achiko cried. What's going on all of the sudden? So much for being the best of the best. Jonathan commented, they're supposed to stay calm, not panic. I wonder who could have trespassed. Izuku said before he was shoved out of sight. Oh shoot! Midoriya Izuku Zukadeku. Tenya, Achiko, Adrien, Haru and Jonathan shouted, seeing their friend get pulled away from them. Who in the world trespassed? Haru asked. I'll take a look. Adrien replied and with difficulty moved to the window. He was shocked to see who was on school grounds. What the press? Give us All Might. The reporter demanded to Aizawa and Present Mike who were standing in front of the entrance. He's here, isn't he? We told you he's not here. Present Mike responded. If you just give us one comment, we'll leave, another reporter said. If you guys get one comment, Aizawa replied, you'll want another. That's just how you are. They're illegal trespassers, you know. Present Mike whispered to Aizawa, you could call them villains. You think we can beat 'em up? Don't do it, Mike. Aizawa whispered back, they'll write up a bunch of half-truths about you. Let's wait for the police. Are you kidding me? It's just the press. Adrien exclaimed before turning towards the people next to him, hey, everyone. It's just the... He didn't get to finish as he was smushed against the glass. On the other side, Izuku had heard him but couldn't tell the students either since he was constantly being moved. Come on, Izuku, think. Izuku thought to himself, what would All Might do? What would Jotaro-sensei do? Izuku then thought back to one of his lessons. Flashback, 10 years ago. Aura. Star Platinum shouted as he started to pound on Agile Emerald. Aura. 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 Smash. 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 Agile Emerald shouted back as he tried to counter the punches. Tried being the key word. After 3 more attempts to block, Izuku was sent across the ground, his face in the dirt. I already see what's wrong. Jotaro said. What is it, Jotaro-sensei? Izuku asked, rubbing his cheek. The reason I can hit you so easily is because you're predictable. You're predictable not because you're a kid or untrained, it's because you're panicking. One of the biggest keys to winning a fight is the ability to stay calm even in the most difficult situation. Even when the going gets bad for the heroes, they still keep calm to fight back and do their jobs. Did you have to keep calm most of the time, Jotaro-sensei? Kid, I had to be calm all of the time. Having a stand is no excuse either. If you remember what I told you, stands are the physical manifestation of a person's fighting spirit. Right now, your stand is strong because of your drive to be a hero. Your inability to stay calm in a dire situation is the biggest problem as to why you can't control your stand. You learn to stay calm, not only will you be able to control it, you'll be able to calm others down as well. That last part will most likely take a stern voice. So, in order to control my stand and get stronger, I have to remain calm? Exactly, especially under intense situations like dealing with Bakugo. Can you do that for me? Yes, I can, Jotaro-sensei. Good. Now get ready for another beating and this time, stay calm. Flashback and the most important thing a hero should be in any situation is calm. Izuku said in his mind. Looking around, he saw that no one was calm. Wanting to defuse the situation, he saw the best vantage point. He found one at one of the tables. Weaving through the crowd, he got to the table he was looking for. Standing up on it, he planned to get the attention of all through shouting. The problem was that the noise wouldn't let his voice be heard. He wished he could use one for all, but not being able to control it would probably cause his voice box to be severely damaged. Instead, he chose to use his stand. Around his throat was the throat of Agile Emerald. Taking a deep breath, Izuku shouted, "Enough!" That got everyone's attention, including most of the windows cracking. It's just the press. Stop panicking. This school is supposed to help us become the best, and you're all running around like a bunch of scaredy cats. Start acting like the best, calm down, and everyone exit in an orderly fashion. All of the students did as Izuku said and exited the room calmly. The police had finally arrived, and the reporters were forced to leave. A bit later, Izuku called the students back to 1A for a meeting. Now, let's start on some class officers. Izuku addressed them. For emergency situations, I would like Tenya Ida to be in charge. Me? Ida said with surprise. Why me? Because throughout the whole thing, I saw that you were the calmest. I believe you will be perfect for the job. Will you accept the job? Yes, I will. Thank you for this opportunity to prove myself, Midoriya. For keeping students on time, Adrien Thompson, since he's the most punctual. I'll do my best. Adrien declared. And finally, for physical and combat fitness, I nominate Jonathan Jutra Yayarozu. You sure that's a good idea, Zuku? Jonathan asked. What's wrong with you, Deku? Katsuki said, standing up. You would choose Jojo over me? I chose him because, unlike you, he's not a loose cannon. He also knows how to keep people like you in check. Unknown to both boys, Jonason's hand was twitching. Some of the students noticed this and became nervous. Loose cannon? People like me? You know, good little punk, Deku. I'm going to make you. Shut up, or I'll rearrange your windpipe. Jonason shouted with an angry look. All of the students had scared looks on their faces, even Katsuki. The only ones who weren't scared were Adrien, Haru, Izuku, and Momo. Jonason took a few breaths to calm himself down, then looked back at Katsuki. No one yells at my best friend. Also, only friends and family can call me Jojo, and last I checked, you're not my friend. I appreciate it, Jojo, Izuku replied, but I can take care of myself. So, will you accept the job? You bet I will. Meeting adjourned. Don't I get a say? Momo mumbled. Downtown, the heroes were having trouble with a villain who had taken a family hostage. Listen, heroes, the villain said, don't come after me. If you do, I'm gonna kill this rich family here. It's fine now, family, shouted the familiar voice of All Might falling from the sky. Missouri smash. With a simple karate chop to the back of the head, the villain was down. The number one hero was now holding the family safely in his arms. All Might wasn't wearing his hero costume. Instead, he was wearing a business suit. But, because I am here on my way to work. A hit and run, a woman screamed. It'll be bad if I'm late, but... All Might said to himself after putting the family down and jumping away towards the scene, and noticed something. I've gotten slower? He thought to himself, after I gave young Midoriya one for all, my powers have been weakening. On top of that, after forcing myself that time, the time I can spend in that form has gotten shorter than before. All Might then thought back to when he talked with Izuku after trying to counsel Katsuki. Flashback. You did what? Haru exclaimed. You told young Bakugo? All Might asked. What's wrong with you? Adrien added. I'm sorry. Izuku apologized while looking down in shame. I didn't even tell my mom, but for some reason, I felt like I just had to tell him. I'm really sorry. He'll always be the honest friend I grew up with. Adrien thought with a sad smile, even if it has its drawbacks. If I know Bakugo, Haru deduced, he won't take this information seriously since he's not too bright. I judged that he was not the type to show off, All Might thought to himself, so I did not admonish him strongly, but this seems to be the result of his sincerity backfiring. Fortunately, All Might finally spoke up. Young Bakugo did not seem to take it seriously, so I'll let it go this time. Izuku looked up at All Might with a surprised look. But please don't do it again. Please think carefully about what it means to have this power. If word gets out, it's clear that the world would be teeming with those trying to steal the power from you. This secret should be kept both to prevent chaos in society and for your sake. Do you understand? Flashback. And even if he is a suitable vessel, All Might thought as he stopped the car with a punch, he is still only a 15-year-old boy. I have to pull myself together. If Jotaro Kujo were still alive, how would he handle the situation? I should probably find someone who knew him at a professional personal level when I get the chance. Someone's barricaded themselves in the neighboring town. A citizen shouted, pulling the number one hero from his thoughts, leaping into action to the location. Yep, he was going to be late for work. Classroom 1. For today's hero basic training, Aizawa addressed the students. It's turned into a class with 3 instructors, All Might and me, and one more person. Turned into? I wonder if it's a special case. Izuku thought to himself. Excuse me, Hanta said while raising his hand. What'll we be doing? Aizawa then held up a card in bold blue letters that read, Rescue. Disasters, shipwrecks, and everything in between. The teacher explained, it's rescue training. Rescue? Denki said, looks like it'll be a lot of work this time too. Yeah. Mina quietly exclaimed. Idiot, Aijiro interjected, this is the duty of a hero. My arms are ready to rumble. No one can beat me in water, Ribbit. So, stated. Hey, I'm not done. Aizawa interrupted. You can decide if you want to wear your costume or not this time. Because there are probably costumes that limit your abilities too. The training will take place off campus, so we're taking a bus. That is all, start getting ready. Rescue training. Izuku thought to himself as the students went to get their costumes. What I've admired, it's training to get another step to being the greatest hero. I'll do my best. Izuku was dressed in a PE outfit with a mouth guard, gloves along with knee and shoulder guards. He wore this because his costume was severely damaged and needed to be repaired. Oh, you're wearing your PE clothes? Achiko said walking up to him. Where's your costume? They got ripped and burned during the combat training, Izuku replied with a smile, so I'm waiting for the support company to fix it. Ow, 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 exclaimed the voice of Mineta. Everyone looked to see Jonathan pulling on Mineta's ear in a painful way. The great boy had been ogling Achiko's figure during her and Izuku's conversation. The potential transfer student didn't take kindly to it and decided to do his job. No girl likes it when a boy continuously ogles them, little boy. Jonathan said in a stern voice, I also heard about how you eyed my sister. Be happy it was only that, otherwise I'd be feeding you your teeth instead of just pulling on your ear. Midoriya. We should get on the bus, shouted the voice of Ida, getting everyone's attention. Got it. Thanks, Ida. Izuku replied, then turned to the rest of the class. Okay everyone. Enter the bus single file. You were just kidding about feeding me my teeth, right? Mineta said while rubbing his ear. Jonathan had finally let go to get in line. When he didn't answer, the great boy started to get worried. Right? He wasn't joking. Momo replied, last time someone tried to look under my skirt, Jojo fed them their teeth, literally. Mineta shook with fear as he got on the bus. Once everyone was on, the vehicle headed towards its destination. On the way, everyone decided to converse. Hey Momo, Mina called, does your big brother have his eye on any girls? He's actually my little brother. Momo replied, his growth spurt just made him taller than me, so people mistake that he is older than me. Also, no, he doesn't have his eye on any girls. He's your younger brother? Jiro asked while looking at Jonathan, who was currently sitting on a chair with his arms crossed and the fudo over his eyes, trying to take a nap. He acts like an older brother. He's what you call the ultimate gentleman. He will take the job of defending a lady's honor very seriously. We saw that when he was holding Mineta by his ear. Toru said, I say whatever comes to mind. Tsu said out of the blue, then turned to Izu. Midoriya? Yes, Azui, he replied. Call me Tsu. Alright. That's bold. Haru thought to himself. Your quirk is like All Might's. Izuku started to inwardly and outwardly panic. Even Haru and Adrien had looks of shock on their faces. The secret of one for all getting out was something that could never happen. Huh? Izuku said while stuttering, I think so? But I'm Come on, Izuku. Adrien thought, inwardly worried. Think up a legitimate excuse. Wait a sec, Tsu, Kirishima interjected. All Might doesn't get hurt when he uses his. They just kind of look the same. The trio sighed with relief. But it's nice to have a simple augmenting type quirk. You can do lots of flashy stuff. My hardening is strong against others, but unfortunately, it doesn't look like much. I think it's really cool. Izuku stated, it's a quirk that can definitely pass as a pros. A pros, huh? But you have to think about popularity as a hero too, you know. My naval laser is a pro level in both flashiness and strength. Yuga stated. Does he ever stop talking about himself? Adrien thought annoyingly. But it's not great that it gives you a stomachache. Mina corrected, getting an upset look from Yuga. Well, if you're talking about flashy and strong, Kirishima interjected, it's gotta be Todoroki and Bakugo, though, huh? Bakugo's quirk is as flashy as his temper. Haru said, getting Katsuki's attention, it's explosive and runs on a short fuse. Watanabe has a point. Tsu agreed, Bakugo is always mad, so he doesn't seem like he'll be popular, though. What the heck? Katsuki exclaimed, you wanna fight? See. We haven't known each other that long, Denki joined in, so it's amazing that everyone already knows that his personality is garbage seeped in sewage. What's with that vocabulary, idiot? Katsuki bellowed. I'll kill you. He didn't get to say anything else as he felt a hand around his throat. Looking up, he saw a very angry Jonathan looking down at him, his hand on his neck. He was apparently woken up from his nap and in a really bad mood. Almost everyone was watching the whole interaction in shock. I'm in a very bad mood right now, Porcupine, he said, so choose your next words very, very carefully. Jojo, Izuku said, getting the boy's attention, please don't strangle him. I know he can be a bother, but don't stoop down to his level. Besides, if you do transfer to UA, combat practice is the one place you'll be able to fight Bakugo man-to-man. Deku, you little... Katsuki didn't finish as the hand around his throat tightened. A few seconds later, Jonathan removed his hand from Katsuki's throat. Zuku, I love the way you think, Jonathan said to Izuku, and both did a special kind of handshake. What a vulgar conversation. Momo said to Achiko, it would be unwise for Bakugo to make an enemy out of my brother. But I like stuff like this too, Achiko said with a smile. We're here, Aizawa informed the students. Stop messing around. Yes, sir, the students replied. Once the bus came to a complete stop, they all got out to be greeted by someone waiting for them. The person had some sort of oversized, futuristic astronaut suit and was a foot shorter than Aizawa. Everyone, I've been waiting for you, it said to them. It's the space hero, 13. Izuku said, starting to geek out. The gentlemanly hero who has rescued tons of people from disasters. Oh, I love 13, Achiko exclaimed. She's a hero geek as well? Adrien thought to himself with a smile, she's perfect for Izuku. He was literally pounded out of his thoughts when he was hit on the head by Haru. Now's not the time to play matchmaker. Haru stated, focus. Let's go inside without delay. The pro hero. Look forward to working with you, the students exclaimed. Going inside, they were amazed at what they saw. A huge pond with a water slide and boat, a building stuck in mountains, a dome with rain and wind falling, and a building on fire. Wow, it's like Universal Studios Japan, Kirishima exclaimed. No kidding, Jonathan said, impressed as well. A shipwreck, 13 explained, a landslide, a fire, a windstorm, etc. It is a training ground that I made with different types of accidents and disasters. It's called the Unforeseen Simulation Joint, or USJ, for short. It really is USJ, all the students thought. 13, where's All Might? Aizawa asked, walking up to the pro. He was supposed to meet us here. About that, 13 whispered. It looks like he did too much hero work on his way to work and ran out of time, so he's resting in the lounge. Teacher's lounge. Sorry. Yagi apologized on the phone to someone. I should be able to go for a little bit at the end. I'm really sorry. That's the height of irrationality, Aizawa stated, and thought to himself, well, we took precautions just in case. He then turned to address the students. It can't be helped. Shall we begin? Let's see. 13 started. Before we begin, let me say one thing, or two, or three, or 4, 5, 6, 7. It's increasing. The students screamed in their minds. It's going to turn into a whole speech, Jonathan thought to himself. Everyone, I'm sure you are aware of my quirk, black hole. 13 finally began. I can CK up anything and turn it to dust. You've been able to use that quirk to save people from disasters, right? Izuku stated while Achiko was vigorously nodding her head. Yes, but this is a power that can kill easily. Some of you also have quirks like that, right? I can think of one, Adrien said quietly while giving Katsuki the stink eye. In a superhuman society, personal quirks have been certified stringently regulated, so that doesn't seem to be a problem at first glance. However, please do not forget that there are many quirks that can easily kill with one wrong step. With Aizawa's physical fitness test, you found out about the possibility of your own hidden powers, and with All Might's person-to-person combat training, I think you experienced the danger of using those powers against others. This class is a fresh start. You shall learn to use your quirks to save people's lives. You do not have power so that you can harm others. I hope you leave here with the understanding that you have powers in order to help others. 13 is so cool. Izuku shouted in his head. That is all. 13 ended while taking a bow. Thank you for listening. All of the students cheered at hearing that speech. That was wonderful. Achiko screamed. Bravo! Bravo! Ida shouted. All right then, first. Aizawa didn't finish as he watched the lights flicker out. Sensing something sinister behind him, he turned around to see a purple mist appear. He was shocked when a hand appeared out of it and came to a conclusion. Gather together and don't move, he commanded the students. 13, protect the students. What's that? Kirishima asked, looking in the same direction as Aizawa. Everyone followed to see the purple mist and several beings walk out of it. Getting a count, they were completely outnumbered by the new arrivals. Is this like the entrance exam where the lessons already started? Don't move. Aizawa commanded, noticing Izuku start walking forward. He then put on his goggles. Those are villains. They were all shocked at hearing what their teacher just said. From their short time at UA, they knew that Aizawa doesn't joke. If he said that something was wrong, that would be the case, and this was one of those cases, except it was 1,000 times worse. Villains had infiltrated the school and looked to be ready to do harm. 13 and Eraserhead, huh? The mist said after the last villain appeared. A hulking bird-like monster and yellow eyes appeared in the mist. The teacher's schedule we received the other day said that All Might was also supposed to be here. The trespassing the other day was the work of these scumbags after all, huh? Aizawa said out loud. Where is he? The guy with hands all over himself said. I went through the trouble of bringing this whole crowd to All Might, the symbol of peace. I can't believe he's not here. I wonder if he'll come if we kill some kids. The students were shaking in fear as they heard what the villain had said. He was planning to kill most of the students to get All Might to come to USJ. Aizawa's hair flowed in the air, along with the bandages, as he activated his quirk. Not one of his students were going to die if he had a say in it. What? Villains? No way. Kirishima finally said after what felt like minutes of silence. There's no way they could get into a hero school. Teacher, Momo called to 13 in worry. What about the trespasser sensors? We have them, of course, but... 13 answered but couldn't finish what the statement. Did they only appear here? Shoto asked aloud, or around the whole school? Either way, if the sensors are not responding, that means they have someone with a quirk that can do that. An isolated area separated from the main campus during a time when a class is supposed to be here. They might be fools, but they're not dumb. This surprise attack was carefully planned with some sort of goal in mind. Almost everyone looked scared at what he said, including Izuku. The only ones who weren't scared were Jonathan, Adrien, and the teachers. Adrien was ready to cut down any villain that came too close. Jonathan reached into his pockets for something. 13. Aizawa said, walking up to the said hero. Start the evacuation. Try calling the school. These villains even had something to counteract the sensors. It's possible that someone with radio wave-type powers is interfering. Kaminari, you try contacting the school with your quirk, too. Yes, sir. Kaminari replied. What about you, sir? Izuku asked. Will you fight by yourself? With that man, even if you can erase their quirks, Eraserhead style is capturing after erasing the enemy's quirks. A frontal battle is... You can't be a hero with just one trick. Aizawa replied, then turned towards the villains. I'm leaving it to you, 13. The astronaut hero nodded in response. The homeroom teacher then jumped down the flight of stairs and rushed towards the villains. 3 stood in front of him, 2 men and 1 woman, all with gun-type quirks, aimed and ready to fire. Shooting squad, let's go, one of the males said with finders for guns. Didn't our intel say it would just be 13 and All Might? Who's that? The female asked as her hair stood up. I don't know, the other male asked, who looked like a Frankenstein-styled bullman, but if he thinks he can come at us from the front by himself, then he's a huge idiot, they said together as they prepared to fire. They were shocked though to see that their quirks had stopped working. My quirk. The bullets won't come out? The next instant, all 3 villains were wrapped up in Aizawa's cloths. He then proceeded to make them impact each other and throw them to the ground. The villains were surprised to see some of their comrades taken down so easily. Idiot, he's Eraserhead, a villain warned. He can erase quirks just by looking at them. Erase? A four-armed villain questioned while charging at the hero. Are you gonna erase the quirks of heteromorphic type villains like us, too? No, I can't. Eraserhead replied while punching the villain. But the skills of guys like you are statistically more likely to manifest in close combat, so I've taken measures against that. He's also strong in hand-to-hand combat, the hand-covered villain said to himself while scratching his neck, and since he's hiding his eyes with goggles, you can't tell whose quirk he's erasing. When he fights against a group, that makes it harder for them to work together. I see. I hate pro-heroes. The masses don't stand a chance against them. The mist villain saw an opening when Eraserhead looked away. Wow. Izuku said while watching his teacher fight. Mr. Aizawa's actually good at fighting by himself against a lot of people, huh? I wonder if either he or Jojo would win in a one-on-one fight. Zuku. Bad time to be taking notes. Jonathan shouted to his best friend, we have to leave now. He quickly caught up and they all ran towards the exit. When they got halfway though, the mist villain appeared, stopping them in their tracks. I won't let you. He stated. Shoot. Aizawa thought to himself at seeing the villain vanish. I just blinked once and the guy who looks like the most trouble got away. He went to go help 13 and the students but was blocked by more villains. Nice to meet you. The mist villain greeted to the scared students. We are the League of Villains. It may be presumptuous of us, but we have invited ourselves into the home of the heroes, UA High School, in order to have All Might, the symbol of peace, take his last breath. Huh? Izuku questioned quietly. I believe All Might should have been here. Has there been some kind of change? Well, that is neither here nor there. That is the part 1M to play. While he was speaking, 13 had opened one of the covers on his fingers. He then pointed it at the villain to use his quirk but was shocked to see Katsuki and Ijiro charge at the villain. A large explosion occurred after the attack, some of the smoke clearing away showing both boys smirking. Did you consider that you'd get beaten by us before you did? Kirishima asked. Oh dear, that was dangerous. The voice of the villain said, shocking everyone. The smoke cleared showing that he had taken no damage. That's right. Even if you are students, you are excellent golden eggs. No. Move away, you two. 13 shouted, his open finger pointing towards the villain. My job is to scatter you all and torture you to death. What the dash? Kirishima exclaimed as more black mist came out of the villain. Everyone was getting covered by it. Thinking fast, Tenya grabbed the classmate's closet to himself and leapt out of the mist. Looking, he saw the classmates he saved were Rikido, Achiko and Haru. Turning around, he saw the mist had become a giant dome of darkness. Everyone, he shouted at the top of his lungs. Izuku, please be okay. Haru pleaded in his mind, tears brimming in his eyes. I don't want to lose any more people in my life. Shipwreck zone. Izuku felt that he was sinking into the ground. Opening his eyes, he saw that he was falling headfirst towards water. Quickly taking a diving position, he plunged into the water. He stayed still for a few seconds before regaining his bearings and started swimming to the surface. A warp. Is that his quirk? Izuku thought to himself, they want to kill All Might? What in the world is going on? What the heck? As he was swimming up, he caught some movement in his line of sight. Looking at the source, he saw it was a villain with the features of a shark, swimming towards him at high speed. Here he comes, the villain said. I don't have anything against you, but see ya. Izuku then saw the villain swimming towards him even faster with his mouth open, showing all of his shark teeth. Agile im. Izuku didn't get to finish summoning his stand as the familiar form of Tsuyu collided with the villain. Midoriya, she said and shot out her tongue, wrapping it around Izuku's chest. She then leapt off the villain, with Izuku in tow. See ya, the villain exclaimed as he sunk deeper underwater. See ya. Tsuyu replied right before she swam up to the surface. The whole way, she had Mineta in her left arm. Once her and his head popped out of the water, Tsuyu gently placed Izuku on the boat that was present when they entered UA. Izuku righted himself so that he would land on his feet. For a frog, Mineta said in a dreamy state, your melons are pretty big. Ribbit said with surprise, embarrassment and a hint of anger. She used her tongue to put Mineta on the boat but in a rougher way, him slamming onto the deck. She then started to climb into the boat herself. Thanks, Azui, Izuku said to Tsuyu as she climbed onto the deck. Call me Tsu, she replied. Tsu, thanks. Izuku corrected himself while stuttering in the process. This has turned into a bad situation though. Yeah. What the villain said earlier. All Might should have been here. Has there been some kind of change? They knew Yue's schedule. Looking at the big picture, those guys must have set up the media intrusion the other day to get information. They were waiting to pounce, just as Todoroki said. But it's not like they can kill All Might. Mineta exclaimed after recovering and doing punching motions, once All Might comes, he'll pound those guys. Mineta, Tsuyu said, getting his and Izuku's attention, don't you think they are trying so hard because they have a way to kill him? That piqued Izuku's interest as well as his. Fierce. Guys that strong just told us they would torture us to death, you know. I wonder if we'll be able to hold out until All Might arrives. Even if All Might comes, I wonder if we will win to make it out in one piece. We will, Izuku stated, getting Tsuyu's attention. From what I heard after the combat training, everyone can handle themselves pretty well. Right now, there are only two things I'm worried about. One, all of the villains' well-being. The three people who they shouldn't mess with are Bakugo, Adrien, and Jojo. Neither one of them will care if they hurt the villains enough that they have to be sent to the hospital. Mineta wasn't paying attention and was sweating bullets while looking somewhere else. Second, Haru is the only individual I'm mostly worried about. Why Watanabe? Tsuyu asked, isn't he also a stand user? He is, but... Midoriya. Mineta screamed, what the heck is that? Ribbit, Tsuyu said with shock as both she and Izuku looked in Mineta's direction. More aquatic villains appeared as well as the same shark guy from before, making 16 in total, surrounded the boat. You little reptile, he said in anger to Tsuyu, I'll kill you. Awaweya. Mineta screamed, there's a ton of them. Those guys have a way to defeat All Might. Izuku thought to himself, she's probably right about that. I can't think of any other possibility. Why do they want to kill him? Because he's become a person who deters villains and evil? Because he's the one and only symbol of peace? No, while he was thinking, he then remembered something Jotaro had told him. And, J for Jotaro and I for Izuku's thoughts. J, when you're backed into a corner. Right now I don't. J, and the enemy thinks they got you beaten. I don't. J, show them how wrong they are. I don't care about why. If those guys, he said aloud, getting Tsuyu's and Mineta's attention. They saw the determined look on his face. Have a way to defeat All Might, then right now, we should be stopping whatever they're planning. By fighting and winning. Landslide zone. A bunch of villains tried to come at Todoroki thinking he would be easy since he was alone. Boy, were they wrong on their part. They were completely frozen solid with only their heads uncovered. It's pathetic to lose against a single child. Shoto said, get a hold of yourself. You're an adult, aren't you? Collapse zone. Katsuki and Kirishima were dealing with villains in a broken-up building. They were doing fine with the quirks they had. The villains were even started to get scared, of Bakugo mostly. Mountain zone. Momo, Jiro and Denki were surrounded by villains, some of them with weapons. Momo created a metal 7-foot rod for herself and a machete for Jiro. Denki had his quirk, so he didn't need a weapon. Mashareo and Jonathan were face-to-face with close combat villains, surrounded by building on fire. Mashareo had gotten into a fighting stance while Jonathan placed black fingerless gloves on his hands, and, think about the gloves that Kazuya from Tekken wears. And got into a fighting stance of his own. Squall zone. Tokoyami and Koda were surrounded by villains while the artificial rain poured down on them. Koda looked scared while Tokoyami looked completely calm. Achiko and Mina had scared looks as the boys, Ida, Hanta, Rikido, Mizo and Haru stood protectively in front of them. 13 stood protectively in front of them all, keeping the villain from advancing. Teacher's Lounge. The number you have dialed is not in service, a voice said through Toshinori's phone, or has been temporarily disconnected. I can't reach 13 or Aizawa. Toshinori thought to himself with worry after hanging up. Whatever the reason, I'm neglecting my teaching duties because of what happened outside of work hours. I did something very foolish. What if I go say something at the end? My body will last for another 10 minutes or so. He then turned into all might and stood up with his trademark smile on his face. I will jigwack. The symbol of peace didn't finish as he coughed up some blood. The door then opened to reveal a creature that looked like a mix between a mouse, bear, and dog. Hold your horses, he said in a calm tone. Oh, Principal Nizu. All Might exclaimed. Yes. Am I a mouse? A dog? A bear? My real identity is the principal. All Might knelt down to where he was almost eye level with the principal. Your fur is well groomed today as usual. All Might complimented. The secret is keratin. Nizu replied, humans can't get this kind of color and luster. But let's talk about that later. The principal then pulled out a large tablet, showing All Might what was on the screen. It was a news website with a headline that read, All Might resolves 3 incidents in only 1 hour. Look at his, the principal exclaimed, surprising the pro-hero at seeing the headline. All Might resolves 3 incidents in only 1 hour. The principal then let out a sigh. The fault mainly lies with the ruffians who still cause trouble in this town even when you're here, but you also shouldn't react every time you hear of an incident. You really haven't changed at all, have you? Your hero activities are limited because of your injury and its aftereffects. Along with that, you need to train your one-for-all successor. Since you insist on remaining the symbol of peace, the only way you can keep the world from finding out about both of those is for you to come here. That's why I suggested you become a teacher. All Might then deflated, turning back into Toshinori, still kneeling on the ground. I think you can stay here and relax for a little longer. The principal continued while climbing and sitting on the couch. Toshinori scooted closer to the table in front of it. In actuality, you can only teach this class for a little bit, right? I'm the one who suggested it, but since you accepted the position, I wish you'd prioritize your teaching duties. I mean, there are a lot of hero agencies in this town. It is as you say, Toshinori replied, but that is why I was preparing to go to J. Even if you went now, you would be forced to return right away, right? The principal stated as he poured 2 cups of tea. If that is the case, then you might as well listen to my theories on teaching and use that to help you in the future. He's pouring tea. Toshinori thought to himself. Have a drink, the principal said after passing a cup to Toshinori and drinking from his own. He's always been long-winded. What bothers most me is that I didn't get a voicemail and couldn't connect at all. First of all, Nizu said, pulling Toshinori from his thoughts, regarding the vulnerability and responsibility of being both hero and teacher. You haven't changed at all either, sir. Toshinori commented. True. Shoji, is everyone here? Tenya asked the said individual who was using his multiple appendages to look around the building. Can you check? Everyone's scattered, Shoji replied, but they're all in this building. Everyone let out a sigh of relief at hearing that. They couldn't relax though as there was still a villain blocking their path. He looked to be reassembling himself after teleporting most of the class in random locations. Dang it. Siro cursed, physical attacks can't hit him and he can warp things. His quirk's the worst. Haru thought to himself, the sensors are down, villains are here and we're cornered at our only exit. If only we were fast enough, fast. That's it. Ida. Haru called, getting Tenya's attention. Yes, he replied. If we cleared a path for you, do you think you could go get help? What are you saying, Haru? Rikido asked. I see where you're going, Watanabe. 13 said and addressed Tenya. Ida, run to the school and tell them about what is happening here. The alarms are not sounding and our phones don't have signal. The alarm system is based on infrared rays. Even though Eraserhead is erasing people's quirks left and right, They are still not working, which means they must have some with an interference quirk who hid right when they arrived. Took the words right out of my mouth. Haru said, Ida, it would be easier for you to run than for us to find that person. But it would be a disgrace as a future hero to leave everyone behind. Tenya started but was interrupted. Go, emergency exit. Rikido said while stepping forward and getting into a fighting position. If you can get outside, there are alarms. That's why these guys are only doing this inside, right? As long as you go outside, Hanta said, also walking up and getting into a fighting position, they won't follow you. Blow away this fog with your legs. Use your quirk in order to save others. 13 spoke up, Mizo walking up to fight as well. I can totally support you just like Deku did when he appointed you as head of emergency procedures. Achiko stated with a confident look, Mina doing the same thing. Please, Ida. Tenya looked towards the exit right behind the villain with hope and determination. Their biggest chance of survival lied in getting outside and going for help. Revving up his boosters, he got into a running position, ready to dash to the doors when he had the chance. During that time, the villain had completely reassembled himself. Even if you have no other choice, the villain said while throwing more darkness at them, are there really idiots who talk about their plans in front of the enemy? We did it because it doesn't matter if we're found out. 13 stated while pointing his opened finger and skiing in the mist, black hole. Shipwreck zone. What do you mean fight? Mineta exclaimed in fear, are you stupid? These guys might kill All Might, right? You're contradicting yourself, Midoriya. The best plan would be to sit tight and wait for the UA heroes to save us, of course. Mineta, Izuku replied, those guys down there are clearly assuming we'll fight in the water, right? Are you ignoring me? Does that mean they knew what was in these faculties before they gathered people? Tsuyu theorized. Yeah. Izuku answered, for people who gathered that much intel so meticulously, there's something strange. They sent you. He stopped himself, realizing his mistake. Ribbit. I mean, Tsu to the shipwreck zone. Izuku corrected himself while shaking and blushing at the same time, still a little uncomfortable addressing a girl by their first names. Seeing how uncomfortable he looked, Tsuyu turned to him. Your own pace is fine. She told him, seeing as calling her by her face name will take some getting used to for him. Oh, is that right? He replied, calming down in the process. Well, what about it? Mineta interjected in a panicked tone. That got Izuku back onto his train of thought. This means, he explained, in other words, the villains probably don't know what our quirks are. Ribbit? That's true. Tsuyu thought in her head with surprise. If they knew I was a frog, then they would probably have thrown me into the fire zone over there. They probably separated us because they don't know our quirks, so they plan to overpower us with numbers. Izuku summarized, pulling Tsuyu out of her thoughts. We have inferior numbers and less experience. Our only hope lies in the fact that our opponents don't know what our quirks are. The enemy isn't trying to climb the boat. That supports my hypothesis. But that probably means they aren't underestimating us either. I'll tell you more about my quirk. Tsuyu said, I can jump high, stick to walls, and stick my tongue out up to 20 meters. I can also spit out my stomach and wash it and secrete toxic mucus that actually just stings a little. The last two are practically useless, so you can probably forget about them. I already kind of knew, Izuku said, but you're really strong. I have super strength, but once I use it, I'm pretty much out of commission. It's like a double-edged sword. My only upside is that I have a stand for backup. My quirk lets these stick super tight. Mineta said, pulling one of the grape things from his head and sticking it to the boat. Depending on how I'm feeling, they can even stick for a whole day. They grow back after I pull them off, but if I pull off too many, I'll start bleeding. They don't stick to me. They just bounce off. 5 seconds of silence followed after the explanation of his quirk. Izuku looked to be in thought while Tsuyu had a neutral look. That's why I said we should just wait quietly, he exclaimed, anime tears coming out of his eyes. My quirk is totally unfit for battle. That's not it. Izuku tried to calm him down. It's an amazing quirk, so we should think of a way to use it. He didn't get to finish as the boat began to rock. Izuku saw that one of the villains had a water-type quirk that could form anything he wanted. He had used it to split the boat in half, making start sinking. "I'm getting impatient," he said. "Let's end this quickly." "Where's the fun in that?" one of them said. On the villain's left was someone who looked to be no older than 17. He had navy blue hair that reached to the back of his neck and the same colored eyes. You couldn't see what he was wearing since only his head was out of the water. Let them think that they can escape. It will only make it even better to break their spirits. We don't have time for this. We're on a timetable. It won't be long before some of the heroes get suspicious and decide to come here. You're not even here for that. You're right. I'm here for another reason. What power? Tsuyu said with shock. The ship's broken. Mineta then ran forward and started to throw multiple of his grape things into the water. He stopped after throwing 5. What are you doing? Izuku said while looking out of the boat. The enemy will figure out your quirk. He stopped speaking when he saw what one of the villains were doing. They were splashing away the grapes so that they wouldn't get touched by them. They're being cautious and not touching them? Izuku thought in surprise. He then started to formulate a plan. The boat will sink in less than a minute. The shark-looking villain said, "Once they get in the water, we're sure to win." "That's right," Mineta said in fear. "Mineta, did you really enter UA to become a hero?" Tsuyu asked with a calm face. "Shut up," Mineta screamed with more fear in his voice. "It's weirder not to be scared right now. We were only in junior high until a while ago. Who would have thought that we would be almost killed right after starting school? I wish I could have at least asked Jonathan how he's able to attract so many girls. When you're backed into a corner," Izuku said in a calm voice, catching Mineta's and Tsuyu's attention. He was looking away from them towards the villains. "And the enemy thinks they got you beaten, show them how wrong they are." Those were words from my sensei. When the enemy becomes certain of their victory, that will be our chance. All Might said so before on TV. What? Mineta said through his tears. He was surprised to see Izuku's fist clenched and shaking not with fear, but anticipation. "This is the only way," Izuku said before turning around to face them, "to win." They were shocked to see the determined look on his face. He showed them that face back at orientation and the battle trial. For a moment he almost looked like his teacher, Jotaro Kujo. "You really must be kids," the shark villain said, with all the chirping and screaming. "Hey," Shigaraki said, "just don't let your guard down, remember?" The water-controlling villain said, "Don't judge them by their age. Look at their quirks. It's common sense, isn't it? Because our quirks will definitely have an advantage in the water." "Agile Emerald!" Izuku screamed, summoning his stand. This was the moment he had been waiting for. He was constantly searching for the one who could control water. The moment he found him, he would use his stand to knock him unconscious. Agile Emerald rushed to the said villain and while shouting, "Smash!" he punched the villain in the face, knocking him out. "What was that?" one of the villains asked. "I don't know," another replied. "He just shouted and one of our own was knocked unconscious." That boy, the blue-haired boy thought to himself with surprise written all over his face, "He's a stand user? Think like Jotaro-sensei." Izuku thought to himself as his stand returned to him. He then jumped towards the water. "Even if it's a smash, I can't get them all at once if they form a circle. Anyway, even if we get through this shipwreck zone, there are still other enemies. I can't sacrifice my arm." "Once he hits the water," one of the villains said in preparation. "Imagine the egg not exploding," Izuku told himself while making a flicking position with his left hand. He then started to charge up one for all in his thumb and middle finger. "Mineta," Tsuyu said to the grape-haired boy, holding on to him and getting ready to jump. Minoru was still shaking and on the verge of tears. Even though he's shaking, Mineta thought to himself, even if he's the same as me, even though he's scared, why? Delaware smash! Izuku shouted and flicked his fingers. The result was him flying back a bit into the air and creating a whirlpool in the water, skiing the villains in. He then looked back to the boat. Mineta! Tsuyu then jumped into the air with Mineta in her arms. She then shot out her tongue, wrapping it around Izuku's waist. Izuku's face was contorted in pain from using one for all. His thumb and middle finger were broken from the power. Dang it. Mineta thought while clenching his fists, what the heck, Midoriya? Why are you acting so cool? With a new feeling of determination, Mineta started to throw a lot of his grapes towards the villains that were trapped inside the whirlpool. Even I, he said, even I can. The villains started to get worried as they were being siki into the middle of the whirlpool. It didn't help that some weird oversized grapes stuck to them. They couldn't remove them, even when they tried using their quirks. They then started to get stuck together. If a strong force is applied to the surface of the water, Izuku said to himself, it'll spread and then converge back in the middle. The whirlpool then let out a big splash of water, sending the wrecked boat and rounded up villains into the air. Rounded everyone up at once. Tsuyu said, I guess it's like we cleared the first hurdle. You're both amazing. Both Mineta and Izuku smiled at the compliment through their pain. Izuku his fingers being broken and Mineta with his head bleeding. What the three students were unaware of was that one of the villains weren't caught in the whirlpool. The boy had escaped it and was still in the water, away from the chaos. Breaking the surface of the water was his left hand, with a marinade in it. I finally found you, student of Jotaro Kujo. He said to himself with an evil grin, watching the three students get away from the chaos. Izuku Midoriya, stand user of Agile Emerald, I will have my revenge. I had a bowel movement this morning, Mineta said as she pulled him to shallower water, so those things will stick all day. We were lucky that was all of them. Izuku said through his pain, I took a huge gamble. Jotaro-sensei would have said it was reckless but necessary. Normally, they would have kept some people underwater in reserve. I was trying to keep my composure but couldn't stay calm. Jotaro-sensei would not be happy about that. This is dangerous. I have to be more careful. Midoriya, stop that. Tsuyu said, it's scary. Izuku then stopped walking and looked at her. Instead of reflecting back, shouldn't you think about what to do next? Why, you're right, he replied, but then his face contorted into one of pain. Are you all right? Tsuyu asked with worry. Why, yeah, he said while moving his left elbow guard over his injured hand. Anyway, we should make getting help our priority. It would be best to follow the shore and avoid the central plaza as we head toward the exit. That's true. Mr. Aizawa has drawn a large number of villains to the plaza. But there are too many villains. Izuku thought to himself, of course, Mr. Aizawa is trying to suppress them. But I think he overexerted himself by jumping into that crowd of villains to protect us. Wait, Midoriya, don't tell me you. Mineta asked with fear in his voice, Tsuyu looking at the green-haired boy in surprise. Izuku just nodded his head in response. He was going to join the fray with Aizawa. Stupid, stupid, stupid. I'm not thinking of doing anything that will get in his way. But if we can just find an opening and lessen Mr. Aizawa's load, even a little. Sorry to disappoint you, but you're not going anywhere, Izuku Midoriya, said an unknown voice behind the trio. Turning around, they saw a boy who looked to be 17 years of age and his height being 5 feet 8 inches. They couldn't be sure because his waist was only a bit above water level. He wore what looked like the school uniform Izuku wore at his old school. His right hand was behind his back while his left was in front, holding a marinade by its strings. The feature that stood out were his navy blue hair and eyes. Who are you? Mineta asked in fear. I'm glad you asked. He replied with an evil smirk. My name is Katsumi Kakyoin and I'm here to kill your fellow classmate, Izuku Midoriya. Both Mineta and Tsuyu were shocked to hear this declaration. Even Izuku was in a bit of shock from hearing that. Why me? He asked. Because of who you are related to. Kakyoin then did something with his left hand, making the marinade move. Mineta and Izuku were shocked to see Tsuyu's tongue wrap around Kakyoin's stomach. She then gently lifted him out of the water and onto the shore. Red-stained glass then popped out of the water, near the edge. Both boys then looked at Tsuyu, who had a look of surprise on her face. Why did I? She said with shock in her voice. Her right hand then landed on Mineta's head, gripped one of his grapes and threw him over the glass, onto the shore. The grape boy quickly sat up, looking between Tsuyu and Kakyoin's marinade. He then saw the marinade take a frog-like stance. He looked back at Tsuyu doing the same towards Izuku, who took a step back. "Tsu, what are you doing?" Izuku said with a hint of fear. "Midoriya, please believe me," she said with some fear written on her face. "I'm not doing this." "She's telling the truth," Mineta shouted. "This creepy puppet guy is controlling her." "Controlling her?" Izuku asked, looking at the puppet. "A body manipulation quirk." But no," Kakyoin replied, then for a brief moment glanced at Mineta. "Sit down, great boy, and watch the show. If not that quirk, then what?" Izuku thought to himself, invisible strings? Something in the water? Also, why put up red stained glass? That's glass is used for. The answer came to him like a punch to the face. "You're a stand user," he declared. "Somebody, give the boy a prize." Kakyoin answered with a chuckle, "Yes, I am. My stand, Aquatic Sapphire, is inside of the young lady. He entered her the minute she opened her mouth underwater. Now, I'm going to use her to kill you. Tell me, Midoriya, do you have the will to hurt your own friend to stop me?" Kakyoin then had Tsuyu go on the attack. Izuku dodged as much as he could without trying to fight back. He wanted to free Tsuyu without hurting her but didn't know how. Her hands and tongue made contact with his face and gut a few times. He wasn't seriously injured but still felt pain. "This dodging is getting me nowhere," Izuku thought to himself after dodging another punch from Tsuyu. "I have to figure out some way to get the stand out of her." Kakyoin said that it entered her the minute she opened her mouth underwater. If that's the case, then the only way to get it out would be... Izuku's face went tomato red at the idea. Even Kakyoin and Mineta noticed, getting puzzled looks on their faces. Out of the blue, Izuku ran up to Tsuyu instead of away. He placed his right arm on her shoulder and his left on her back. Tsuyu had a look of shock as her fist ped back to punch him, out of her control that is. "Tsu, I'm sorry," he apologized and slammed his lips against hers. Tsuyu's shock went over the roof. Even Kakyoin looked surprised at what Izuku did. Mineta was crying hysterically. "Really bad time to be stealing a kiss, Midoriya," Kakyoin said with amusement, even though surprise was still written all over his face. "I'm seen this in movies," Mineta said through his tears. The hero kisses the girl before going off to the final battle, signaling that he's not coming back. "Please, not Midoriya. He's too young and awesome to die." Izuku had his lips on Tsuyu's for 3 more seconds and then pulled back, his teeth grinding like he was pulling something out. Agile Emerald materialized with something in tow. An aquatic-looking stand was being pulled out of Tsuyu's mouth. The stand looked like a Roman soldier without his helmet. His upper torso was the only visible part of his body so far, with Agile Emerald holding him by his hair between his teeth. "I don't need to hurt her," Izuku said, turning to Kakyoin, a small blush still on his face. "Dragging it out will be simple, and then I can fight you on my terms." Agile Emerald then pulled a bit on his hair, making Kakyoin flinch in pain. Completely pulling the stand out, Agile Emerald gently threw Tsuyu to the other side of the glass, onto the shore. Agile Emerald then held Aquatic Sapphire by his neck, with the other hand keeping his hands together. The rest of his Aquatic Sapphire's body formed, its legs with the rest of the Roman armor, sword included at the waist. "So, this is your stand, Kakyoin," Izuku said. "From seeing him up close, I'm going to guess that his range is over the top, but some power is sacrificed for it." "You're spot on, Midoriya," Kakyoin said in pain. "The information won't help you though." The reply he got was Agile Emerald tightening his grip on Aquatic Sapphire's wrists. Kakyoin winced in pain, finger marks appearing on his wrists. "No way. He's taking damage even though he isn't the one who's being grabbed." Mineta said out loud, "How awesome is that, Azui?" When he looked to the frog girl though, he saw that she was unresponsive. Her mouth hung open a bit and there was a small blush on her face. "Azui, you okay?" Mineta asked. "Kissed," she simply said, her face becoming red with embarrassment. "Midoriya kissed me. Your stand is incapacitated." Izuku reminded Kakyoin, "I don't think you realize the situation you're in. Stand down and I won't hurt you any more than I already have." No need. Kakyoin replied through his pain, I'll free myself. What do you? Izuku didn't get to finish as he felt a searing pain in his stomach. Looking at his stand, he saw that Kakyoin's stand had made a battering ram from its hands and rammed it into Agile Emerald's stomach. Izuku's stand released Aquatic Sapphire because of the pain. The aquatic stand then turned both of its arms into water whips. With its right one, it started to attack Agile Emerald. With its left, it grabbed Kakyoin, bringing him back to the water. It gently placed him down behind it for protection. Weren't expecting that, were you, Midoriya? Kakyoin taunted. The response he got was Izuku holding his stomach and face in pain. Aquatic Sapphire can shape-shift his body into any weapon it desires, though it prefers using the sword strapped to his waist. To emphasize his point, he fiddled around with the marinade. His stand did the same movements, unsheathing the sword, holding it at the ready. I heard that your defense is pretty impressive. Kakyoin stated. Agile Emerald charged at his stand. Let's put it to the test. Diamond Barrage. Aquatic Sapphire swung its sword in a horizontal direction, multiple projectiles flying towards Agile Emerald. Izuku's stand was able to block and dodge some but became heavily damaged. Izuku was also getting injured in the process, getting a black eye and his lip bleeding. His P uniform was also torn, and blood flowed down his right arm. Midoriya! Mineta and Tsuyu exclaimed, rushing to help him. Stay back! Izuku shouted, making them stop in their tracks. You won't even be able to touch him. I don't want to see either one of you get hurt on my behalf. How noble of you! Kakyoin said, Don't worry, they aren't my targets. None of the students, not even All Might, was the reason I came here. You are my objective. Why? Tsuyu asked, Why do you want to kill Midoriya? What did he ever do to you? Mineta added, I don't even know you. Izuku exclaimed, I'm not after you specifically. Kakyoin explained, You're just the bait. Bait? For who? For your teacher, Jotaro Kujo. That caught all three of them by surprise. For 3 long years, I have searched the globe for Jotaro Kujo to exact my revenge. It's a personal matter, so I won't go into details. I traveled the world, hoping to run into him. Sadly, luck was not on my side. I couldn't discern his location, let alone find him. How was that possible? He couldn't have just vanished into thin air. Then an idea popped into my head. I had heard rumors that he had taken a student. Researching, I found your name in all of the articles of his fans. Your picture and address weren't listed, so I had very little to go on. I continued to search until I ran into the League of Villains. They shared with me their plans on killing All Might. One of the resources I read explained that you were an All Might fan. I had a hunch you would be here, and it looks like I was right. Now, I shall accomplish what I had come to do, and that is flush Jotaro Kujo out of whatever hole he is hiding in. With the news of your death, he will come, and I will have my revenge. Does this guy not know that Jotaro-sensei is dead? Izuku thought to himself, he died 2 years ago. Nothing personal against you, Midoriya. You're just needed for my revenge. Aquatic Sapphire then got into a slashing position. Oh no. Agile Emerald is weak from the last attack. I don't know if we'll survive this one. Diamond Barrage. With that command, Aquatic Sapphire sent out a slew of projectiles at Izuku and his stand. Mineta and Tsuyu could only watch as the attack was sent at Izuku, everything happening in slow motion. No, I can't die here. Izuku shouted in his head, trying to move, but couldn't since he was injured. I don't want to die without becoming a hero first. Then let me help you. Play Noble Hierophant JoJo's Bizarre Adventure Stardust Crusaders OST Departure. Izuku looked up to see a figure in front of him, facing Kakyoin. He recognized the person immediately thanks to the armor he was wearing. Adrien. Izuku said weakly, tears in his eyes. Golden Knight. Adrien shouted, summoning his stand. Golden Knight appeared, raised its shield and blocked the incoming attack, taking no damage. Kakyoin was shocked to see another stand user at UA, but quickly shook away the surprise. I have no quarrel with you. He told the knight, my business is with Midoriya. Move away and I'll let you live. I don't think so, pretty boy. Adrien replied with a scowl on his face. Mineta and Tsuyu actually took a few steps back, literally feeling the malice intent from him. You see, Izuku happens to be my friend. I vowed to watch his back and he did the same for me. That's what friends do, be there for each other when the going gets tough. My only question is, did you do this to him? Is that a trick question? Kakyoin replied and then laughed. Yes, I did that to him. Is that a fact? The malice intensified. That would be bad for your health. You see, when I see my friend covered in bruises and blood, people get hurt. People like you get hurt. Oh, I'm so scared. Now move. I have unfinished business with Midoriya. You want to get to him, you gotta go through me. So be it. Both stands then charged at each other, their swords clashing. The three spectators watched as a Roman and a knight traded blows with their weapons. Neither one of them had hurt the other yet. Aquatic Sapphire came very close to being sliced a few times though. Kakyoin was actually starting to get worried at seeing the newcomers stand hold out against his own and overpower Aquatic Sapphire through some of his defenses. This is bad. He thought to himself, his stand's defense is obviously greater than mine. If this keeps up, Aquatic Sapphire and I will be cleaved in two. I have to end this now. Placing both his right and left hands on the marionettes' pull strings, he made a certain set of movements. Aquatic Sapphire took a jump back and got into a slashing position. Seeing what his opponent did, Adrien had Golden Knight get into the same position. 10 seconds of silence followed as the two duelers stared each other down. Then, in a flash, both stands were the opposite sides of each other, their swords in a finished move position. After 3 seconds, a small cut appeared on Golden Knight's shoulder, the same injury appearing on Adrien. I win. Kakyoin said with a victorious smirk as his stand slowly moved closer to Adrien. Izuku, Tsuyu and Mineta were freaking out as why Adrien wasn't moving. They were shocked when they started to hear him laughing. After 5 seconds, he finally spoke. You only wish you won. He said with a smirk of his own. Kakyoin was shocked to see his marinade strings come apart and the puppet fall into the water. A huge gash then appeared on his chest, blood exploding out of it. He got on one knee, both hands on his chest. His stand wasn't faring any better, having the same injury as its user. But how? He said through his pain-contorted face. Aquatic Sapphire put all of his power into that slash. You shouldn't even be standing. True, I shouldn't be standing. Adrien replied, if I had sacrificed all of my stand's defense into that slash. What? I could tell from how you were preparing to attack. You were dropping every last bit of defense to put as much power as possible into that one attack. My stand has much better defense than yours, so I only had to sacrifice a quarter of it. If I had decided to use all of it, I would have been wide open and with more injuries, but you would also have been cut in two. No way. That shouldn't be possible. Your friend's stand is stronger than yours and I was able to hurt him. You were only able to hurt Izuku because he was already winded. If he was in tip-top condition, you would have a bunch of bruises and a few broken bones. You started this fight, I'm gonna finish it. Thompson is so awesome. Mineta cried out with a smile and pumping his fists in the air. He's got the whole unbeatable guy act down and the perfect lines to go with it. He was completely calm during the whole fight. Tsuyu pointed out, even though he saw Midoriya injured, he kept his anger in check, and we saw how defensive of Midoriya he could be. Adrien. Izuku spoke up, standing at the same time getting his friend to look at him. Finish this fast so we can go help Mr. Aizawa, but please don't kill Kakyoin. All right. Adrien replied with a hint of annoyance then looked back at his friend's attacker. You're lucky my friend is a forgiving person, even when the said guy, who does something wrong against him, doesn't deserve that forgiveness. I'm not as merciful though. I won't kill you Kakyoin, but I'm going to do something that I can't trust the prison guards to do for me. And that's, to turn your body into a pin cushion. Golden Knight then did multiple piercing attacks even though they never touched Kakyoin. The said boy was confused throughout the whole thing. Adrien's stand then vanished after doing 50 piercing attacks. Kakyoin stood up to check himself for more injuries and found none. He then began to laugh. Turn my body into a pin cushion? He asked hysterically. You almost got me there. I thought you were actually going to kill me for an instant. Adrien just turned away from him. Omi wa mao shindiru, he said with a smile. Nanny? Kakyoin replied in a puzzled tone. Adrien then took out his phone and pressed the play button in his screen. Sound was heard. Right as it ended, Kakyoin's body exploding with multiple stab wounds, his stand getting the same. He then fell on his back into the water that started to turn red around him. As he started to lose consciousness, he couldn't help but chuckle. Hokuto no Ken. Good reference, for a moment, like this. He said and then lost consciousness, aquatic sapphire vanishing in the process. Phew. That Kakyoin guy sure thought he had this fight in the bag. Adrien commented, he needs to learn to not underestimate his opponents. Omi wa mao shindiru? Izuku repeated with a puzzled look. Since when did you start watch Hokuto no Ken? Last I checked, you only watch American hero shows. I widen my horizons when it comes to TV. Besides, it's a classic. How could I not watch it? What's Hokuto no Ken? Mineta asked. That was the wrong thing to ask apparently. Izuku looked at Mineta like he had grown as second head. The great boy then felt some killer intent towards him. Looking at Adrien, he saw his head down so he couldn't see his eyes. Adrien said with a menacing tone and summoned Golden Knight. Mineta took a step back in fear. When Adrien lifted his head up, it was with an angry look that would make Katsuki freeze. You uncultured swine, he shouted, his stand slashing at Mineta, breaking the glass in the process. Shards flew everywhere around USJ. How dare you ask such a question? I'm going to have Golden Knight carve out a new eye for you. Just as Golden Knight was about to charge, he was held back by Agile Emerald. Izuku was doing the same with Adrien. Adrien, calm down, he said. Breathe, Adrien. Breathe. In and out. In and out. In and out. The blonde knight slowly listened to Izuku and started to take calming breaths. After 5 seconds, Adrien calmed down to the point where his stand vanished. I'm calm, Izuku. Adrien said in a normal tone, you can let go now. Izuku released Adrien, who in turn combed his hair back with his hand. He then looked to Mineta with a calm look. After taking a few steps toward him, he stopped a foot away. Out of the blue, he backhanded Mineta in the face. What was that for? Mineta exclaimed. For not knowing what Hokuto no Ken is. Adrien replied, when we get out of this, I'm going to tape you to a chair and have you watch the first 5 episodes. How is that a punishment? So you asked. No lunch break or bathroom breaks. Okay, I understand. Ribbit. Come on guys. Izuku said, getting their attention, let's go see how Mr. Aizawa is doing. Landslide zone. Scatter you and kill you, huh? Shoto said in a bored tone, I hate to say this, but you just look like guys with quirks they didn't know what to do with. I doubt you could even harm a stand user, even if you ganged up on him. He then started to walk past the villains. Teach this guy. The villains spoke aloud from fear and from being frozen solid, the instant we warped here. Is he really a kid? Oh ow. Shoto then thought back to what the hand cover guy said. Where is he? Went through the trouble of bringing this whole crowd to killing All Might? Shoto thought to himself, at first glance, I thought they had gathered all their elite and would overpower him by numbers. His train of thought was interrupted when 2 villains charged at him. Like the others, they couldn't even touch him and were frozen in place. But a closer look shows that the pawns they prepared for us were just a ragtag bunch of thugs. Jotaro Kujo could beat these amateurs without the help of his stand. From what I saw, there were only 4 or 5 truly dangerous people. If that's the case, the next step I should take is... The half-hot, half-cold student turned his attention to one of the frozen villains. Hey, he said, getting his attention, at this rate, your cells will slowly die. I want to be a hero. I would like to avoid something so cruel if possible. The villain was almost in tears at hearing what Todoroki had said. He got even more scared when the boy placed his right hand in front of his face, the cold coming off of it, threatening to freeze him completely. On what basis do you think you can kill All Might? What's your plan? Mountain Zone. Kaminari was screaming as he ran from a villain that tried to punch him. Scary, he said while still running. Seriously, did you see that just now? I saw the river Styx, seriously. What the heck is up with these guys? What's going on? Worry about that later. Jiro said to him as the three stood next to each other against the various weaponized villains. Right now, we need to figure out how we'll get away from all these people. Then give me a weapon too. You're the electric guy, aren't you? Hurry up and take care of them. You saw during combat training, didn't you? We were paired up. I can only cover myself with electricity. I can discharge electricity, but it's not like I can control it. I'll hit you too. It's like, the same as Todoroki. Even if we wanted to call for help, there's interference jamming the signal. Listen, you do. Right now, you can't count on me. I'm counting on you. You're a guy, aren't you? Stop whining. Another villain tried to punch Kaminari, who narrowly dodged it. Then, Jiro said as she kicked Denki back towards the villain, I'll use you as a human stun gun. Seriously? Idiot. Kaminari didn't finish as he slammed into the villain. To his surprise and relief, the villain was getting zapped on contact. The boy's confidence went back up. Oh, it's working. I'm strong. You too can count on me. Hey, you're too happy-go-lucky. Jiro replied in an annoyed tone. She then noticed a villain try to attack her. Plugging her ear jacks into her shoes, which were equipped with speakers, amplifying the sound of her heartbeat to a painful rate, making the villain stagger into Kaminari's electricity. Momo then produced a net that caught a villain, making him fall into the electricity as well. Both of you should take this more seriously. Momo told both Jiro and Kaminari. Sorry, Jiro replied. I thought it was a good idea at the time. Kaminari, you should have requested something to help you aim in your costume order. Done. Momo suddenly said next to Jiro. Huh. It takes some time. Some sort of sheet then popped out of Momo's back covering both her and Jiro, to create something big. A sheet, the villains asked themselves. Is it supposed to be a shield? It's an insulation sheet 100 millimeters thick. Momo said with a smirk, Kaminari. Kaminari gave off his own smirking, understanding what she meant. Electricity then started to build up around him. I see. He said, in that case, I can be really strong. He then discharged the electricity throughout the area. All the villains were electrocuted to the point of shock or unconsciousness. The only ones uninjured were Momo and Jiro, who were protected inside of the sheet. Now then, Momo said, I'm worried about the others. Well, everyone except Jojo. Any villain who crosses him will be in for a world of pain. Let us join them quickly. Wait, your clothes got super punk. Jiro mentioned with shock. It was true. The sheet may have protected them from the electricity, but Momo's clothes got damaged to the point revealing some skin. I can make them again. Momo replied with a smile. Jiro then noticed Kaminari walking in their direction. Kaminari, don't look this way. Jiro cried while hugging Momo to cover her. She didn't want Denki to see anything he shouldn't and face the wrath of Jonathan. Jiro saw and heard the incident between the boy Yaoyorozu and Mineta before coming to USJ. After hearing Momo's explanation of her brother on the bus, she had no doubt that Jonathan would punish any who saw his sister in her state of dress. She was surprised though when Kaminari walked past them without taking any notice. Both girls were shocked to say at the least, but looking closely they saw why. Kaminari was acting like a bozo with a dumb look, making some little sound. The reason was because Denki had used so much electricity that it short-circuited his brain, making him act like an idiot for some time. Momo walked out from under the sheet first, already having fixed her costume. Jiro followed after but stopped noticing something that wasn't in the area before. Red stained glass, she said with surprise. Momo turned to see what Jiro was talking about. There was a 3 by 4 foot piece of red stained glass unevenly lodged into the ground. Momo walked over to it and found a shard the size of her fingernail. She picked it up, inspected it for a few seconds, and placed it in one of her pouches for later study. We should tread carefully, she said to Jiro and the short-circuited Kaminari. If there's red stained glass, then there's most likely a stand user in the area. The three students failed to notice a hand pop out of the ground. Hey Midoriya, Mineta spoke up, we're just here to see how things are going, okay? Don't be such a baby. Adrien replied. Ribbit. Tsuyu simply said. I know. Izuku said, we'll run away the instant it seems dangerous. All four students, one extra, stopped at the ground that connected to the water. Adrien was currently hauling Kakyoin's unconscious body on his back, not trusting to leave him to his own devices in case he woke up. All four students watched as Aizawa took down the villains with some ease. The fight was starting to take its toll on the pro hero as he took a 2-second respite to catch his breath. He then noticed the hand-covered villain charging at him. 23 seconds. The villain said to himself while running. The last boss. Aizawa said and charged as well. 24 seconds. 20 seconds. 17 seconds. Aizawa landed a blow on the villain's gut with his right elbow, or so he thought. The villain that caught his elbow with his left hand. It was at that crucial moment that Eraserhead's hair went down. It's hard to see because you keep moving around, the villain said to him, but there's an instant when your hair falls. Aizawa then realized the situation he was in. The villain had figured out his quirk and wasn't using it. He then felt something wrong with his elbow. The villain had disintegrated part of the shirt and was slowly doing the same with his elbow. That's when you finished an action. And the space in between had gotten shorter and shorter. Don't push yourself, Eraserhead. Aizawa thought fast and punched the villain off of him. He then jumped back to get some distance between himself and the villain. The students were so occupied with the fight they didn't notice someone walk up to them until they spoke. Well now, they said, I didn't expect Kakyoin to be defeated this early. All four students looked to see a boy 17 years of age. His height was 5 feet 8 inches, a foot taller than Bakugo. He wore what looked like an orange and black fighting uniform from the old Bruce Lee kung fu movies. Caught their attention though were his features. His hands had 3-inch-long claws that looked like they could tear someone in two. On top of his head, above his neck-length black hair, were some kind of animal ears. His eyes were an animalistic orange that sent chills down Tsuyu's spine. The feature that caught their attentions the most was the tiger tail that could be seen between his legs. What do we have here? He asked. A broccoli, a grape, a lemon, and a frog. Izuku almost wanted to laugh at being called a broccoli. Someone had once said him that his hair did look like the vegetable. Mineta didn't seem all that insulted since it did look like he had grapes in his hair. Adrien looked like he was about to burst a blood vessel. He was not a big fan of lemons and being called one was annoying. Tsuyu had a frightened look on her face. The tiger-based Quirk boy looked at her like a predator would look at the prey it was going to eat. She grew even more frightened when he smiled, his teeth having fangs as well. In the blink of an eye, Tsuyu had disappeared from her spot. All three boys looked around to find her. Mineta screamed, pointing towards where Aizawa was. Izuku and Adrien followed his gaze to see the tiger boy, pinning Tsuyu to the ground. One hand pinned both of her hands above her head while the other was around her throat. He wasn't chocking Tsuyu but letting her know she couldn't escape. She tried to hit him with her tongue, but he caught it between his teeth. He didn't bite down hard so that she bled but kept a tight grip so that she couldn't escape. Tell me, he said as clearly as he could while not letting go of her tongue, should I eat you raw or cook you first? That question actually brought tears to Tsuyu's eyes. Either way, it doesn't matter. You're still going to be my lunch. I'll start with your tongue since I already have it in my mouth. Tsuyu's tears started to run her face at hearing that. She even felt his teeth apply pressure. Before he could apply any more though, a fist connected to his cheek making him release his hold on Tsuyu and fly a few feet away from her. The frog girl looked to see Izuku with an angry look on his face. He immediately turned to Tsuyu to help her up, only to be knocked down to the ground. Tsuyu had enveloped him in a hug, tears still streaming down her face. Thank you, she said with a shaky voice. It's all right, Izuku said, hugging her back. You're safe now. Wow. You pack of punch. The tiger boy said, standing up while nursing his cheek. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Savage Bengal and I'm impressed with how well you hit. I almost want to have a one-on-one with you, but I'm on a tight schedule, so sorry. He then snapped his fingers, and a figure materialized behind him. This figure was 6 feet 2 inches in height and had the body of Arnold Schwarzenegger, its color being different shades of orange. He wore only shorts that reached to his kneecaps. He didn't look human though, his head being that of a tiger and his body covered in stripes. He even had claws on both his hands and feet. It let out a great roar, almost making Izuku take a step back. What did he just do? Mineta asked worriedly. Izuku looked to see a scared and puzzled look on the great boy's face. He then looked to Adrien, whose face had shock. Tsuyu's face went from shocked to puzzled. Another stand user. Izuku exclaimed in his head. I'll make this quick. Savage said and pointed to Izuku. His stand charged to slash at the boy's face but was intercepted by Agile Emerald, who punched him in the face, while yelling, smash. A bruise was left on the stand's face, the injury also transferring to Savage. The villain was shocked at first, but then started to laugh. So that's how Kakyoin lost, he said with excitement. UA has finally decided to allow stand users enroll in the school. Okay, Broccoli, let's see what your stand can do. Both stands then charged at each other, dodging and trading blows. Aizawa heard the commotion and turned to see Izuku facing off against another villain. He was surprised to see that both were getting minor injuries but never moving from their spots. He knew his student's quirk wasn't telekinesis, and he doubted the villain had it because no objects were being thrown. He looked for an explanation until the villains have a stand user in their group. He thought to himself in shock. He didn't have time to ponder on it since he was about to be attacked. He went back to fighting the villains with only one arm. That quirk isn't suited for fighting long fights against a large group, is it? The hand-covered villain asked the pro hero, who was panting heavily from exhaustion. Isn't this too different from your usual job? What you're good at is a short fight after a surprise attack, right? Even so, you jumped right in to fight us from the front. Was that to put your students at ease? This guy Reed is reading him like an open book. Adrien thought with worry. It's bad enough that Izuku is fighting another stand user. Now we've got a villain who can read heroes' actions. Aizawa took down the villains with ease, even in his tired state. He then turned to face the hand-covered villain. You're so cool, the villain said. You're so cool. By the way, hero. Aizawa felt that something was behind him. Turning around, he saw a hulking bird-mouthed monster towering over him. I'm not the last boss. With blinding speed, the creature slammed Aizawa's face to the ground, repeatedly. The sound of something breaking caught Izuku's attention. Turning to the source, he was shocked to see his teacher face first on the ground. In that moment, his slip-up of not focusing on the fight gave his opponent an opening. Black hole, which esses up everything and turns it all to dust. The mist villain said as he was getting up, I see. That is an astounding quirk. However, 13, you are a hero who works to rescue people from disasters. As expected, your battle experience is less than half of that of a normal hero. As he was talking, a portal appeared in front of him. To everyone's shock, another one appeared behind 13, the black hole pulling him. A warp gate. 13 exclaimed with shock. 13 then started to fall apart from the power of his own quirk. You turned yourself into dust. The mist villain mocked. Violet Captor. Haru shouted, summoning his stand. Violet Captor used his whip to wrap around 13's left arm and pull him out of the black hole, deactivating his quirk in the process. The hero landed on his side a safe distance away from the villain. He got me, the hero said painfully. Teacher. Mina exclaimed as she and Achiko run to 13. They both kneeled down to check on him, while Haru stood in front of them protectively, pulling out his rapier and having his stand at the ready. Ida, run. Haru shouted. Hurry. Rikido added. Ida was about to protest until he remembered what 13 told him. Use your quirk in order to save others, he had said. Ida was not comfortable with leaving his classmates in danger. He wanted to stay and fight but knew deep down that they needed help from professionals. Getting a determined look, he activated his quirk and ran for the door. Drat it, he exclaimed as he ran past the villain. Sadly, that got the villain's attention. One of the children who was not scattered. The mist villain said to himself, We are only waiting for All Might. If the other teachers are called here, it will be hard for us. He then made a warp gate in front of Ida, hoping to stop him. The engine Quirk student tried to stop so that he wouldn't fall into the portal. Everyone, he thought to himself while skidding closer to the portal, has entrusted me with this responsibility, the whole class, I will. He was shocked to see Shoji wrap his arms around the portal and roll away with it. Go, he screamed, hurry. Ida began to run again. Everyone, wait for me. You impertinent dash, the misted villain exclaimed as he gave chase. While doing so, Achiko noticed a metal plating on the villain. I will not allow you to go outside. Ida was getting closer to the door, running as fast as his quirk would allow him. An automatic door. He thought to himself, should I kick it down? Is it a thickness I can kick down? You're impudent for eyes. Ida heard, looking behind to see the mist villain on his tail. Be gone. Pause. I'll tell you, Eraserhead. The hand villain said to the downed hero. He's the anti-symbol of peace, the bioengineered Nomu. The Nomu let out an inhuman roar that made the Adrien, Mineta and Tsuyu shiver. Izuka didn't focus because of the pain in his left hand. From taking his attention away from his opponent, the tiger stand charged at Agile Emerald. The green stand acted fast, but not fast enough. Both stand's hands were interlocked with the villain's stand hands, but his left was being pierced by its claws. The guard on Izuku's left hand was ripped as a result and blood dripped out of his hand. This is bad. Izuka thought to himself, I have to beat this guy, or he'll kill my classmates and friends. Collapse zone. Die! Katsuki screamed as he attacked multiple villains, taking them down with ease. He refused to be taken down by a bunch of bad guy wannabes. Kirishima was also taking down villains easily as well. Seeing that their opponents were down for the count, he deactivated his quirk. Is this all of them? Katsuki asked. They're so weak. All right. Kirishima said, let's hurry up and go save the others. If we're here, then everyone else should be inside USJ too. I'm worried about the guys with less offensive ability. Besides, because we ran off ahead, we slowed 13 down. If 13 had been able to SCK up that fog guy, then this wouldn't have happened. As men, we have to take responsibility for what we did. Both boys were unaware of an invisible villain creeping up on them. If you want to go, then go by yourself. Katsuki replied, I'm gonna kill that warp gate. What? Kirishima asked, you're going to act childish at a time like this? Besides, that guy's attacks are dash. Shut up. That gate freak is the enemy's way in and out. I'm gonna cut off their gateway when the time comes. It's not like we don't have a way to fight that fog. Stop your chit-chatting. The villain said as he charged with a knife, since you left your guard down. He didn't get to finish as Katsuki reflexively caught the villain by the head and exploded him to unconsciousness. Anyway, Katsuki continued, if these small fry are the ones assigned to us, pretty much everyone will be fine, right? That reaction time was amazing. Kirishima thought to himself before speaking. Anyway, were you always so calm and rational? I thought you were more like... I'm always calm and rational, you spiky-haired punk. Oh yeah, that's more like it. Then go if you want to. Katsuki then began to walk away before Kirishima called to him. Wait, he said while activating his quirk, believing in our friends. That's real manly, Bakugo. I'll follow you. Play Hero A My Hero Academia original soundtrack. Fire Zone. Drat it. The villains exclaimed while trying to find either Ojiro or Jonathan. They're too fast. Hearing a whistle, they turned to see Jonathan waving at them with a smile on his face. All three villains charged to attack him. The one in the back was knocked out by Ojiro, who hung upside down from a flagpole with his tail. Behind us, one of the villains said, hearing their comrade's grunt of pain. There he is. Both turned to go after him, which was a mistake on their part. One was kicked in the back to the ground by Jonathan, who no longer had a smile on his face. Instead, he had a scowl. The villain tried to punch him and missed. The boy. Yaoyorozu then grabbed the punching arm and brought it down on his knee, breaking the arm. The villain cried out in pain before a roundhouse kick was delivered to his head, rendering him unconscious. Jonathan then looked up to Ojiro. "I'm going to go find my friend, Izuku," he said. "Will you be okay without me?" "Don't worry. I'll be fine," Ojiro said and jumped away. Jonathan then ran to find the exit. "I feel bad for any villain that gets in his way," Ojiro thought to himself, looking back in the direction Jonathan ran. "Squall zone. Found you," a villain shouted as he and his friends saw Koda standing still. Both villains charged at him but then were smashed up against a wall by a giant black hand. It came from Tokoyami, using his quirk. "That makes 6. He said, giving Koda a thumbs up. The triangular-headed boy returned it with the same gesture. "If we can just reduce enemy numbers little by little until help comes." The mist villain had caught up to Ida, who covered him in darkness. Ida closed his eyes, fearing he failed and hoping against hope that he could make it. Opening his eyes again, he was shocked to see that the mist villain fell back. "I don't know the theory behind it," Achiko said while activating her quirk on the metal the mist villain hid, "but if he's wearing something like this, then it must mean he has a physical body." "She figured it out faster than I did," Haru thought with surprise. Achiko then threw the mist villain into the air, away from Ida. "Go, Ida," she cried. "My body," the mist villain said as he flew into the air. "Oh no." Ida made it to the doors but was having trouble opening them. Seeing his plight, Haru had Violet Captor fly to the door and help pry it open. Its strength wasn't near on par with Agile Emerald, but it was enough as the door slowly started to open. However, the mist villain said as he was able to change his trajectory and charge at Ida. "I won't let you," Siro shouted as he used his tap to catch the metal. Rikido then grabbed the tape and pulled the villain away. He then continued to spin around with the villain in tow. "Go!" he screamed at Ida as he let go of the tape, letting the villain fly even further away. Violet Captor held the door open as Ida used engine boost and ran out of USJ towards the main campus. Seeing that the plan succeeded, Haru called back his stand and then it vanished, the doors closing in the process. A headache soon followed with some blood dripping out of his nose. He's going to call for support. The mist villain thought as he saw Ida exit the building. It's game over. Aizawa cried out in pain as the Nomu broke his right arm. "You can erase quirks," the hand-covered villain said. "That's wonderful, but it's nothing impressive. In the face of overwhelming power, you might as well be quirkless." Aizawa turned his head around and tried to use his quirk on the Nomu. The response he got was his left arm being broken. "It's like he's breaking a twig," he thought to himself. "I'm sure I erased his quirk. That means he is just that strong. He's as strong as All Might." The Nomu then grabbed his head and slammed it into the ground, making a crater in the process. Mineta, Adrien and Tsu watched in fear as their teacher was mercilessly pummeled. Izuku didn't have time to focus on his teacher because of his opponent but knew what was going on just by listening. "What do you think of Wild Tiger, student of Jotaro Kujo?" Savage asked with a smirk. "Here's what I think," Izuku said with the intent of wiping that smirk off his face. Agile Emerald then used his right hand to crush Wild Tiger's left. Savage cried out as his own hand was broken. He took a few deep breaths to calm himself down and then began to laugh, surprising Izuku. "Ha ha," he laughed. "Thank you. Thank you, student of Jotaro Kujo. It's been so long since I've had a good fight." "Thompson," Mineta said with his hands covering his own mouth, "I can't take it anymore." "Ribbit." Tsuyu agreed, her eyes and nose being the only parts of her body above the water. She had rejoined them after Izuku had saved her and started to fight Savage. "You're not the only one," Adrien said with a hint of fear in his voice. The mist villain then appeared next to the hand-covered villain. "Tamaru Shigaraki," the mist villain said. "Kurojairi, did you kill 13? The villain, now known as Tamaru, asked the mist villain, Kurojairi. "I put 13 out of action, but there were students that I was unable to disperse, and one of them was able to run away." "Huh. One of our classmates got out." Adrien thought in his head, that means help is on the way. Tamaru was clearly upset as what he heard. He began to violently scratch his neck. He started with one hand and then used both. He was seething with anger at the fact that one of the students got away and was no doubt bringing back help. "Kurogiri," he seethed, "if you weren't a warp gate, I would have crushed you to pieces." Surprisingly, instead of continuing to be angry, he stopped starching altogether. "We can't win against dozens of pros," he said in a dejected voice. "It's game over. Man, it's game over this time. Let's go home." "Are you serious?" Savage thought angrily. "I finally found a worthy opponent and we're retreating." "They're going home?" Mineta asked. "Did he say they're going home?" "That's what I heard," Tsuyu replied, which brought tears of happiness to Mineta's eyes. "All right, we're saved," he said while hugging Tsuyu. "Don't count your chickens before they hatch." Adrien turned to warn and faltered at seeing where Mineta's hand was. While he was hugging Tsuyu, Mineta had either purposefully or accidentally placed his left hand on her right. Tsuyu had a look of shock and embarrassment. "Oh, you're gonna regret that." Adrien thought at seeing what happened. He wasn't wrong either. Tsuyu then pushed Mineta underwater, not letting him up. "You noticed as well, Thompson?" she asked, still not letting Mineta above the water. "Don't they want to kill All Might?" Izuku thought to himself at hearing what Tamaru said. "If they leave like this, you will just beef up their security." Game over. What's going on? What are those guys planning? "Oh yeah," Tamaru said while turning towards where Adrien, Tsuyu, and Mineta, who was now above water, were. "Before we leave, let's smash some of his pride as the symbol of peace." Play Villain Invasion My Hero Academia original soundtrack. He moved so fast that no one could follow him. 1 minute he was next to Kurogiri, the next he was right in front of Adrien, Tsuyu, and Mineta. Everything has happening in slow motion for Izuku as he watched Tamaru reach out for Tsuyu's face. The fastest reaction he could make was only to watch as Tamaru's hand made contact with Tsuyu. After a few seconds, Tamaru was shocked that nothing happened. "Dang it," he said and looked back towards the Nomu. Fighting through the pain, Aizawa staring intensively at Tamaru to deactivate his quirk. "You really are cool, Eraserhead." "Thank goodness," Adrien thought as seeing their teacher stop Tamaru. His relief was short-lived though as Aizawa was knocked unconscious. "Shoot, shoot, shoot, shoot," Izuku cried in his head. He immediately had Agile Emerald do a roundhouse kick to Wild Tiger's head, making the stand release his. He then leapt towards Tamaru, channeling One for All in his right arm. He's clearly different from our earlier opponents. I've got to save Azui and use Agile Emerald to pull the others away. What the dash? Adrien thought as he noticed that Agile Emerald had not vanished. Instead, red streaks appeared on his right arm as well. Is One for All being channeled to Agile Emerald? "Let go of her," Izuku exclaimed, getting Tamaru's attention. Then both him and his stand yelled, "Smash!" The resulting shockwave sent some of the remaining villains flying. Even poor Adrien flew to another location, minus Kakian who was still unconscious. Some of the lights were broken as well. What shocked Izuku though, when the shockwaves died down, was the fact that his arm wasn't broken. "My arm isn't broken," he thought. "Am I finally able to control my power at a time like this? I did it. I was able to get in a good smash. All right." His joy was short-lived though as he saw what he had punched. Instead of Tamaru, it was the Nomu. Looking up he also noticed that his stand had punched it as well. When in the word, Izuku started to think until he noticed something very disturbing. Wait, this guy took a punch from both me and my stand, and it didn't hurt him. He then remembered something that Tsuyu said. "Don't you think they are trying so hard because they have a way to kill him?" "No way," Izuku said in his head. "You move well," Tamaru said from behind the Nomu. "Your fist smash. Are you a follower of All Mights as well as a stand user?" "Oh well, I'm done with you." The Nomu then grabbed Izuku's right arm. Izuku's winced in pain since his arm was a bit injured from his fight with Savage. "Call off your weapon, Tamaru," Savage exclaimed in anger. "He's my opponent." Tamaru didn't listen, instead focusing on Mineta and Tsuyu. The frog girl noticed the Nomu down his left hand on Izuku and shot out her tongue to him, hoping to pull him away from the Nomu. Everything was happening in slow motion for them. The Nomu's left hand descended on Izuku while Tamaru stretched out his hands to Tsuyu and Mineta, intended on disintegrating them. Nothing could stop what was happening. If the students wanted to live to see tomorrow, they needed a miracle. The USJ entryway doors were blown off their hinges. All of the students looked to see some smoke come from the entryway. The students near the entrance immediately recognized the silhouette. "All Might," they exclaimed. "Oh, looks like we're getting a continue." Tamaru said at hearing them scream the symbol of peace's name. Play plus Ultra My Hero Academia original soundtrack. All Might walked into USJ, looking at the students around him. Both Mina and Achiko were crying tears of joy at seeing the number one hero come to their rescue. The boys all had smiles on their faces at seeing All Might come to their aid. 13 was on the floor from the injury Kurogyari gave him. "I had a bad feeling," he thought to himself as he continued to walk, "so I tore myself away from my chat with the principal and came. I passed young Ida on my way and got a rough idea of what happened. Good grief, it really makes me angry. Thinking about how frightening it must have been for the children, and how hard my juniors fought. But that is why I must proudly say..." He then stopped right at the stairs. "It's fine now," he stated while ripping off his tie. "I am here. All Might." Mineta screamed with tears of joy. "Ribbit," Tsuyu said with an equal amount of joy. Izuku said then noticed something. He's not smiling. True to what he thought, the symbol of peace was not smiling. Instead, he had an angry look with a frown that would make almost anyone cower before him. Almost being the key word. One of the people that didn't cower to that frown was Jotaro Kujo, the stand user of Star Platinum, Izuku's teacher. "How could I not keep my promise to you, Jotaro?" All Might thought to himself as he saw Izuku in his injured state. He then thought back to a time when he spoke to Jotaro. Flashback, 8 years ago. All Might stood a few feet away from the stand user of Star Platinum. Jotaro had called the number one hero to speak with him, alone. No news reporters, no fans and no other heroes. All Might agreed to the terms and met up with him in the park at night. "What is it you wish to speak to me about, Kujo?" All Might asked. "All Might," Jotaro began, "when we first met I had very little to no respect for you. I thought you were just like all the other heroes. Only wanting to be one for the fame and glory. You became one to save lives and give people hope, nothing else. In all of my life, Yar days, I can't believe I'm saying this. In all my life, I've never been happier to have been proven wrong about you. You really are a hero." "Well, thank you," All Might said. He was shocked to say in the least at hearing what the stand user had said. Jotaro didn't like heroes, mostly for the reason of their pursuit for riches and fame. All Might was the only exception to him. "That's why I need to ask something of you," Jotaro continued. "What is it?" "I've taken a student under my wing. A young boy who is also a stand user. I'm teaching him on how to control it. He wants to go to UA and become a hero when he gets older." "Ha ha ha. Then I wish him luck. There are no rules against a stand user entering a hero school. He'll just have to pass the entrance exams." "I thought the same thing. I'm not going to go into much detail, but I just want you to be there for him as much as you can." "What do you mean?" "He doesn't have much experience when dealing with someone attacking him. He hardly fights back, believing that it'll make him no better than them. Yar days, the only thing he'll be doing is defending himself. I'm hoping that he'll get a backbone during the training I'll still be giving him. When he gets into UA, I want you to look after as if he were the most important person in the world." "You mean if he gets into UA?" "He will. He's got a heroic spirit that makes most look like a sputtering campfire. Can you do that for me?" All Might thought for a few minutes about what Jotaro was asking him. A stranger that he never met, who was a student to Jotaro, was going to apply to UA later in life. From what he heard, it was a boy. He knew he wouldn't get any more than that, and it was probably not a good idea to pester Jotaro about it. He would get a barrage of Star Platinum's fists to his face. Not seeing anything wrong with what he asked, he looked back to Jotaro. "Yes," he answered, "I will watch over him as if he were my own son." All Might was surprised to see the stand user chuckle. "That's funny," he said. "What is?" All Might asked. "I think the same about my student. That he's like a son to me. Anyway, thanks." Jotaro then walked away, leaving All Might alone in the park. Flashback and even after I became a teacher I failed, All Might said in his head, and young Midoriya is injured because of it. I vow, on the respect I earned from you Jotaro, I will not fail again. I will watch out for him, teach him, and protect him as if he were my own son. I've been waiting, hero. Tamaru said at seeing All Might, "You trash of society." "That's All Might?" one of the villains asked, all of them shivering in fear. "It's my first time seeing him in person. He looks so intimidating." "Idiots, don't hesitate. If we kill that we'll—" Nothing else got to be said as All Might vanished from sight. All the villains then fell to the ground unconscious from the number one hero punching them while getting to the still body of Eraserhead. He gently picked him up and breathed a sigh of relief seeing that he was alive. It didn't fully relax him though at seeing his injuries. Play My Hero Academia original soundtrack. "Sorry, Aizawa." He apologized to the downed hero. He then looked to where Tamaru and the Nomu were. In the blink of an eye he grabbed Izuku, Tsuyu, Mineta and the downed Kakyoin away from the villains, getting a hit on Tamaru in the process. Huh? What? Mineta was shocked to see that instead of being in the water, he was on land with his classmates. "Everyone, go to the entrance," All Might said while kneeling next to the unconscious Aizawa and Kakyoin. "I'm leaving Aizawa and this person to you. They're unconscious. Hurry." "Why, sir?" Mineta replied. "Ribbit." Tsuyu agreed. Both she and Mineta grabbed Kakyoin while Izuku grabbed Aizawa. "It's no good," Tamaru said in an almost scared tone while covering his face with his own hand. The original one fell off when he was hit by All Might, and now he was looking for it. It's no good, I'm sorry, father." He finally found the hand and placed it back on his face. He took a few calming breaths and calmed down. No one could tell, but he was smiling behind the hand. "He hit me as he was saving them," he said. "It's the violence of a government official. He's fast, as expected. I can't follow him with my eyes. But not as fast as I thought he'd be. I guess it's true, after all, that he's getting weaker." Izuku looked around and noticed that Adrien was missing. He guessed that he went to make sure that no more stand users came with the villains, since he was in the best shape to deal with them. He then looked to the pro hero. "All Might, you can't," he called. "That brain villain took one FO. He stopped himself from revealing the secret. He took a punch from both me and my stand, but he didn't even twitch. He's gotta be young Midoriya." All Might interrupted him. He then stood up and looked back at his students. He was once again smiling and gave the peace sign. "It's fine." Izuku was a little hesitant at leaving All Might but knew he would probably be doing more harm than good. He was already injured enough because he fought two stand users. He turned and walked away with Aizawa on his back, following Tsuyu and Mineta who were carrying Kakyoin. Seeing that his students were out of harm's way, he dashed towards Tamaru. "Carolina!" "Nomu!" Smash! All Might's attack hit the Nomu with no effect, which shocked the pro hero. He dodged a swipe from the Nomu. "It seriously has no effect at all, huh?" he questioned and punched the Nomu in the gut. Once again, the creature didn't even flinch. All Might had to dodge another swipe. In that case, All Might sent multiple punches to the Nomu's face and got the same result. He had to dodge another swipe from the creature. "It doesn't work on his face either, huh?" He stopped dodging and went on the attack trying to overpower the Nomu. "It doesn't work because of shock absorption," Tamaru explained. In order to cause damage to Nomu, it would be most effect to slowly gouge out his flesh. Whether he'd let you do that or not is a different issue though. "Thanks for telling me all that," All Might said as he dodged a punch and then grabbed the Nomu from behind. "If that's true, then it's easier for me." He then did a suplex wrestling move and slammed the Nomu headfirst into the ground. A cloud of dust and a big shockwave were the result of the attack. Hey, Tamaru said while trying not to get blown away. "All right." Rikido shouted with excitement, "Take that!" "Wow," was all Shiro could say. Those guys are underestimating All Might too much. Both Achiko and Mina had tears of joy in their eyes as they heard that All Might was winning. "Haru, you're bleeding!" Shoji exclaimed, making everyone turn to the said boy. He was sitting against the railing, blood coming out of his nose. Shiro ran to the young stand user and knelt to his level. That got Haru's attention. "Oh, this?" he asked, wiping away the blood from his face. "The bleeding stopped a while ago." "The mist guy didn't hurt you, did they?" Mina asked with worry. "No, he didn't. Using my stand puts a huge strain on my body. Holding the door open for Ida was a hurtful task on me." "Why would having a stand hurt your body?" Mina asked. Haru looked at her with a surprised look. "First Achiko, now her?" I don't want to talk about it," he answered while looking away. "Plus, how did he make a suplex look like an explosion?" Mineta asked as he helped Tsu carry Kakyo into the entrance, Midoriya carrying Aizawa behind them. "All Might's on a whole another level. Even though he's a rookie teacher who can't teach without looking at his notes." Tsuyu commented. "It's possible they have a way to kill him." Izuka thought, "Even so, there's nothing we can do right now. Instead, if anyone gets held hostage, we'd be worse than in the way. Rather than wondering about the villains, we have to trust All Might." "Get him!" Mineta screamed to All Might, "Aim for his tenders." "Were we overthinking it?" Tsuyu asked. "He's amazing." Izuku though didn't share their thoughts. "But," he said in his head, "but Haru, Adrien, and I know, every day on our way to school, we read the hero news in real time together. When they were talking about how All Might wasn't at USJ, the 3 fingers 13 put up secretly were probably because All Might was at his limit. It must have been because he used too much of his power. We're the only ones who know." Izuku then remembered what he and Haru were told when they first saw All Might as his true self, as Toshinori Yagi. "I got this injury 5 years ago. Lost my whole stomach, and countless surgeries have made it worse. Because of this, I can only be All Might for about 3 hours. I'm supposed to be the guy that's always smiling, the symbol of peace. In truth, I smile just to keep the fear under wraps. To convince myself there's nothing to be afraid of. We're the only ones who know All Might's secret and the predicament he's in." His fears were confirmed when the smoke cleared. Kurogyari had used his quirk to make a portal before the Nomu hit the ground face first. It was then popping out of another portal, below All Might and grabbing him in his sides with both hands. "Is," All Might said with blood coming out of his mouth, "is that how it is?" Play Villain Invasion My Hero Academia original soundtrack. The Nomu then applied pressure to where All Might's scar was, making it bleed. "Were you trying to keep him from moving by sticking him deep into the concrete?" Tamura asked. "You won't be able to stop him like that. Because Nomu is as strong as you are." "Haha. This is good, Kurogyari. It's an unexpected opportunity." Kurogyari then started to make the portals shrink, while the Nomu applied more pressure to All Might's scar, making it bleed more. He said in his head, "That's my weak spot. Stop it." He then let go of the part of Nomu he was holding on to try and pry himself free. Sadly, he wasn't making any progress. "What power?" he thought while still trying to pry himself free. He then looked to the 2 villains. "This is your first offense?" he asked. "You'd better prepare yourselves." Tamura just scratched his neck, ignoring the symbol of peace's comment. "Kurogyari," he simply replied. "I don't want blood and guts overflowing within me," the mist villain explained, "but I would be happy to take in someone as great as you. You are too fast to see with the human eye. Restraining you was Nomu's job. And then, when your body is halfway in, to close the gate and tear you apart is my job." Izuku, Tsuyu and Mineta had stopped after seeing the dust clear and were shocked at seeing All Might trapped. They were even more shocked to hear what was about to happen to them. They were pulled out of their shock when they heard a groan. Turning to the source, they saw Kakyoin's eyes open. Mineta freaked out and let go of his legs. To their surprise, he stood up, painfully, and walked towards Izuku. He stopped when he was right in front of Izuku. "Why?" they heard him ask with a confused look. Why did you have your friend spare me? Why did you bother to bring me with you? I was trying to kill you. Civilian or villain, Izuku replied, it's a hero's job to make sure nobody dies. That answer shocked Kakyoin to the core. This boy, the one who he tried to kill, was willing to spare his life, even though he came very close to putting him at death's door. Izuku then looked to where All Might was and remembered the predicament he was in. Azui, he called. What is it, Midoriya? She replied. You and Mineta carry Aizawa to the entrance. Ribbit? Okay, but why? Without replying, he gave Aizawa to both of them and started running back to the plaza. Midoriya! Tsuyu and Mineta both yelled. It's okay. Kakyoin said to them as he started walking towards the entrance, slowly because of his injuries. Tsuyu and Mineta closely followed him, not worried about him attacking them because of his injuries. What do you mean it's okay? Mineta asked with uncertainty. He has both the teachings of Jotaro Kujo and the heart of a hero. Kakyoin replied, as well as friends like you to fight for and beside. Someone like that, like Izuku Midoriya, will not be killed so easily by someone as petty like Tamaru and his Nomu. No, All Might. Izuku thought while running, there are still tons of things I want you to teach me. All Might, he screamed, getting the villains and heroes' attention. Welcome back. Savage said on the ready. I thought we weren't going to get to finish what we started. Young Midoriya? All Might thought, what are you? Izuku then dashed towards where All Might was, only for Kurogiri to get in his path. How foolish, he said and opened a portal. Izuku could only watch as he came closer to the portal with no way to stop himself. Stardust Crusaders, JoJo's Bizarre Adventure Stardust Crusaders OST Departure. Over my dead body. Someone shouted and collided with Kurogiri, hitting his metal plate. The mist villain was pinned to the ground by the fist of a familiar potential transfer student. JoJo! Izuku screamed with joy. Sorry I took so long, he said, looking at his friend with a smile. It was a lot harder to find the exit to the fire zone than I thought. How dare you steal my kill? Shouted the familiar voice of Katsuki as he came up next to Jonathan. Just the exploding porcupine I was looking for, he said, getting a growl from Katsuki. I have someone to deal with, so I need you to look after this guy. If he tries anything, blow him to Kingdom Come. Hearing that, Katsuki immediately forgot about his rage and replaced Jonathan's hand with his on the villain. With pleasure, he said with an evil smile, never taking his eyes off Kurogiri. Ice then came into the portal, freezing the Nomu's entire left side, minus his head. He's frozen? All Might thought and looked to the source. Young Todoroki? All I heard was that you all are here to kill All Might, Shoto said with a semi-bored angry look. He controlled it so that the ice stopped just before it reached me. All Might thought to himself, as he once again grabbed the Nomu's hands and felt that its grip wasn't as tight anymore. Thanks to that, his grip loosened. The pro-hero freed himself and jumped away to a few seconds of respite. Another figure showed up to try and land a hit on Tamaru. It was none other than Kirishima, his right arm as hard as rock. Sadly, he missed and had to jump away from the villain for safety. Dang it, he cursed, I didn't get to show off. Stop acting so stuck up, foggy nobody. Katsuki warned the mist villain. I can say the same about you. Jonathan replied to his comment. The symbol of peace cannot be killed by the likes of you, Shoto stated with an angry look. Am I glad to see you guys? Izuku said to them with relief. Hey Midoriya! Savage shouted, charging at him. Let's continue from where we left off. Izuku got into a battle stance ready to fight him again, mostly. His injuries were starting to slow him down. When Savage was 3 feet away from him, a fist connected with his left cheek and sent him away from Izuku. The green-haired stand user looked to see Jonathan as the one responsible. The Tiger Quirk stand user got up while rubbing his cheek. Face me, Shere Khan. Jonathan said, I'm your opponent now. Don't interfere, Savage warned, or you'll share his pain. Pain? You don't know the meaning of the word. I'll show you the true meaning of pain for attacking my best friend with my stand. Jonathan's stand materialized on his left. Its height was 6 feet 4 inches and was very muscular, its body being different shades of red. Its long hair stood up as if the wind were blowing in its face. On his shoulders were pads of silver and his hands wore black, fingerless battle gloves. He wore black and red boots on his feet. The only bottom clothing it had was a black loincloth. In fact, his stand looked a lot like Star Platinum? Savage screamed in shock. Think of Star Platinum's look from Stardust Crusaders except different shades of red. Sorry to disappoint you, but this isn't Star Platinum, Jonathan said with a smirk. Everyone was surprised to hear the name of Jotaro Kujo's stand. Everything had come to a halt at hearing what Savage had said. Only Izuku, out of everyone else, could see Jonathan's stand, and he knew that when his friend pulled out his stand, there were bound to be broken bones. Wow, I was actually scared for a moment. Savage sighed in relief. For a moment there I thought you were Jotaro Kujo, back from the dead. Well, I could be counted as someone related to him. Jonathan replied with a smirk. What do you mean? Jotaro Kujo did train me to control my stand. What? Everyone except Izuku shouted. That's right, Jonathan answered. I was also a student of Jotaro Kujo. My stand didn't manifest until I turned 11, so I started training later, right next to Izuku. If that's the case, Savage said, finally composing himself, let's see how you take damage. Wild Tiger then charged, claws at the ready. I'm afraid you made a mistake wanting to charge me head-on, Jonathan said. You see, Izuku is a forgiving person. The tiger stand slashed at Jonathan's stand and made contact with its chest. The results, though, was just a scratch no more fatal than if it was from scratching an itch. What the? Savage cried. His stand shrugged off that attack like it was nothing. I, on the other hand, Jonathan continued, am not. Jonathan's stand then grabbed Wild Tiger by the neck with its right hand and started to shake him while shouting his war cry that only the stand users could hear. Aura, 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 aura. Savage spit out some blood from the action. He got even more frightened when the stand pet his left hand back and made it into a fist. Or, it cried again and began to rapidly punch Wild Tiger in the face. Or, aura, 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 aura. Meet my stand, Jonathan said. Crimson Omega. With one final punch, Crimson Omega sent Wild Tiger flying into a pillar. The resulting shockwave made the whole plaza shake. Blood came flying out of Savage's body from the injuries his stand had accumulated. What the powerful stand, he said with shock and fell to the ground, unconscious. Another difference between me and Izuku is our skill with our stands, he stated to the unconscious Savage. He has more experience since he trained for 9 years straight. Luckily, I'm a quick learner, so I caught up eventually. Also, my stand is stronger than his. Now, where were we? He said the last part looking at Tomer. He couldn't tell what mood he was in since his face was covered by a hand. Everyone else got out of their stupor and looked at Tomaru as well. The hand-covered villain just stood there, quietly. Todoroki, Bakugo, Yayorozu. Mineta said quietly with happiness. All three had stopped at hearing the commotion to see what was going on. And Kirishima. Tsuyu added. That boy, Kakyoin thought, referring to Jonathan. I thought for a moment he was Jotaro Kujo back from the dead. All three then heard a groan coming from Aizawa. Leave this to them. Tsuyu said, let's hurry. Right. Mineta replied, and both started to continue forward, with Kakyoin following closely behind. Everyone, Achiko said with joy at seeing All Might get back up. She then noticed 2 familiar figures, plus 1 stranger, walking towards their location. Wait, isn't that Tsu? Hey! Achiko! Tsuyu called back. Hey, help us out. Mineta called. He's heavy, and the guy behind you is injured. Mr. Aizawa? Achiko said in a shocked voice. Let's go. Rikito replied, as he and Achiko ran towards their fallen teacher. Mina just watched with worry at where All Might was, while still sitting next to the injured 13. I'll leave this to All Might. 13 said, getting her attention. When the other teachers get here, get to a safe place. Okay. Mina replied. Haru watched from the railing he was sitting against. He then looked to where the action was happening. I wish I could help. He thought to himself, I feel so weak. The only thing I've done so far is get 13 out of harm's way and open a door for Ida, while Izuku and Adrien are out there on the front lines, fighting the bad guys. If we survive this, I vow to get over my problem and get stronger. Kurogyri, Tamaru said to himself, our exit and entrance has been overcome. We're in a pinch. You careless dastard. Katsuki said to Kurogyri, you're just what I'd thought you'd be. Only certain parts of you can turn into a misty warp gate. The fuck? Gate covered your actual body, right? Back then, if you were completely made of mist and physical attacks couldn't touch you, then you wouldn't have said, that was dangerous. Kurogyri then tried to move but was stopped when he felt an explosion on his metal plate. Don't move. Katsuki commanded and got closer to his face. If I feel like you're moving suspiciously, then I'll blow you up. So please give me an excuse. His behavior isn't very hero-like, Kirishima said to himself. In addition to capturing them, Tamaru continued to talk to himself. They're almost uninjured. Only the green-haired boy is covered in blood. Kids these days are amazing. They make the League of Villains look back. Tamaru then turned to his anti-symbol of peace weapon. Nomu. He simply said, and the creature started to move. Everyone was shocked to see it, despite its frozen arm and leg get out of the portals. Its arm and legs shattered because of the ice but still moved. Even though his body's broken, Izuku said with shock, he's still moving? Get back, everyone. All Might commanded. They got an even greater shock when the ice broke off and the Nomu's arm and leg started to grow back. What? All Might asked. His quirk wasn't shock absorption? I didn't say that was all he had. Tamaru said with glee, this is his super regeneration. That freak has more than one quirk. Jonathan screamed in his head. Nomu has been modified to take you at 100%. He's a super efficient human sandbag. Seeing the Nomu was fully healed, everyone got into fighting positions. Izuku and Jonathan also pulled out their stands. First, we need to get our gate back. Hearing that shocked everyone. Go, Nomu. He's fast. All Might thought to himself, being the only one fast enough to see the Nomu move. To everyone else's eyes, all they saw was the Nomu vanishing and then a shockwave blowing them away. When the smoke cleared from their last location, they saw the Nomu kneeling next to the downed Kurogyri. Bakugo! Izuku exclaimed out of shock and worry. He may no longer see Katsuki as a friend, but he didn't want to see him severely injured or dead. He then noticed the said boy sitting a foot away from them with a shocked look on his face. Bakugo? You were able to... Izuku didn't get to finish as he almost fell to the ground, landing on one knee, pain showing in his face. No, I wasn't Deku. Now shut up. Katsuki replied and turned to Izuku, to be even more surprised. When he first arrived, his only focus was on the mist villain. Looking at Izuku closer, he noticed the multiple slashes and bruises on his body. When did he get those? Katsuki asked himself at seeing Izuku in his injured state. Then how? Kirishima began to ask, then stopped as both he and the others looked in the direction of the impact. Then that was... Shoto didn't finish as his reasoning was confirmed as the smoke cleared to reveal All Might. He was still standing but didn't look in good shape. His long sleeves were torn off and he was coughing. All Might. Izuku screamed in worry. He protected the child, huh? Tamaru thought to himself. Do you not know how to hold back? All Might asked. It was to rescue my companions. Tamaru answered, I had no choice. I mean earlier, that plain-looking one, who obviously has a stand. He said that part while pointing to Izuku. He was about to punch me with everything he had, you know. Violence for the sake of others makes it admirable. Isn't that right, hero? All Might just grunted in response. You know what, All Might? Tamaru continued, I'm angry. I'm angry at this world that categorizes the same violent acts as heroic or villainous, deciding what's good and what's bad. Symbol of peace. Huh. You're just a device to repress violence. Violence only breed violence. The world will know that once we kill you. That's preposterous. All Might finally spoke. The eyes of white-collar criminals like you burn silently. You just want to enjoy this yourself, don't you, you liar? He already figured me out? Tamaru thought with surprise. It's 3 against 5. Todoroki said to his classmates and the transfer student. What do you mean? Izuku asked, trying to get up. It's 3 against 6. No, it's not, Zuku. Jonathan said, forcing Izuku back into this kneeling position. You're injured and lost some blood. I'll be helping them with the villains. You just rest. Jonathan then walked up next to the 3 boys. Bakugo already exposed the fog's weakness. He stated while summoning Crimson Omega. He should be the easiest one to handle. These guys are crazy, Kirishima said while activating his quirk, but if we back up All Might, we can push them back. No. All Might said as he walked away from the wreckage. Run away. You would have been in trouble if I hadn't done anything earlier, right? Shoto fired back. That was a different story, young Todoroki. Thanks. But it's fine. Just watch as a pro gives it everything he's got. All Might, you're bleeding. Besides times, Izuku stopped himself from accidentally revealing more. He hoped no one had noticed. All Might gave him a thumbs up, assuring him that he would be all right. All Might, Izuku said with amazement. Unbeknownst to the pro hero and student, Jonathan had heard what Izuku had stopped himself from saying. Time? What are you talking about, Izuku? Jonathan thought to himself, but then shook away the thoughts to focus on the problem at hand. Nomu, Kurogyri. Get him. Tamaru commanded. I'll deal with the children. Play You Say Run My Hero Academia original soundtrack. It's true that I barely have a minute left. All Might thought to himself, my power has been declining faster than I expected. Now, let's clear this and go home. Tamaru then charged towards the boys. But I must do this. Hey, we've got to do this after all. Kirishima said, getting into a fighting position as Tamaru ran towards them. But because I am. All Might then tapped into the deepest reverses of One for All, the symbol of peace. Tamaru and the students looked in surprise as All Might dashed towards the Nomu. The weapon charged as well towards the symbol of peace. Both threw punches at each other, their fists colliding, creating a shockwave that blew away the villains and students. Dang. Tamaru said as he landed. Hey, you talked about his shock absorption yourself earlier, didn't you? Yes, I did. All Might replied as he and the Nomu started to punch at a faster rate, the area around them getting destroyed in the process. To Izuku, who was trying to not fly away because of the shockwaves, it looked like when Jotaro would 6-star platinum on a villain and punch him at almost supersonic speeds. A head-on fistfight? Izuku asked. "Wow," was all Kirishima could say while trying not to fly away. I can't get near them. Kurogyri said to Tamaru, landing next to him from the shockwaves. If your quirk isn't shock nullification but shock absorption, All Might said as he continued to punch at the Nomu, then there's a limit to it, right? He then started to force the Nomu back. The weapon then made a cowardly move and punched All Might where his scar was. The hero felt the pain, but that didn't stop him. His punches started to get faster, harder, and he was driving the Nomu back even further. Tamaru looked in shock as his anti-symbol of peace was getting forced back. Made to fight me? If you can withstand me at 100%, then I'll force you to surrender from beyond that. All Might's punches got even faster and harder. The Nomu also started to flinch from getting hit. He's bleeding while giving it his all. Izuku thought to himself, he's not swinging randomly. Every single hit is more than 100% of his power. The next punch All Might threw sent the Nomu flying. Tamaru watched in anger as his weapon was getting beaten. A hero, All Might said as he punched the Nomu, who recovered and charged at him, can always break out of a tough spot. All Might then threw the Nomu around like he was a sack of potatoes. The weapon kept trying to recover, but the hero wasn't giving him the chance. Seeing that the Nomu was taking more damage, All Might could tell that his shock absorption quirk had reached its limit and he planned to push it. He then grabbed the Nomu by his arm, jumped almost to the roof of USJ and threw the Nomu back down onto the ground. He then descended at a fast rate and landed as the Nomu was rebounding off the ground. "Hey villain," he said as he prepared one last punch, "have you ever heard these words? Go beyond. Plus ultra. This one's for you, Jotaro." All Might said to himself as his fist towards the Nomu. When it connected, he screamed, "O-O-O-R-A." The area around All Might became useless debris and the Nomu went flying. It broke through the roof, flew into the sky, putting holes in 2 clouds and vanished with a twinkle. Squall zone. What's this vibration? Tokoyami asked. Fire zone. Ojiro had just dispatched another villain when he heard something. An explosion? He said to himself. Achiko, Mina, Tsu, Mineta, Haru, Siro, Sato, both carrying an injured 13, Kakyoin and Shoji, carrying an unconscious Aizawa, saw the Nomu fly through the roof and felt with shock written all over their faces. "That was a villain up there just now, wasn't it?" Siro asked. "Why yeah?" Sato answered. "This power is..." Shoji didn't finish it, knowing the answer. "It's All Might's." Mineta said with tears in his eyes and a smile on his face, "There's no one else who can do something so amazing." Except for Jotaro Kujo. Both Haru and Kakyoin thought at the same time. Nevertheless, they smiled at seeing that the symbol of peace had won along with the rest of the students. "Is this a comic book or something?" Kirishima asked in shock, the rest of the boys with the same looks on their faces. "It's like he nullified the shock absorption. His brute strength is crazy." "What insane power," Katsuki stated. "Does this mean he rushed at him so fast he couldn't regenerate?" "So this is the top," Shoto thought to himself. "Is this the world of pros?" Katsuki said in his head. "Someone who would risk his own well-being to protect others." Jonathan thought to himself, "I can see why Sensei respected him." Izuku simply said in his head, worried about his teacher's state. He carefully watched as the smoke cleared and the figure of the number 1 hero was revealed. He had some more blood on him, his hair was messed up and his shirt was even more torn, but he was still standing and smiling. "I really have gotten weaker," he said out of the blue. "In my prime, 5 hits would have been enough. But it took more than 300 hits. Izuku sighed with relief, with a smile and tears in his eyes. "And now," All Might thought to himself as steam started to rise from his body, "I'm out of time." He then turned towards Kurogiri and Tamaru, who was shaking with anger. "Now, villains," he said, "I'm sure we'd all like to end this as soon as possible." Tamaru was seething with anger. His weapon, his Nomu, was defeated by a hero who was supposed to be weak. It was supposed to be an easy win. Instead, All Might sent the Nomu flying out of the building and away from its masters. "He used a cheat?" Tamaru said to himself in anger.